Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Over the weekend, the Pirates beat the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2 of 3 games played. David Bednar on Saturday earned his 100th career save. Paul Skeens pitched a gem in Sunday's win. Also, we're entering the first full week of this year's Steelers training camp. And over the weekend, it was announced Ben Roethlisberger, Joey Porter Sr., and Marcus Pouncey, they're all going to the Steelers Hall of Honor. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At JeepOfPittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at JeepOfPittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Derek Harmon, rookie defensive tackle Derek Harmon is about to be introduced to the NFL as a member of the Black and Gold, selected 21st overall in this past draft. Harmon spent his first 3 years in college in Michigan State before transferring to Oregon. As a Duck, he started all 14 games last season and received All-American honors. He now looks to integrate himself to Pittsburgh as a key piece of the Steelers' interior D-line.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. Indeed. It's Monday. Got a lot of energy. Pretty happy about what's ahead this week. First of all, it's humid outside, which is nice. It's not freezing. Not going to miss that when fall and winter come around. The super cold temperatures overnight when we come in because, yeah, when it's winter and the sun's out, you get a little bit of heat. When there's no sun out in the winter, it's always pretty cold. So I'm not going to miss that. Still looking forward to enjoying the rest of summer. Almost at the end of July. I'm sad summer is coming to an end. It feels like it, at least. I mean, we still got another month and a half of hot weather. Yeah, it feels like all the the vacations and stuff there dwindling down. I'm gonna have one more, or maybe a couple more big trips. I'm going to Florida this weekend. My cousin's daughter is turning 1, so I get to go out there and enjoy the nice weather. Maybe a beach or two. I'm gonna go to the zoo. Me, my mom, my sister, and my girlfriend all going down there to say hello, enjoy the birthday party, and enjoy the perks of Florida. Yeah. So that's exciting. And then I'm going to Lake Erie again in a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks away. I'm going to go up there and swim again because that was fun when I did it the first time back in June. So, all exciting stuff. All exciting stuff. Happy to still be enjoying the summertime. Call me 412-928-9370. We do got football in full swing. The Pittsburgh Steelers are entering their first full week of training camp. So we can talk a little bit about storylines. Kenny Pickett's dealing with a hamstring injury, which would be mighty unfortunate for him, just considering how competitive the quarterback position is right now in Cleveland with the 4 options that they have given themselves. Steelers coming into this week, we got comments from Mike Tomlin. He talked to Kyle Brandt about what he feels about the non-losing seasons that we can address. And then the Pirates, which is really where I want to lead, which might not make many of you happy, but there is a lot to talk about with the Pirates because they are bad, but they are bad in one of the more frustrating ways that you can think of. A series, 2 series actually, that look pretty promising. Like, they look good. They look really good this weekend. They look really good against the Detroit Tigers, and Friday's game was frustrating. They shut out the Diamondbacks through 10 innings, and it was no score through 10 innings. The Diamondbacks ended up scoring in the 11th. Pirates couldn't get a run in the bottom half, so the Diamondbacks ended up winning that one, but the next 2 games were pretty good. Pirates shut them out. The next 2 games, 2-0, 6-0. And so really now it's just a matter of pivoting to talking about, how the trade deadline is going to shake out. Who's going to get traded? Who should be traded? Do we trust Ben Cherington to trade who? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like he's going to lose his job before the trade deadline happens. That would be an ignorant move at this point. But David Bednar, his 100th career save was earned over the weekend. It was on Saturday. And, I mean, he seems like he's pitching for his, for his next team. He's really maximizing his value. So we can talk about all that. 412-928-9370. What do you want to talk about? You can give me a call. We can talk about it. Steelers, Pirates, what have you. Up to you. Call 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. I'm going to be taking a break here. But when I come back, I will take your phone calls and we will address both the Steelers and the Pirates. It's the Fan Early Morning Show, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
If you could hear Old Spice Fiji Antiperspirant, what would it sound like? First, you'd start with Fiji Antiperspirant's amazing scent of palm trees. Add pure notes of fresh coconut and layer on 24/7 odor and sweat protection. You won't hear any dyes or parabens because with Fiji, you won't have any. So while your regular antiperspirant sounds like this, Old Spice Fiji sounds like this. Sounds like it smells amazing.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A quick drain service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A quick drain service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince K Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Luace Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince K Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
When life deals you your worst moments, that's when we're at our best. I'm Larry Kelly, personal injury attorney for LGKG. I'm a Western Pennsylvania guy that knows our people. That's a big part of our success. At LGKG, our clients become our friends and then our family. LGKG, your home team.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple: care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com, LGKG, your home team.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
Sun's out, bags packed, and nothing but the open road ahead. The 2025 Traverse and Tahoe are built for summers that don't sit still at Washington Chevrolet. Lease this 2025 Chevy Traverse for $459 a month for 24 months. Or lease this Chevy Tahoe for $849 a month for 36 months. Choose yours from any of our 3 locations. Visit WashingtonChevy.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. For Traverse, $56.99 due at signing. For Tahoe, $10,459 due at signing. Take new retail delivery by 8/4/25. See dealer for complete details.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making the recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get to the Garden Restaurant in the South Hills. Enjoy Blue Moon 23-ounce $6 drafts. Daily specials, beer battered fish, or a large 22-inch pizza are always a favorite at the Garden Restaurant, 4912 Gardenville Road in Pittsburgh.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's #1 Cochran's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at #1 Cochran Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived a tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at Zero ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up, Oscar!
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash. Fantastic. Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. But prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Edinburgh, a downed utility has severely restricted the intersection of Butler and Freeport Streets, so be sure to avoid that area if you can. Lots of fog around the area, so keep the low beams on for safety's sake. And the outbound Parkway East, you do have that lane restriction in effect once again between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. In addition, the ramp from Beechwood Boulevard to the outbound Parkway East is closed. Of course, that all reopens at 2 o'clock, but be sure you take the necessary precautions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, it's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Harry Callis. Give me a call, 412-928-9370. Trying to talk Steelers and Pirates this morning. There's a good chunk of news to go over. I'm going to focus a little bit more on the Pirates just because the trade deadline is close. But I also saw one of those, I don't know if you call them memes. They're just one of those graphics online from one of the NFL social media accounts that said this is the last Thursday without football until Super Bowl time. That's exciting. I mean, we got exhibition games coming up here soon. And, of course, training camp. It's the first full week of it. And we're about to get into August, so we're going to get a lot of preseason football. So that's exciting. I'm excited for football season. I mean, I am intrigued by the Steelers season. I don't anticipate much, but I'm intrigued by it. So give me a call, 412-928-9370. Steer the conversation the way you want it to go. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. I am going to address the Pirates and the Major League Baseball trade deadline a little bit, but you could talk Steelers too. Wouldn't bother me if you did. I do want to mention this: the New York Yankees made a couple of acquisitions here recently. They got Ahmed Rosario, who's been a middle infielder throughout his Major League career. He will be on their team. They also traded for Ryan McMahon, who's an infielder, but has been playing a lot of third base recently. So it looks like the Yankees probably aren't going to go out and try for Ke'Bryan Hayes. That rumor, I think, has been squashed. They don't really have a need for him anymore with all those acquisitions. So perhaps another team, but it doesn't look like the Yankees are going to acquire anybody else. Also, their outfield depth, the Yankees, is pretty good. They do have Aaron Judge on the injured list now, which may play a factor in who they try to acquire. And I also heard that when he comes back from the injured list, he's probably going to DH for a while. It's an injury that they don't want to put him in the field for. So the Yankees could still be in the market now with that injury to try to acquire O'Neal Cruz from the Pirates. So I wouldn't put that past the Yankees to make a deal with the Pirates for Cruz, but in terms of other pieces, I don't think the Yankees are going to go for any of the Pirates hitters, Pirates position players. Maybe pitchers. David Bednar's pitching his rear end off. 100th career save in Saturday's win for the Pirates. So good on him for that. He is pitching like he wants to impress his new team, whoever that may be. So we're probably going to say goodbye to him. Mitch Keller's still very much in trade conversations as well. So I don't want them to get traded, but it's one of those things where, yeah, you really gotta consider those guys. But you can't be getting back. And Dan Zangrelli talked a lot about this over the weekend when he was doing Pirates pregame and postgame. You cannot get anything less than the Major League hitting. You have to get Major League ready players, or else you're just going to be spinning in circles, and nobody wants that. Nobody in Pittsburgh wants that. This season promised so much more, but we didn't get much. And it's not surprising because their offseason did not bear the fruit that we thought it would or thought it should. That's why Ben Cherington's being heavily criticized, but that's also, why this team cannot afford a full-fledged rebuild. Like, you have to use the pieces that you have to make something happen. I mean, this is not irreparable. The Pirates are set behind. It's not irreparable, but the good moves have to be made, and discipline has to be had here in the trade talks. Because you can't just be giving up assets. Just can't be giving up assets and not getting anything that any player that is Major League ready in return. You can't afford to do that anymore. No more waiting around. Aggression is what the Pirates need. What Ben Cherington needs. Hopefully we get that. We've got a caller on the line now that wants to chat. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Callis. It's Donovan.
Hello. What's up?
Nothing much. I was looking at some of the highlights from training camp for the Steelers, and I must say Howard's impressing me so far. And with the way, I know Rodgers is still new and is learning everything, but if he continues to throw like he has somewhat, I know every quarterback's going to throw interceptions, but within the first 3 days of training camp, and you're a veteran and you're throwing, I don't even remember how many picks he threw in training camp, I would go with Howard over him right now.
Well, that's bold. Thanks for the call, Donovan. 412-928-9370. Yeah, it's a bold one right there. Will Howard over Aaron Rodgers. I think Will Howard has an upside. I mean, he's still young. We haven't seen him in any NFL games. We've also seen Steelers look ready in training camp before, which just makes me hesitant to always talk about how quote-unquote ready anybody actually is based on what they do in training camp. So I wouldn't go that far yet. I mean, he might look good. It's fine. But we've seen this before. The Steelers have looked good in training camp, and then they've looked good in the preseason, and then they go to the regular season, and they look less than ready on offense. And it's really just been an offensive thing. It's really been an offensive thing for the Steelers. They're kind of comparable to the Pirates in that sense. Their offense is the weaker part of the team. So hopefully they can get that figured out. So again, I'm not going to pass any judgments like that. I mean, Will Howard might look good in camp. It's camp. Don't let yourself overdo the feelings on any one specific player. It could be exciting. I think he has some upside. I think it would be cool to see him during the season if the Steelers were to fall far about halfway through the season. If they've got no shot, put him in instead of Aaron Rodgers. But I also don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to make the Steelers fall that far. I think the Steelers have set themselves up perfectly to finish in that 9-8, 10-7 window, that threshold there, that middle ground. I think they're going to do the same thing that they've always done because that's what they've done for the last several seasons. It's finished in the middle and not winning the playoffs. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I'm not going to get overhyped about Will Howard. I just I can't. I would like to see him play. I don't know if I'd like to see him play over Aaron Rodgers right now. And again, training camp, not the best indicator for a player's true talents and abilities against opponents. 412-928-9370. Back to the Pirates. Quote from Ben Charrington that Noah Hiles of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette put on X yesterday. And Noah Hiles talks to us on The Fan on the morning show every Friday at 8:30. Let's keep that in mind. But he posted this quote from Charrington, who said, Charrington said, quote, "I don't think we can be risk adverse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. We want to win. We're going to assume the risk. With risk comes downside to that, obviously. If that doesn't work out, we get criticized. And that's okay." End quote. Okay, so he doesn't want to be risk adverse, which means that he wants to be aggressive, in a sense. That's a lot of words to say, we need to be aggressive. I like how he picks and chooses his words, though. It's where, like, he won't say, hey, we need to be aggressive. He says it like, well, I don't think we can afford to be risk adverse. Yeah, he just says a lot of words in weird orders to, avoid saying the buzzwords. Say the buzzwords. Make it a little more exciting. Help us out here a bit. I mean, yeah, they will get criticized for being overly aggressive if players don't work out. But, I mean, my argument is just like, hey, make the good moves. Make the right moves here. Like, actually do the research and get it figured out and get players in here that are going to be worthwhile. Like, I wish they were not risk adverse in the offseason when they had months of the offseason to come up with better hitters than they had had eventually signed. Like, if you don't want to be risk adverse, like, sign a free agent to a multi-year contract if you're not against being risk adverse. To say it like he said. He's basically just saying, in another sense, without saying it, he's saying we need to be aggressive. Pirates need to be aggressive. I just wish they would do this maybe in the offseason if they're really not going to be, risk adverse, quote unquote. They're going to be aggressive. Do that in the offseason too. I mean, when you have time. Like, structure your team. Like, have your team ready to begin the season. It's always an ongoing process to move players, acquire players, evaluate players. I mean, I can understand that, but, like, they had a whole offseason. Like, there's little excuse. You don't have to rely on the trade deadline to get better players. Like, you got to do that in the offseason, too. Sign a guy to multiple years. Sign a worthwhile guy to multiple years. Make players want to come to Pittsburgh. A lot of players are very much money-driven. If you pay them, they will play anywhere. The Pirates are no exception. You pay them a healthy contract, you pay them what they think they're worth, they'll come here. Playing with Paul Skeens seems like it's a benefit as well. O'Neal Cruz is an exciting player. Players will come here. You just got to pay them. Just got to pay them what they're worth. Pirates haven't done that in a while. Pirates haven't offered multi-year contracts, it seems like, in a while, to free agents. Which I don't know exactly what they've offered to certain players, but I know that they haven't signed anybody to a multi-year contract since 2016. So, need that. But talking about the trade deadline, it doesn't always have to be about the trade deadline. But they've got to get the trade deadline right, then they've got to go into the offseason, and they've got to handle free agency proper way. 412-928-9370. Here's another caller. Good morning. What's your name?
This is Jake in the truck. How you doing, Cal?
I'm all right this morning. How you doing?
Not too bad. I got a couple things. The first one with the Pirates, like, I want to know, can Billy Cook and Ronnie Simon be anything in the majors? I have no interest in watching IKF or Jack Sawinski take reps because, like, Sawinski should be gone and IKF is going to be gone. So I would rather see them up here to see how much we actually have to trade for. But I also owe the Pitt fans a bit of an apology because I thought their love for Kenny Pickett was the most annoying thing I'd ever seen until I saw the city's fascination with Will Howard. Like, is there something in the water? He was a 6th-round quarterback who's fighting for the 3rd spot with Skylar Thompson. He's not going to be anything special. I mean, I'm open to being surprised, but what am I missing here? Like, why does everyone in this city love him so much? Like, if I hear one more Yinzer call this station and say he's the second coming, I'm cleaning my ears with a coat hanger.
Well, that's not advisable, but I would understand why you'd want to do that. Thank you for the call. I think that it's just the hope that he could be like Tom Brady or Brock Purdy, where you get like a late-round pick and comes, to be something. He develops into something. I think that's it. I mean, that's why I would hold out any hope if I had any. I mean, I think he could be good. I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to evaluate him at training camp, though, and say, wow, this guy's fantastic. This guy's great. This guy should start over Aaron Rodgers. No, he's got to develop. He's got to take his turn. But the draft is, I mean, it's almost a lottery. I mean, you can identify talent, and you can make educated guesses on players. But players do not work out when you draft them high. And some players do work out when you draft them low. Will Howard, I'm not going to say that he's not going to be anything because players can blossom. He can take his opportunity and run with it and get better and better and better. Maybe it motivates him. He was drafted so low. He's just happy to be there and willing to work up. So there's all kinds of reasons why he could pan out, and there's all kinds of reasons you should have hope that he could pan out. But I will not go as far as to say, like, yeah, it is not advisable, I would say, to call and be like, or have the feeling like, oh, yeah, he's definitely going to be better than Aaron Rodgers this year. He should start over Aaron Rodgers. That's not it. It's not, but like I said, I mean, I'm playing this one in the middle. Like, I don't think that he's great right now, but I don't think it's impossible he could develop into something later. We've seen it happen in NFL history. It's not impossible. So I have a middle ground on Will Howard. I'm not going to say it one way or the other because he is still young. So I can't tell you whether he'll be great or not. It just depends how he develops, and we'll see if he gets any opportunities in games, how he does. Regular season games, not preseason games either. I will evaluate him if he gets in during the regular season. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Daily Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on The Fan.
I'm Chris Sylvester with NFL Network, now on the Westwood One Radio Network. All 32 teams are in full swing with training camp and contract details continuing to get done. Cowboys and tight end Jake Ferguson agreed to a 4-year extension worth $52 million in new money with $30 million in total guarantees. according to NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport. Chargers locked up left tackle Rashawn Slater with a 4-year, $114 million extension, making him the highest-paid offensive tackle on an average annual basis. Slater, a two-time Pro Bowler for Los Angeles, has been with the team since they took him as the number 13 overall pick in 2021. Meantime, Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin reported to training camp on Sunday after missing the first 4 days. While he was reinstated to the active roster, he was immediately placed on the physically unable to perform list with an ankle injury. McLaurin is seeking a new deal as he heads into the final year of his current contract he signed in 2022. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
The following is sponsored by Bid My Listing. Selling your home? With Ready, the best real estate agents will pay you up front for your listing. 2, 5, as much as $10,000 just for the chance to sell your home. So when you're ready to sell, give us a call and give us the basic information about your property. We'll notify all those smart agents who signed up with Ready, and within 48 hours, they'll be competing to sell your home. Pick the best one, get thousands up front. Call Ready, 888-551-READY. That's 888-551-REDY.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report. However, we do have a heads up for you right now. The 7th Street or Andy Warhol Bridge is closed once again for a week-long bridge inspection project. It's expected to reopen at about 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon. So you can take either the 6th Roberto Clemente or 9th Rachel Carson bridges between the north side and downtown. Parkway East a little heavy between Edgewood Swissvale and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Outbound, the lane restriction in effect between the Squirrel Hill Homestead and Edgewood Swissvale interchanges. Parkway West a little heavy at the Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley. Nicholas Harry Callis is behind the glass. And Doran Dickerson's back, baby. It's ball season.
Yep.
The boys are back in town. What up?
Hey, man, I'm excited to be back. I was talking to you a little bit while I was on vacation. Had a great vacation. Nice little resting I did and at the beach. But I was like, man, I'm ready to get back in the saddle. Was listening to you guys, listening throughout the days a little bit just to see what's going on. Try to keep up on some things. I had no problem with that. You know, some people like to put their phone away and, you know, kind of decompress. But I was like, you know what? I feel pretty good heading into this vacation. I'm going to stay up on some things, so I'm still, you know, fresh whenever I get back with the sports news because there's a lot going on. So had a great vacation, got to keep up, and we're back. I mean, it's football season.
It is football season. Thursday is Major League Baseball's trade deadline. It's also the Hall of Fame game.
Yes.
Which sneaks up on you every year. This year, it's in July.
Crazy. Earliest it's ever been. It has to be, right?
Has to be. I remember when the Steelers have played there and camp would open early, and this is back when you played 4 preseason games. Now you're playing 5 preseason games, and it always felt like it was super early. Now it's in July, and then the Steelers will play a week from Saturday, August 9th. We're in the middle of this sucker, baby.
Yep. It's exciting.
Now, you walk up in here, and you're like, hey, Harry, can you tell I got darker? He didn't know what to do with it.
He didn't know what to say. I was waiting for his response, and he was just looking at me like, is this a joke? Is this a trick? That's the vibe that I got from you, Harry. But did I get darker in your opinion?
No.
Can't tell.
Nope.
Okay.
Your skin absorbs the sun better than mine and Crowley, so it's a little less noticeable. That's just a fact.
Yes.
Harry showed up last Monday after doing all the wiffle ball, and he was fried.
Fried?
Yeah.
You look darker.
Yay!
That's why I said it.
It did. It turned into tan, which we had hypothesized about last Monday. Was this going to turn into tan, or was your entire face going to peel off? Your face didn't peel off. You're looking good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Wait, real quick. How was your guys' experience together? How was the relationship? Is the relationship in a good place?
I talked far less.
Okay. All right. Any arguments? Any fights?
No.
I don't think we had any fights.
Not one?
Yeah, because he just talked and I produced. He put me in my place. That's all.
Wow.
That's right.
Okay. We're
That's
getting
right.
somewhere.
Yeah, he took command. The West Virginia took command.
He did nail the quiz callus.
Oh, what was it?
I think it was the easiest quiz callus of all time, but also the one that had the ability to ruin his career.
Oh.
We just asked him for position-by-position starters on the Steelers' offense, and he went through and he was good.
Good.
He was good. If he missed any, though, that would have been a black mark against his permanent record.
Well, you know what we did the week before.
So
whenever you were out.
It's so funny that you did that because I didn't listen because I was chasing around the Rugrats, and I started to do the same thing, and I brought that up to Boston. I was like, I'm going to ask him old questions. He's like, Doran did that last week. I was like, did not do that, but that is very good. Great minds think alike. And he did well, right?
He did well.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he did well.
I got the Big 10 and Big 12 mixed up several times.
Yeah, you did better.
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He
Well,
said
not
Iowa,
again.
he said
I didn't have a
Iowa was
clue
in the
before.
SEC.
I did say that. Yeah, that was good.
In his defense, college football's stupid anymore. So it wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world to wake up one day. It's just like, hey, Iowa. They always have a good D-line.
Right.
Sure, they're in the SEC.
High-powered offense.
Texter, last Monday and Tuesday were brutal. They acted like a couple of schoolgirls. Transparency boys.
Did we? I don't remember being that frustrated.
Well, I'm more worried about if you guys were arguing or not. Like
Another texter writes in, don't let them BS you. Callis ruined every pre-show talking about dumb stuff, and Crowley was all over him about it. I thought we were fine.
I didn't hear anything. Can I talk about the Savannah Bananas today, though, if you wouldn't mind?
Lord.
See, he's going to do it again.
Oh, Lord.
You don't want to talk about that? Because you brought it up on Friday, and then I tried to bring it up again, but we had already gotten off.
That was your window. That was your opportunity.
What could possibly be that good for us to spend some time on the Savannah Bananas right now?
Can I tell you?
Is it good?
Yes.
Real quick.
I emailed the head coach of the Savannah Bananas because they're recruiting umpires.
Yep.
And I got an email back with a link to apply to be an umpire. So I'm at the next step, the next phase. So if they come to Pittsburgh, now I've got like a legit shot to be one of the 4 umpires in one of the games.
Well, they are coming to Pittsburgh at the end of the month of August.
Right, but I have a chance. It's not a chance for them to come here. I'm applying to be a part of one of the 2 Pittsburgh games.
Did you apply?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the guy was being friendly. Because I've seen some of these umpires do like backflips and stuff.
Well, I just have to. They're going to exploit whatever talents I have. So I guess. What talents do I have that I could tell them, like, hey, this is what I could do to be special? I could do somersaults, cartwheels.
I don't think you could do a cartwheel.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't know that that's something you can do. You might have once been able to do it.
Do we need to prove this? I mean,
yeah.
I think that, your feet aren't long enough to, like, hit the ceiling in the hallway. I think they're going to have to show us.
Now, my concern is doing this now. I think we should probably do it after the show.
Yeah.
When everybody's here, yeah. So
Well, I mean, if you could do it in front of the people of the office, you could do it in front of 40,000 people at PNC Park. But no, it's more, if you get hurt, we need a producer.
True.
So if you get hurt after the show, we have ample time to get like Dom in here or whomever for the rest of the week. If you get hurt now, I'll probably have to go behind the glass and produce, and God knows I forget how to do all that stuff. What talents do you have to exploit?
Yeah, what else?
I could talk.
Oh, when are you going to talk?
I could play music.
I don't think they're going to let you do that kind of stuff.
You're umpiring.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more like physically talented things that you can do.
I can jog.
Jog.
I think that's probably something that every umpire that has applied can do. Hopefully it works out for you, though. That'd be really fun. I'm sure they'd provide an umpire uniform.
Sure.
Which you would then frame.
Yep.
Get signed by all the bananas.
But think about how exciting that'd be. I mean,
That'd be outstanding.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Texter, Doran missed Callis getting the one-up on Crowley for knowing what purgatory is.
Yeah, you and Mackey didn't know what purgatory was.
Who, me and Mackey?
No, Crowley and Mackey.
I had a different understanding of purgatory. I thought it was just like the waiting room.
Didn't we talk about it too?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, because Mackey didn't know what it was.
Right.
And I had to explain to Crowley that you wait there and suffer.
See, I knew exactly what you were talking about whenever we were talking about it, and I knew that Mackey didn't know what you were talking about, so I didn't want to throw Mackey under the bus, so I just kept quiet.
People figured it out.
I really didn't say anything because I knew that you were right, and he was trying to say that you weren't right, but he was actually very wrong. But I didn't want to call Mackey out.
The Browns are in purgatory. No, Jason, they're in hell. There's a difference.
Yes.
Yeah, they're in hell.
Yeah.
The Steelers are probably closer to purgatory.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
But like good purgatory.
There's hope every season, but they just can't get to heaven.
Yeah, they're on the plus side of purgatory. Like, they're on the up and up.
Right.
Like, they're about to get out of purgatory.
That's the hope.
Yeah, and go to heaven. I think.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
They're closer to heaven than hell.
Yes.
I like that.
So purgatory was an accurate description by me.
Oh, we did find out about Callis's beatboxing talents.
I could do that. Oh my God. Maybe. I don't know.
Are you going to be mic'd up?
I'm sure they could arrange that. I mean, that's why I'm thinking outside the box here. Like, I don't know if I have to be acrobatic. I think they would appreciate the publicity of 93.7 The Fan. I think it'd be mutually beneficial.
We can't skirt the fact, though, that you think you can do a cartwheel.
Right.
No, I'll do one.
And I do want to say, I don't think you can do one. I definitely can't. I cannot do a cartwheel. I can't do any of that stuff. I busted my shoulder up the last time.
Which is shocking because you look, the most aerodynamic of the three of us.
I am aerodynamic, yeah. It served me well in life, my aerodynamics.
Coxon.
Mm-hmm.
You can't do a cartwheel, you don't think?
Oh, I know I can't.
No.
And I'm never,
just because of the shoulder?
I'm never trying one
coordination?
Again. Well, because the last time I tried one, I separated my shoulder.
Oh, that's how you did it.
I will never try one again.
Yeah. So you're just afraid. I got you. And you got the skyphosis, too, you're worried about there.
It's kyphosis, and am I scared to ever try one again? Yeah, but let's not skirt by the fact that the reason I got hurt is because I couldn't do one. And I was in my
heyday a little bit.
Yeah, I was in my mid to late 20s.
Yeah.
I was still
younger.
spry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You were younger.
And I was all liquored up, which I actually think would aid me in the confidence level.
So what makes you think I can't do one?
The size.
Oh.
Mostly. I mean, you are a flexible guy.
Thank you.
Nimble.
And you're nimble.
How many times has my largeness stopped me from doing anything athletic before?
I mean, we saw you try to leg out that ground ball to third, man.
My cleats were too long, I'm telling you.
I'm sure that was it.
Yeah.
They weren't. The front bent.
You would run an 18-second 40.
I spent no.
You were running in place, it looked like.
I spent
doing high
$130 on cleats that were a size too large for Bubba to tell me, oh, you didn't need to spend any money.
Kels, that is not
shoes.
The reason why you didn't get down the first baseline quick.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
I mean, am I fast? No. But why did I almost trip? Because of the shoes were too big.
Almost tripped because of the shoes, yeah, but
if I didn't almost trip, I would have got down there at least a half second faster.
That's right.
Which might not be that fast to some.
It's not that fast at all.
But I also hit the ball. I could have just struck out and walked.
No, correct.
There you go. Hey, we're good. Athleticism, I'm just saying. And what does sprinting have to do with me doing a cartwheel? I'm just saying.
That you're right.
He did ask the question, what has my size hampered me on? And I would say the speed.
I mean,
I was just answering the question. You turned around the fastball. That's great. I can't do that.
Yeah, you're right. I got really defensive there.
You did.
Okay, other than running, I guess what does the size stop me from? I pitched in a softball game. I hit a baseball.
Do you get winded when you go up the stairs?
No. Awaken 180. I'm still on that, so they've helped me not get winded. I used to get winded on the stairs. Now
I guess we're just going to do it.
Can we do it, soon? Well, I can't do it. Now we're doing a show. That's right. But I want to do it sooner than later, even though
Maybe
you think I'm going to get hurt.
Maybe in a break.
Okay.
People are texting in saying an 18-7-40 time. I'm giving you actually a little benefit of the doubt there. You might not break 20. If you got the right size pants, I think you're breaking 20.
What?
You were moving in slow motion, pal.
Yep, you were running in mud.
Yeah. Texter, Crowley simply isn't an athlete. I mean, we could just stop the text there. You're correct. He continues, I'm 350 pounds. I can do a cartwheel no problem. I'm also older than Crowley.
Well,
why don't you drive your ass to the station then and prove it, Mr. Texter?
Yeah, I think that, I've seen you do athletic things before, and it's not what people think. You are way more athletic than I think people think that you probably
Yeah, that's probably true.
Yeah, way more.
Can't do a cartwheel. Can't touch my toes.
Who's more athletic, me or Crowley?
I don't know. Because I don't know.
We have different skill sets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't know.
I don't
It's
know.
close.
I might rather be strong, though, and masculine than, I don't know, fast and the opposite of masculine.
I don't know why I'm not masculine. You ain't out here fathering children. I mean, geez. Who's to say it even works down there?
I think.
Texter writes in, Crowley is as athletic as a newborn. I got one thing that newborns don't, and that's the ability to keep my head up. Newborns, they come out, they're like, oh, my neck doesn't work. Oh. Suck on that, newborn.
They will.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what else you could apply to being an umpire with the Savannah Bananas.
I don't know.
Because they're probably not going to mic you up.
No.
Because as interesting as you think you are, a lot of these guys are super charismatic, and they put these shows on every weekend for a living.
All right. I'm sorry, I'm not charismatic?
That's right.
As them.
You put me in a baseball scene, you don't think I could play a character? You don't think I could play a role? They could put me like the guy that's on the stilts. I'd walk on stilts. It'd be great.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say the stilts couldn't hold you. If that's
you can't walk on no damn stilts.
Nah.
Stilts?
You can practice. I got a month.
You can't walk on stilts?
Imagine our guy walking on stilts, though.
Well, think outside the box with me then. I mean, there's something I could do.
We're trying.
I'm 100% sure there's something I could do.
I don't know.
I can't do backflips. I can't be the ninja. They do have a ninja umpire. Can't be doing that. But there's something I could do that could be interesting, and there's no way I won't be charismatic in that baseball setting. They have a fun time, and I'm sure I can play some character.
Texter writes in, Dickerson is the most athletic. No.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you.
What a line.
I mean,
we got facts.
I mean,
great compliment.
Do you think?
Great compliment. Thank you.
Man, the text line with some hot takes today. Dickerson more athletic than us? No way.
Thanks.
Texter, all I'm hearing is that next year's 5-alarm marathon will have a producer cartwheel race. Easy for me to say. I don't think Becty could do a cartwheel.
You saw him go through that gauntlet, though, at the fire alarm thing.
Oh, shoot, you're right. That did buy him some respect from me for that day and that day only, because I totally forgot about it afterwards.
And he plays wiffle ball, so there's that. He didn't participate in the national tournament this year, which is another story. But yeah, he plays wiffle ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's athleticism.
Is it?
No.
Not the way his team plays.
Ouch.
If we're talking on the national scale, they're not very good.
You think Kale can do a cartwheel? Cartwheels are hard.
No, I don't think Kale can. No.
Cartwheels where you put your hands up and then you all the way over the top.
Yep.
Yeah, that's tough.
I think Charlie Borges is like weird and quirky that could probably do cartwheels.
He could probably do a cartwheel.
Yeah.
Intern Dom, no. No chance.
No.
And again, I say all this knowing I can't do a cartwheel. Can you do a cartwheel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Donnie, I don't think can.
No, but Donnie's an athlete.
Right. Yeah.
All right. Should we talk about the sports?
I just know that if you try to do a cartwheel, like, you would probably bust your shoulder out again.
Yeah.
It probably would go right back to where it happened at the wedding. At this point in your life.
For sure.
Yeah.
Because it's still poking out.
Yeah. It actually might fix it a little bit. Like, pop it back in.
I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
It's just something that I should never have tried, and I'm not going to do it again. I have learned from my previous mistakes. Texter, Doran with his arm tied behind his back and blindfolded could beat Callis and Crowley as a team in any sporting event. Blindfolded?
Not blindfolded.
I could hit a baseball better than you with both my eyes. If you were blindfolded, maybe not if you had to.
Yeah, that would be a sporting event that you can't.
Do you think you could hit a baseball better than me just one-on-one?
No,
Right
you have way more power than I do. You could take better batting practice than me. If we're doing like the Ireland team pitching or like a major league team, maybe I'd have a little better.
I have quick hands. That's what you just
and hand-eye coordination that you just can't teach.
It'd be close. I'd put myself up against you though against live pitching. But yeah, no batting practice. You'd do better than me.
Yeah.
Texter, Crowdman can stick to walking upright. I can barely do that.
Yeah.
I gotta get one of them braces.
Yeah, one of those back braces that kind of fix you.
Yeah, Instagram keeps trying to sell them to me for $65. I think eventually I'm just gonna succumb and buy one.
I wonder how long you have to wear that until you're fixed.
An hour a day.
For how long?
I don't know. Until it fixes me.
Until it fixes you?
Yeah.
Or is it like a forever thing?
Oh, it'd be great if I would wear one every day for the first hour of the show. Upright.
Yeah, you might as well. You're sitting down.
I cut out the carbs, Doran.
No, here we go.
I have. I'm 7 days carb free.
You never probably really ate that many carbs to begin with. You don't really eat that much. That's the thing.
Except for beer. I've been drinking beer. I cut out all carbs with beer. Still got to drink.
Drink some Michelob, right? Is that like low carb beer?
Low carb beer, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like
why are you standing up?
My knee hurts.
Oh, jeez. All right. A ton to talk about right now. Couple of Steelers practices went down since the last time we all talked. A bunch has come out regarding the Pirates and what they could be doing before Major League Baseball's trade deadline. We're going to spend the vast majority of the show on football, so let's start on the deadline. Let's start on Ben Cherington in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Think that you got to come out of that bullpen to Renegade. They played it again while you're on the mound at one point for a 100th career save in a Pirates jersey in front of Pirates fans.
It's really special. I think every day I just have to pinch myself. It's so special, and it's been awesome.
Seemed like he was fighting back tears. David Bednar, who has converted 16 out of 16 saves. He hasn't given up a run in his last 20-some-odd appearances. He, you'd think, would be a hot commodity on the trade market, and relievers get moved all the time. I do think he's good as gone. I think we'll find out tonight, frankly, whether or not Mitch Keller is good as gone. Mitch Keller scheduled to start. If the Pirates make some sort of move today, if he gets scratched from his start, well, that'll tell us that Mitch Keller is going to be on the move. We already know that the Tommy Phams of the world, the Caleb Fergusons, the IKFs, they're going to be out of here. We know the Pirates have taken calls on O'Neal Cruz. The trade deadline is Thursday, and Ben Cherington spoke yesterday, and it was word salad. It was the typical Ben Cherington press conference, the typical Ben Cherington show, and Dan Zangrilli sent this to me, and we'll get the audio at some point. But Noah Hiles tweeted this out yesterday. This was the most telling part of his press conference yesterday. Quote, I don't think we can be risk-averse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. We want to win. We're going to have to assume risk. With risk comes downside to that, obviously. If that doesn't work out, we get criticized. That's okay. I don't think we can win without assuming that. It's case by case, right? We're not going to assume, need to, or will assume massive risk on every decision. We're going to have to be willing to assume risk, I believe, to win. That risk can come in different forms. Sometimes that's going to come in the form of a player that we believe in that hasn't done anything in the big leagues yet. Until they do, there's no proof that they will. So, kind of the typical Ben Cherington mumbo-jumbo, but the first sentence there I think is the important one. I don't think we can be risk-averse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. I think Ben Cherington's right. It's year 6. Where's the risk? This is completely different. A complete 180 A complete change of heart from the Ben Cherington that we had previously heard talking around the deadline when he said things like, you have to be comfortable saying no. That's the total opposite.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be comfortable saying no is a lot different than we need to assume risk to win here in Pittsburgh. I think the quote this year is actually the way he should have been operating his entire time, but too little too late. It does sound like a man who may be acting out of desperation, knowing that he potentially could be a lame duck GM here in year 6. Are we going to see an aggressive Ben Cherington? I actually think we will, but acting out of desperation ain't no way to get stuff done.
Does that sound like that's a guy that, well, you kind of said it, but does that sound like that's a guy that feels comfortable in his position, or does that sound like a guy that's like, all right, like I need to change because I'm hearing and feeling the noise and feeling the pressure that I have to make a serious move? Like, he obviously has a lot of words out every single time he does talk, so like that was like a lot, but I think that you did a great job of just kind of highlighting that first sentence. But to me, it feels like regardless, I think that he might be gone. I don't know if that's where we're going with this, but like, I think he knows that he has to do something ultra legitimate.
It does sound to me like a guy who knows that sterno's lit underneath him, that the seat's starting to get hot, and that he needs to operate in an aggressive manner here, because making deals for single A and double A guys, that ain't going to do it, man.
No.
You need to get major league bats, or you need to get bats that are knocking on the door that are about to be major league bats. Anything short of that, it's just ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
He said it on his radio show yesterday. He said it in his media availability yesterday that the goal is for the Pirates to be better in 2026. Yeah, of course that's the goal. I can't believe he's still the person who gets to say that.
Yeah, gets to state that that's the goal.
Right?
Right.
When last year, Bob Nutting, when they did the Sheets jersey patch reveal, said that last year the goal was 100% to make the playoffs. And they were in a position to be in position last year when he made those comments. At the deadline last year, they were in position to make the playoffs, in position to make deals to bolster their playoff standing. And now this year, they're 20 games under 500. They have regressed so significantly in 1 year that it is remarkable that this man is still the guy who's going to be pushing all the buttons at the deadline. And when I hear him say you can't be risk averse, I don't hear him saying that and think that he wants to do so to be a better baseball team in 2026. I feel like he's saying that because he knows he needs to save his ass.
Yeah, it's not like this is kind of his philosophy of what he would actually do if he didn't have the pressure around him.
Right.
Like, it's like, I have to do this because my job is on the line, not because this is what I believe in making the franchise better or the team better.
That's exactly how I heard it, Doran.
For sure.
That it's not, oh, we're still building, our plan is still intact, we're going to continue to make the deals that fall in lockstep with our plan. No, if we're going to win in Pittsburgh, we need to be aggressive. It's what I wanted to hear last deadline.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to hear you have to be comfortable saying no. I want to hear we need to be aggressive here in Pittsburgh to take advantage of the small windows we get. And last year, that window was open a nudge, a smidge, just a little bit. You need to throw that thing open. You don't throw that window open with Brian De La Cruz and Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. You start to throw that thing open by offering something to the A's that they can't say no to, and you wind up with Brent Rooker.
Yes.
And I realize they never traded him, but perhaps that's because they didn't get the right offer.
Right.
I know that Luis Robert hasn't been all that good, and now he's subject of much trade discussion this season, yet they didn't move him. But if you make them an offer they can't refuse, maybe they do. If you'd have upped your offer, maybe Jazz Chisholm doesn't wind up being a New York Yankee, and he's a Pittsburgh Pirate, and you've got a portion of your outfield figured out now for the next couple of seasons. Well, you have to be comfortable saying no. No, you needed to be aggressive then.
Right.
And now, like in theory, sure, aggression is the way to go. But here's the fly in the ointment. Do any of us think that Ben Cherington is the right guy to maximize the return on Mitch Keller, on David Bednar, on Dennis Santana, on Ferguson, on Pham, on all these guys? Potentially on Key Brian Hayes? No. How many good trades has Ben Cherington made in his Pirates tenure? And last year, one of the deals we don't even discuss is that he flipped Quinn Priester for Nick York. Nick York, who has spent the entire season, for the most part, toiling in AAA with a mid-700s OPS.
Was he up here twice, maybe?
Yes! And Quinn Priester has numbers that are comparable, here it comes, to Mitch Keller.
Crazy.
And they're supposed to be good at the whole pitching side of things. You get rid of Quinn Priester, he's now pitching for the league best Milwaukee Brewers, and Nick York has not made an impact on the Major League club at all. Like, this guy is not cut out to be a general manager for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's not. And now he's charged with one of the most important trade deadlines in Pirates history. And maybe that's too much. At least one of the most important trade deadlines in recent memory. Last year was important. He flubbed it. This year, look, you got to be good next year. I don't care how it happened. You need to be good next year. You've now wasted 2 Paul Skeens years. That guy goes out there yesterday. He's unbelievable. He doesn't have his best stuff. 3 hits, 1 walk, no runs, strikes out 9. His ERA is 1.83, and you've wasted him now for 2 years.
Yep.
You have a looming lockout in 2027. Next year's the window, folks. Is this going to be the guy who pushes that window open? No way.
This is going to be the guy that trades Mitch Keller. Mitch Keller maybe ends up getting scratched tonight. He gets traded, and you get a low minor leaguer. And we're going to be looking back a year from now, and Mitch Keller probably is going to be pitching in the World Series or something. I guarantee.
And I'll be rooting for Mitch Keller if he gets moved. I think he's a tremendous redemption arc kind of guy. Where Mitch Keller, there was a graphic that was famous not that long ago where it had all of Mitch Keller's statistics on the left, and then on the right it was like league worst, league worst, league worst, league worst. He rectified his career, became the highest paid pitcher in the history of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and now has a chance to go and pitch in a pennant race. Good for Mitch Keller. But what a disaster for the Pirates.
Disaster.
And Ben Cherington, the guy who has them in this position to where they're 20 games under 500, they're worse now than they were in year 1 with Paul Skeens. That's going to be the guy who is forging ahead and seeing them through a trade deadline. It's dereliction of duty from ownership here that this guy's allowed to oversee one of, if not the most important trade deadlines in the history of the team. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370. There was a rumored return in a potential Mitch Keller deal that if Ben Cherington actually got this to happen, I'd praise him a little bit. We'll get to that coming up next. But first, it's the Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 2 of 3 games over the weekend, and they won 5 of the 9 games on that homestand. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is Pat Boyle with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kenny Pickett may have been edging out Joe Flacco in the QB1 competition in Cleveland. Then he suffered a hamstring injury yesterday. He's going to be reevaluated later in the week. I've been advocating for Flacco to be QB1 to start this season for the Browns the entire time. Now it might feel like that was the tipping point. It should be Flacco. He's got the most experience. He deserves it. I'm Pat Boyle.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the entire job, all from one partner. To get access to over 3 million products, including many products you won't find in our stores. It's time to get delivery on your schedule or next day on over 50,000 products. And time to get dedicated support on the job site or in our stores. From ordering to planning, we've got you. One partner, any job, all in. Ask about all we can now do at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made Probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sunny, hot, and humid today, the high 93.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy fog in some areas this morning, especially if you're heading in from the north on I-79 through Butler County. That's especially heavy. Parkway West, you're in line right around Parkway Center down to the Ford Pit Tunnels, while the Parkway East a little heavy on the inbound side entering the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Outbound as well into those lane restrictions before the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 pretty much up to speed. No delays reported. Don't forget that ramp to the Veterans Bridge is closed. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say Hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Obviously, it's going around. It comes around every July. You definitely hear the noise, but yeah, you just gotta move past it, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I mean, it's not like I can tell them where I want to be traded or want to be, or if I do get traded, I can't say where I'm going or anything. So there's no point in worrying about it. I recognize that it's there. I mean, it happens to everybody. I mean, we kind of jokes about it a little bit, but yeah, I don't think there's anything to like stress over, because like I said, there's nothing we can do about it.
Mitch Keller, after his most recent start, talking about the trade speculation, he went out there, pitched pretty well amid all the swirling rumors. Good for him. He's become the ultimate professional. He's going to take the ball. You know, he's going to go 5 innings. He leads Major League Baseball in quality starts. It's why he's a hot commodity at the deadline. Now, I don't trust Ben Cherington to maximize the value. I'm guessing you don't trust him to maximize the value. I don't want Ben Cherington to trade cornerstone players.
Mm-hmm.
In an ideal world, like if I were running the Pirates, and that's not ideal to any listener, but it would be ideal to me. $80K. You'd be able to save some money. Considerable discount on what they're paying Ben Cherington, what they paid Neil Huntington. I'd be okay with moving Keller. I feel like you can get a massive return for this guy. But do I think Cherington can get the best in a Keller return? No, of course not. Now, if he were able to get the guy that Bob Nightingale of USA Today says that the Cubs are willing to offer, you've got my attention.
Who's that?
I'll tell you in 1 second. First, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. This from Nightingale. The Cubs desperately want another starter at the deadline, targeting Mitch Keller of the Pirates, and would include outfield prospect Owen Casey to make it work. Now, the word prospect going to scare some people away, but he's a AAA dude, and he's blocked. They score more runs than anybody. They got a great lineup, so you're not going to call somebody up if they're not going to play every day. Owen Casey is a consensus top 50 or so prospect in all of Major League Baseball. Last year, he's an outfielder, which is important. Last year, he hit 19 homers in 127 games in AAA. This year, he's hit 20 home runs already in 81 games in AAA. He's got an OPS of 940. And again, he's a top 50 prospect, depending on where you look, but most places have him inside that top 50. He's knocking on the door. He's 22 years old. I think if you move Keller, you would call Casey up right away, and he would be one of your outfield options for the next 6 years.
Yeah.
But I'm starting there. Oh, you're desperate? Oh, you want a frontline starter who's going to give you 5 and give you a quality start every single time out? Yeah, sure, I want Casey. I'm going to need something else, too.
Yes.
Now, what would the something else be? Ideally, I want a Major League bat. And if you're getting a prospect of the caliber of an Owen Casey, I don't think you're going to get a great Major League bat. But give me an upgrade at position X, Y, or Z, and then give me Owen Casey, and that's the kind of deal I'm looking for Mitch Keller. Even if it's the Cubs. That hurts because you want to be where the Cubs are, and they would theoretically be standing in your way, but Owen Casey, That actually excites me. Like I say, I don't want Ben Cherington to make moves. Well, if he does exactly what we say, I'm fine with it.
Of course, yes. Well, couldn't you attach somebody to Mitch Keller to make the deal even better? Would you do that?
I think they have the opportunity. That's a great point by you to do that with a lot of the guys.
Right.
Like there are teams that are desperate for bullpen help, and either a Santana or a Bednar would help them considerably. Imagine, though, if you're a team that hits the ball, you got a good starting rotation, and you add Bednar and Santana? I mean, you're talking about going from a contender status to potentially World Series contender status. Those two guys you could package together. Or if you're just trying to get Ke'Bryan Hayes' contract off the books, hey, you want Dennis Santana? You want a lockdown 8th inning, 9th inning guy? Here, take Ke'Bryan Hayes off our hands, too.
Mm-hmm.
They can mix and match a lot of these guys. Oh, you want an IKF? Utility dude? Caleb Ferguson comes along with them.
Yep.
Yeah, they have the opportunity to mix and match, and that's what I just don't trust Ben Cherington to do.
To get the return that is, equal to what you're giving out.
Right, because it can't be prospects that aren't going to be here until midway through even next year. No, you need guys who will be not even written in pencil into the lineup when they play their first game next year.
Well, if I was
it needs
looking
to be
at
pen.
If I was looking at like
Sharpie.
this, and like I was on the fence of keeping Cherington around or moving into a different direction, I definitely wouldn't want him to trade somebody at the deadline to get prospects, because I don't know if he's going to be here for whenever the prospects become major league players. And if I don't feel like he's going to be here, why do I trust his evaluation for future prospects and future players of my organization? I need guys that can get into the lineup right now.
Right.
If I'm not 100% on Cherington, if I'm 90% that I think he's going to be around or not, I need guys that come in here right now. I can't trust him to bring in future prospects for possibly him not even being here for those future prospects. So why would I trust him of evaluating guys that could probably come in here and help the team, in the future?
I'm with you, and they need hitting.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a secret. We know it. He said it in both media availabilities yesterday. We need to score more runs if we're going to win baseball games. He has, and his organization has, zero track record of acquiring players that they then develop who become good major league players. Mackey's had the stat. It's a real good one, that in all 6 years, the hitters acquired have combined for a .5 wins above replacement total in Major League Baseball. He has zero track record of identifying available prospects and then getting those prospects to grow and become Major League players and help the club. And he might not even be here, like you're saying, to see it through, and probably shouldn't be here to see it through. That's why guys like Owen Casey, even if it's not this specific player, if I'm just generalizing here, I need guys like that.
Yeah.
Who have been developed, who are knocking on the door.
Yeah.
Exactly. That you can't screw up at this point. Like a double-A guy who needs to spend another year down there.
No way.
What can happen in that year? Well, a lot of bad.
Yeah.
But give me somebody that, independent from the situation they're in the current organization, would be a major league player. And Owen Casey fits that bill. So if you're going to get Mitch Keller to the Cubs, you best be getting this guy back at the very least, Owen Casey. And again, if it's not the Cubs, that's the kind of profile that I'm looking for, is a top 100 prospect as a starting piece that can come in and play right away. And the only reason he's not playing right away is because the big league club is too good.
Yeah, they don't need him.
Texter writes in, Casey's K rate at AAA is at 30%. That's scary. It is scary. I don't think you're going to get a perfect prospect for Mitch Keller. I certainly don't think Ben Cherington's going to get a perfect prospect for Mitch Keller. But I think most people would agree with this in a vacuum. Mitch Keller for a highly touted outfield prospect with power, that sounds pretty good to me. So long as the prospect's a AAA guy and not a single or double-A guy.
I still stand by this. If I'm trading in division, and especially with the Cubs, I need one of your guys. Like, if you are that desperate and you feel like you're that close and you feel like a starting pitcher that can go 5, like you said, can put you over the hump and get you really in the thick of things, I know you're desperate. So if you're desperate, then you're going to have to give up something even more significant.
Yeah, you're not going to get him. There's an in-division tax.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
For sure.
You want this guy, and the word is desperate, you better be going above and beyond. Honestly,
seriously,
Ian Happ would be the perfect guy. He's got some power. He's not a great major league player. He's an upgrade over what they have. If you got a player of his ilk,
right?
Again, let's right size it for everyone. If you get a player of his ilk and a prospect of the ilk of an Owen Casey for Mitch Keller, I think that's a starting point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm Ben Cherington right now, and again, I would be for $80K, I want a big leaguer, and I want a prospect knocking on the door. That is an outfielder that has power.
Or I simply just won't trade Mitch Keller.
I will not move him. You're right.
I don't need to.
We've talked to Zane Grilly about this, and we've had this conversation many times. It shouldn't be, what's the best I can get for Mitch Keller? It's, here's what I want, and if you don't meet this demand, I don't move him.
Right.
Now, again, if I were the GM, I'd be looking at Keller's value right now. I'd be looking at how few sellers there are. It's a seller's market. He's pitching really well. He's had these late season collapses these last couple of years. I would be trying to trade him. But again, give me a big league bat and give me a highly touted prospect with power that's knocking on the door. And if I don't get that, I'm not moving him.
Absolutely.
412-928-9370. The Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. There's one fewer suitor for Key Brian Hayes. We'll get to that coming up next. Also, the Pirates have a big decision to make tonight regarding Mitch Keller. A lot of football talk from 7 o'clock until 10. All deadline right now, though. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kenny Pickett, quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, suffered a hamstring injury. He was doing well in training camp for the Browns, but now will be out for right now an undetermined amount of time. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in the North Hills delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow. Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Pittsburgh's #1 volume Toyota dealer, JimShorkeyToyota.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy, too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But D.C. politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
If you're looking for something refreshing to drink, you don't always need to reach for a beer. Sometimes you need a little twist. Twisted Tea, hard iced tea. Tastes like iced tea because it's brewed with real tea. Ask for Twisted Tea wherever you buy beer.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Who's on the move? Another major league trade presented by Globe Airport Parking.
That's right. Friday afternoon, third baseman Ryan McMahon traded from the Rockies to the Yankees. The Bronx, rumored destination for one Key Brian Hayes. So you can probably scratch them off the list of suitors there. Will the Pirates scratch Mitch Keller tonight? He is scheduled to start. We know that they've been shopping Keller. We know, according to Bob Nightingale, that there are specific players that have been discussed in a deal between the Bucks and the Cubs for Keller. They still might not trade him, like we were talking about. You need a big league bat, and you need a guy knocking on the door. If you don't get that, you don't move him. Even if you're not going to move him, you should still scratch him tonight. Like, there is no reason that Mitch Keller should pitch in tonight's game. There is nothing he can do to up his value. His body of work is substantial enough that one start, even if he goes out there and throws a no-hitter, it ain't going to change how coveted he is. And the opposite is he'd go out there and get hurt. He could tweak a hammy, knock on wood. You don't want the guy to get injured. Mm-hmm. I don't want to even breathe that into existence, but there's a lot of bad things that could happen without a possible reward. And so I'd actually be shocked if he pitches tonight.
Well, I mean, wouldn't it be the case if he does pitch tonight that they're like, we're going to keep him, like we're not trading him?
There's that.
Right. So, like, I mean, I think we're going to get told the whole entire story, in my opinion, that if he does pitch tonight, that it's like, yeah, we're not going to get what we want. Not even close.
I think if they don't pitch him tonight, it doesn't mean it's 100% true that they're going to trade him. But I do think you're right. If he pitches tonight, they're probably leaning on the side of keeping him.
Yeah.
Because I can't think of any reason that you would pitch him tonight other than that. And if you want to wait until but I still wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because even if at game time tonight, Ben Cherington thinks it's 95% chance he stays a Pittsburgh Pirate, man, you never know what's going to be offered to you at the deadline.
Yeah, in the next 2 days.
Right.
That's a good
offers
point.
start getting up. Like, I wouldn't pitch this guy. In no world should they pitch Mitch Keller tonight. And on one hand, it makes me sad that we might have seen Mitch Keller for the last time. And I said this on the final word last night. It was my final word, Doran. I respect the hell out of Mitch Keller.
Yeah.
He looked like a deer in the headlights. When he was first up here, he was terrible. The body language as bad as I've ever seen. Not that he's like throwing fits or anything like that, but he looked totally lost.
Yeah.
And he became the highest paid pitcher in Pirates history. We saw the Royals. They just paid Seth Lugo 2 years, $46 million. That's a small market team.
Yep.
Paying a pitcher who's good $23 million a season. Other small market teams keep their guys. Like we have not around the deadline discussed this enough. And we have in off seasons and a lot of the time when we're talking about the failures of the Pirates. A team that really wants to win in 2026 doesn't trade Keller.
No.
They keep Keller, and they go buy bats this offseason.
They spend money, right.
The Pirates don't do that.
No.
So it's a money in, money out kind of thing. But I just wanted to give a little cap tip to Mitch Keller if he's made his last Pirates start. Like, to turn the career around from the point of being maybe the worst starter in Major League Baseball to the highest paid pitcher in Pirates history, man, that takes a lot of hard work.
Well, and you're absolutely right. And I also give him a lot of credit, too, for turning it around, getting paid, being the ace, and then immediately almost being an afterthought in the pitching, the starting rotation. And then you're thinking Mitch Keller is going to be the second guy behind Paul Skeens. But no, last year he ended up being the third guy behind Jared Jones and handling that very well. Like handling that,
Yes.
that he was the ace, got paid like an ace in Pittsburgh. And then getting immediately almost shifted down to the third spot. And then handling it like you didn't even know, didn't even miss a beat. He was just like, yeah, I'm just going to go pitch. Like he could have been like, the body language stuff and be like, I was the guy for a minute. I'm not the guy anymore. I'm open, whatever. But he handled it great.
He went out and threw another quality start his last time out whenever he knows that he's a part of all this trade speculation, which, I mean, that can't be easy. I talked to Neil Walker about it on Tuesday. Like, how do you focus? It's got to be really hard.
Yep. You just got to go play, I guess. You just walk in. It's like, listen, I got to go pitch.
It might be the most quiet that it is when you're actually out there on the mound. You're out there balling. Like, I know I can do this, and right now I'm focused on getting some Arizona Diamondbacks out.
Well, it also depends on if we want to get, like, psychological with it. Like, it depends on, if you really deep down like to be here. And you know that if you're going to get traded, you're not going to the White Sox. You're going to some probably team that's significant.
I bet you it's bittersweet, right?
It's bittersweet, yeah.
You signed the deal here thinking you're going to be here. Excuse me, I'm getting emotional. And wanting to be here. But at the same time, you're 20 games under 500. His record is awful, even though he's pitched really well. So on one hand, yeah, you want to be with your guys. On the other hand, hey, let's go see what pennant race baseball is all about.
Right. How do you think Quinn Priester's feeling now, compared to where he felt, last year? He's probably feeling damn good.
Oh, every time he's out there, Milwaukee, they got great baseball fans. That ballpark is filled. He struck out 10 Dodgers, I think, his last time out. Like, you're in the thick of it, man.
Yep.
And I'm sure it's bittersweet for David Bednar, too, but he actually was getting emotional. That, to me, I don't know that Keller knows he's definitely on the move. Bednar, just listening to him, reading the tea leaves, makes me think he might be on his last legs here in Pittsburgh.
A little bit different, obviously being from here.
Right.
Grew up probably watching the Pirates every single game, going to games. Now his parents,
Drinking icy light.
His parents can't just drive 25 minutes to go see him play. They're probably going to have to fly.
At the same time, like, again, if I were the GM, I'd be moving him. Because the one thing that they've shown over the years, if you go all the way back to Neil Huntington's tenure and even what Ben Cherington has done, like, It's not the hardest thing to put together a bullpen. And I don't know that I'd trade both Santana and Bednar. Depends on the return and if I could package those guys and get something huge. But ideally, I'd only trade one. All right, 412-928-9370. Coming up next, the Cobra inducted into Cooperstown. His son went up there and read a poem that was written by Dave Parker. Woo! We'll let you hear that coming back. We'll react to it. Then full-on Steelers unless the Buccos make a trade from 7 o'clock until 10. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates took 2 of 3 from the Arizona Diamondbacks over the weekend. They took 5 games of 9 throughout that homestand, and now they're going to go on the road. Tonight they're going to play the San Francisco Giants. Game time to start at 9:45. Pirates have a bunch of West Coast opponents coming up, the Giants and the Colorado Rockies. Those are the first 2. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Castle Shannon, down power lines causing some lane restrictions for you. This is on Castle Shannon Boulevard in the 900 block near the intersection with Myrtle Avenue. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, it gets in line near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound fairly steady, but fogging up for you, so keep those low beams on for safety's sake. Parkway East inbound jammed at Wilkinsburg. Outbound between the Greenfield Bridge overpass and the Squirrel Hill Homestead interchange where you enter the lane restrictions. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for 2 with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash. Plus, just for entering, get $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
Eat up, buddy. It's almost time for school.
You take charge of your home. You take charge of your work. Don't forget to take charge of your gut health too with Nature Made probiotics. Nature Made has clinically studied probiotics that work with your digestive tract's natural bacteria, so you won't miss a beat in your daily routine. Find us in the vitamin aisle. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue, Hop Shop, Beatty Road, and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and my friends at Universal Windows Direct want to make it easier than ever this summer to keep your home cool and comfortable. Right now, you can choose your offer. That's right, pick the one that works best for you. Payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Universal Windows Direct's Super Spacer technology helps block drafts and saves you money on heating and cooling. Schedule your free in-home estimate today, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
Want to save big for back to school? Check out Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods and score up to 70% off thousands of styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Score big with A+ deals on shoes, tees, shorts, pants, and backpacks. Your year, your style, your price.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today and visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. The Cobra inducted into Cooperstown, Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame yesterday. Now, of course, Dave Parker passed away, unfortunately, about a month ago, and so he wasn't able to give his induction speech, but he did write a poem that was read by his son. This is super powerful. This was clearly written by Dave Parker. We want to give you guys an opportunity to listen to this if you haven't heard it, and if you have heard it, well, you want to hear it again.
Pops wanted me to leave everyone with this poem that he wrote, that he gave me a long time ago. And he said if he ever made it here to read it. So that's what I'm about to do. Here I am, 39, about damn time. I know I had to wait a little, but that's what you do with fine age wine. I'm a pirate for life. Wouldn't have it no other way. That was my family. Even though I didn't go on parade day, I love y'all. The Bucks own my heart. Because those 2 championships I got, y'all played in the first part. I'm in the hall now. You can't take that away. That statue better look good. You know I got a pretty face. Top tier athlete, fashion icon, sex symbol. No reason to list the rest of my credentials. I'm him, period, the Cobra. Known for my rocket arm, and I will run any catcher over. To my friends, families, I love y'all. Thanks for staying by my side. I told y'all Cooperstown would be my last ride. So the Star of Day will be in the sky tonight. Watch it glow. But I didn't lie. On my documentary, I told you I wouldn't show. Thank you.
Super cool, man.
Wow. Unbelievable.
That's powerful stuff.
Yes, it is.
And I will take this opportunity, as I have frequently said, they screwed this up royally. I'm so happy he knew he was getting in.
Mm-hmm.
But to wait that long, and then he doesn't get to be there, that's disgusting to me.
Yeah, it is. It is. I mean,
it's great that they now have a mechanism to allow players who have been overlooked for a while to get in. And so it's awesome that he's in. He should have been in a long time ago, and he should have got to be there. And that drives me nuts.
Mm-hmm.
And we wait too long with stuff like this. The Steelers and Franco. He passes away 3 days before they retire his jersey. They famously wait. Like, are we going to wait until Bradshaw passes away to do number 12?
I don't get it.
Let these guys celebrate in their achievements, in their moments, in their accomplishments while they still can.
Like, what are you waiting for, though, Crowley? Like, what are they waiting for? Because, you know, the accomplishments and the things that they did to, you know, put them in that tier of being, you know, Jersey retired or Hall of Fame, like, none of that is going to change. None of that has changed, you know, for Dave Parker since the 70s. Like, it's
Right.
not, he's been done playing. Like, why not just do it almost immediately?
Right. You could
What is
have
going to change it?
You could have retired Bradshaw's number 12 jersey
in like
the day he
1990 or
goes
whatever.
into the Hall of Fame. Exactly.
Right.
You could have done that. Could have done it with Franco. The day he goes into the Hall, you retire his jersey. And you want to make a big show of it, I get that. Do it at the time then. Do it at the time. Let them revel in their achievements. And it drives me nuts when guys don't get the opportunity to do that. Now, that was a beautiful moment, and maybe because of the Parkinson's, maybe Dave's son does that no matter what and reads the poem. But you don't think his dad would have liked to be there and see that? I don't want to make this a negative segment about something awesome that happened, because it's awesome. Dave has belonged in for a very long time, but he should have been there to see it, too. It drives me crazy that he wasn't. I'm going to say things that are going to get me in trouble now, so I'm going to stop. Just going to stop.
Uh-oh.
What a player.
Oh, yeah.
And how about Ichiro taking a shot at the one Hall of Fame voter that left him off?
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I mean, he was one of the best players during his era. Everybody knows it. How could there be one person that think that he doesn't belong in the Hall? It's ridiculous.
He starts his career late because he's in Japan, and he still winds up with over 3,000 hits. He has 262 hits in his season, and one writer's like, well, we never go unanimous, so I'm not going to do it. Screw off.
Oh.
That guy should publicly have to state.
Yeah.
And then never be allowed to vote again.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, Kyle Brandt, NFL Network. He was at Steelers camp asking all the tough questions. He asked Mike Tomlin what the non-losing season streak means to him. We'll give you Tomlin's answer. We'll react to that coming up next. First, though, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's the Fan Morning Show.
Good morning. I have us hitting 90 degrees for today's high. This will make the 11th of the year with morning temperatures near 70 degrees. It's foggy out there with fog sticking around through at least 8 o'clock this morning in some spots. Sunny after that with noon temperatures in the mid-80s. Winds will be light coming in out of the southwest. Expect another 90-degree day on Tuesday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smile in the KDK Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. After a hot day in the sun watching the black and gold practice, Sharky's in Latrobe is the place to cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. Join Donnie Football on July 30th as he broadcasts live from Sharky's 6 to 10. Donaldson's Crossroads, a Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive. Drop off your backpacks through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. with games, prizes, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 1 to 2 p.m. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from Get-Go, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Sub or the Road Hog Rib Sandwich. Barbecue season is here at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get 50% off Windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic troubles this early into the rush hour. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com now. Do have reports of an accident in the Oakland section of the city, 4800 block of Fruth Street near Chenley Drive. Also, some down power lines that are live in Castle Shannon, 900 block of Castle Shannon Boulevard near Myrtle Avenue. Parkway West, you are stacked near Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. And the outbound side, that is jammed right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass up into the lane restrictions, while Route 28, that is stacking between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everybody. Want to get involved with the show, you can. 412-928-9370. You can call us on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can text us on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can also tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Kyle Brandt was at Steelers camp. He was asking all the tough questions of Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. There's a lot to comb over there, and we will in one moment, as Kyle Brandt asked Mike Tomlin what the non-losing season streak means to the Steelers head coach. But real quick, we're doing that grok thing where you go on Twitter and you ask Twitter's AI arm, hey, who's the most famous person to view my profile? Now, Harry did it. The most famous person to view his profile? Doran Dickerson. I just did it. The most famous person to view my profile? Doran Dickerson. Who's the most famous person to view your profile?
Pat McAfee.
Mac!
Patty Mac.
I'm not going to say I'm disappointed because I love you.
Mm-hmm. But you're disappointed.
I mean, I was hoping it would be the Dalai Lama or something.
Right.
Or like Seth Meyers is a big Pittsburgh sports fan.
Yeah.
He maybe dabble. Maybe
Rich Rodriguez, maybe.
Would have been nice.
That would have been nice for you. Pat White.
That'd have been cool.
Yep.
I would have loved if it was McAfee.
McAfee. But it was me.
I see you every day. You don't even need to view my profile. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
You also said this weekend that if you had to dorm up with one producer or host at Steelers training camp, you had to be a roommate.
Yes.
With one host or producer for all of camp, that you would want a room with Donnie Football.
Correct.
What the frig, man?
What? What's wrong with that?
I thought we would hang out.
Well, Donnie likes to watch horror movies, and you don't. And I like to watch horror movies, and you don't. So would you be willing to watch Friday the 13th every single night that we're in the dorm? I know Donnie would.
Can we cuddle?
No.
Then no.
No.
If you would protect me, that'd be fine.
From the movie?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. See, exactly.
If I ain't rooming with you, I don't know who I'd room with.
Yeah.
Probably intern Dom.
What about Callis?
No.
No way?
Definitely not.
Yeah, you guys.
We would kill each other.
Yes, you would.
We would
Within the
absolutely
first day.
kill each other.
First day.
He'd be like, hey, Crowley, it's 1 a.m. You want to play Chess?
Scrabble?
You want to play Scrabble? Come out to my van. We don't have to do it here. I think I'd go with intern Dom.
Why?
Because he makes me laugh with his absurdity, and also he doesn't take up very much space. He's like this big. I could put him in a drawer or something.
What about Bechtold?
It would kill him, too. It'd be 3 a.m. Oh, Crowley, I didn't tell you about wiffle ball. No, I can't. I can't.
What about Mueller?
Muller'd be fine. He probably wakes up every morning, looks in the mirror, and says, "You suck."
Yeah.
Try to suck less today, Chris. Hates himself. I've never met a more talented person that hates themselves the way that Chris Mueller does.
Yeah.
So I'd be fine with rooming with him, but I bet you he wakes up every day and looks in the mirror and is I wish you weren't looking back at me.
My mood would be bad every day just because of his mood. Yeah.
Callis, who would you want to dorm up with, bunk up with, training camp?
I like a lot of the producers here.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to pick hosts, I'd pick Mueller.
Oh, he'd want to be with Mueller.
Yeah, I like Chris. He's nice.
You were the second choice.
Not Pony?
No.
You think anybody picks Pony?
Yeah, I think Donnie would consider.
See,
I think intern Don would consider.
He'd be up at like 2 a.m. watching like the 1968 World Series or something like that. It's like, can you turn it down?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, the Miracle Mets. I don't need it.
Don't need it.
Nobody needs that.
We're good.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mike Tomlin with Kyle Brandt of NFL Network. Kyle asks the tough questions. I mean, he asked Aaron Rodgers about what Terry Bradshaw said about him, which we'll get to later on in the show. Mark Caboli, by the way, with us from 9 o'clock until 10. But here's Tomlin on his non-losing season streak.
It doesn't mean a lot as I sit here
figured.
today.
Why not?
You know, because, again, for me, there's so much to be concerned about relative to now. Let's be honest, okay? Like, most of these guys that I coach, it doesn't resonate with.
Mm-hmm.
You know, 19, 18 years ago, a lot of these guys were in car seats. And so they respect it, but it's not something that's of value for them. And so why would I, put my business on this collective? I'm just focused on this collective and what we can do together. I think I owe them that. And really, at the end of the day, I doubt that anybody cares. It's just a nice, cool thing for you guys to talk about or use as an intro when you're talking about me, or hope for my demise. You know what I mean? Either way, it's sport entertainment. It's not big on my radar.
That's a good answer from Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
He always has the good answer ready, especially with the national media.
Mm-hmm.
Super friendly with the national media. And I also love what Kyle Brandt did there at the beginning, where, I figured.
Yeah,
I figured. I knew.
It doesn't mean a lot as I sit here today.
Shut up, Kyle. And I love Kyle. I have a man crush on Kyle. I wish I looked like Kyle, but you guys shut up, Kyle. Tomlin says it doesn't mean that much to him. And so a two-parter here at 412-928-9370. Do we buy that it's not a big deal for Tomlin? And what do we make of it? Because I think locally we do throw it out there almost as a pejorative. Well, he's never had a losing season. Oh, Tomlin screwed up another playoff game. Oh, Tomlin screwed it up with another quarterback. He's never had a losing season. He's the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think there's probably a happy medium where we should reside. Like, it doesn't mean nothing.
Right.
If he had won another Super Bowl, like in the Killer Bees era, I think we would all look at it as Steelers fans as a point of pride. We don't lose around here. And we got the rings to boot. But because they underachieved in the Killer Bees era, that they get waxed every time they make the playoffs, we're all sick of hearing about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's still impressive. It's still incredibly hard to do. The NFL is designed to not allow teams to be able to have this many consecutive seasons without a losing season.
I think it means something to Mike Tomlin. I don't think it means that much to head coach Mike Tomlin, if that makes sense. I think personally, Mike Tomlin's like, yeah, I've had success every season that I've been a head coach or been running this team. But I think head coach Mike Tomlin, whenever he's getting in front of a team every single year, I don't think he thinks about that at all. I think he's such a live in the moment and, tomorrow's, tomorrow. I'm not thinking about last week. I'm not thinking about yesterday. Tomorrow's tomorrow. I'm going to think about tomorrow. I'm going to think about the next day. He's such a live-in-the-moment type guy that I don't think year to year that he's, like, thinking that. But, like, whenever he's probably kicked back on his couch and it's the off season and he's, sipping on a couple pops, he's probably like, yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of success. And I think to his peers and to former players and in some current players, that does mean a lot because, we know how hard it is to win in the NFL. And I'm not saying media doesn't, they do too, but I mean, as a respect thing from a former player or a current coach or former coach, they know how hard it is to be able to be in one spot for that long and to have that consistency and to be above the means every single year. That's almost unheard of. That's almost, I mean, Bill Belichick is coaching college football right now. And Andy Reid got fired. You know, these are the top coaches, in the last, since Tomlin's was been in the league. Harbaugh, he's obviously still in the same spot, so he's kind of close to Tomlin. But I think everybody that's like a former or even a current coach or player understands and respects that. If you really think about it, yeah, like that's very hard to do.
It is. I'm not going to dispute that. That's why I think perhaps I need to be in the happy medium on this one.
But that shouldn't be the standard here for fans in Pittsburgh.
And that's why I'm never going to embrace it the way that when he retires, that's going to be one of the top things in his coaching obituary.
Right.
Never had a losing season. Like, that's going to be one of the most celebrated elements of Mike Tomlin's career when his career is done. We're in the middle of it, and I am right now acknowledging it is impressive because it's a difficult thing to do. But I ain't throwing no parade.
No.
I ain't throwing no parade, and I wonder where fans come down on this. Because Tomlin, while he's had this streak, he doesn't get asked about it very often. And Kyle Brandt comes up on in here, and he asks him about it. So it's a good time to discuss it. What does the non-losing season streak mean to you at 412-928-9370? Shoot, man, they were 2-6 in Kenny's rookie season, 3-7 that year, and they finished with a winning record. You've been part of teams. You've talked to us about it before, where you're that far below 500 and the coach gets out in front of you and says, hey, we're still in this thing. And you go,
get the
hell we are.
Get the hell out of here.
There had to be some level of belief in Mike Tomlin that you're 3-7 and you wind up finishing 9-8. Like, I think it is fair to give Tomlin his flowers for being able to keep a team engaged that long. I do. It's not the be-all, end-all, but, like, that's almost impossible. Human nature is we're 3-7. Like, I'm out for me now. Like, we're going to win? We could make the playoffs? F off, dude. No way.
I think that where fans will come down on this, we asked the question just now and where they are at now, but I think the real story about Mike Tomlin in this discussion of no losing seasons, I think that we will understand where people come down on it whenever he is retired and then there's this next coach that comes in and he doesn't have immediate success or doesn't have the amount of success that Mike Tomlin has. We'll look back and be like, oh, well, that was pretty impressive. I think the next coach that comes in here when Mike Tomlin is gone, that's whenever I think people will be able to give their true, feelings about what this actually means, because the next coach probably is not going to do that.
Well, and I think, again, it would be a much bigger deal locally if he had finished the job maybe in 2010 and beat Rodgers and the Packers in the Super Bowl, or made good on a season like 2017, they win the Super Bowl. What the non-losing season thing should be for a great coach in this organization is the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's become the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, we know what we're going to get out of the Steelers. And every year in Vegas, that's 8.5. Yeah, okay. They're going over. We know that every year. Unfortunately, it ain't the floor, it's the ceiling. Shoot, man. You go back 2013, they start 0-4. They're 5-8. They finish 8-8. It's another season. Could have totally lost the team. Didn't. There's something to be said about that. But it's ultimately going to be one of the top things in his career obit. And if he doesn't win another championship, to me, it shouldn't be the top. It should be mentioned in the body there. But it's almost like, oh, you were a bridesmaid all the time, never the bride save once, and you went 20 years after that and you never won another championship? I think it's a complex conversation. A little bit of nuance here. Please weigh in at 412-928-9370.
You don't think the Super Bowl will be the top point of discussion?
I think that'll be number one. He was a Super Bowl winning head coach, and he's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I think everybody needs to understand that Mike Tomlin going to be a Hall of Fame coach. I think number one will be Super Bowl champion head coach, then bang, never had a losing season. And again, I think there's value to it. I think it is impressive. But when it's the ceiling and not the floor, that's where I got a little bit of a problem with it. Like, yay! Well, wonderful, but that's what they've become now.
Yes.
Every year's the same thing. I had a buddy who lives out in Denver. He texted me. He goes, "What's the vibe with the Steelers?" I said, "I think the vibe's good. I think people are excited. It's a totally different team. Turned over half the roster. They spent a lot of money on the DK Metcalfs, Jalen Ramsey's. You got Aaron Rodgers. I think people are cautiously optimistic." But my other buddy responds in the group chat and goes, "We just don't know who they're going to lose to in the wild card round. Like, we know they're going to win double-digit games. We know they're going to make the playoffs. What we don't know is who they're going to lose to."
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of Steelers fans feel that way, too. Let's open it up to the phones at 412-928-9370. Anthony in Oakland, Melvin in the car, among others. We'll get to Yins coming up next. What does the non-losing season streak mean to you? And do you buy that Mike Tomlin doesn't care about it all that much? 412-928-9370. Your calls when we come back, but first it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Cleveland Browns are without Kenny Pickett. He's got a hamstring injury. He will be reevaluated later in the week. A shame, though, because reports also say he was doing well in training camp before getting hurt. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's my good friend, Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Are you ready to make a move? Then you need to call my friend Gina Giampetro. Connor and Leah recently reached out to Gina to sell their current home in Avalon because they were in the process of building a new home. They wanted to work with a real estate agent that had a great reputation and network who could not only sell their home quickly, but also get them a great price as well. In their 5-star review, Connor and Leah said that Gina and her team did just that. Gina will sit down with you. You grant a price. You grant a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, you have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro, RE/MAX Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Congrats to Ichiro, CeCe Sabathia, Dave Parker, Richie Allen, and Billy Wagner, this year's MLB Hall of Fame inductees. Let's note that 3 of these 5 honorees are African-American. Hopefully the high school multi-sport star out there recognized this as well. Baseball, much easier on your body than football or basketball for the rest of your life. MLB could use you. I'm Jody Mack.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA Injury Attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff,
and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMel Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Experts at UPMC are revolutionizing robotic heart surgery every day.
Robotics is the most advanced version of heart surgery. We can do very complex procedures inside the chest without opening it.
UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute is pioneering minimally invasive cardiac surgery techniques, including robotic surgeries.
It's an obligation to innovate for patients to be treated better.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Heavy fog affecting your commute, especially along the river areas and coming in from points north like I-79 through Butler County. Meanwhile, we do have an accident in the Oakland section of the city. Crews on scene, the 4800 block of Frew Street. That is near Shenley Drive. Parkway West, you are in line right around Parkway Center, while the Parkway East, that is stacking inbound right around Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. We do have additional slowdowns as you head past the interchange for 2nd Avenue. Outbound delays right around the Greenfield Bridge overpass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Texter at 412-928-9370. Question, does intern Dom look like he sounds? Yes, he looks like Stuart Little. Unfair?
No, he looks exactly like he sounds. Exactly.
Mike Tomlin asked by Kyle Brandt of NFL Network, what does the non-losing season streak means to you? And Mike Tomlin basically said nothing. So we've asked what it means to you, Steelers fans, and do we buy that Tomlin doesn't care about it? Texter writes in, Tomlin's record kind of still makes Steelers fans feel some kind of pride. We just want more. I guess that's where I am on it a little bit.
Yep.
Like, I will acknowledge the fact that it is difficult. I will acknowledge that it's fun as a fan in the moment being in the playoff race every year. Now, we can argue about whether or not having losing seasons helps the draft, that upcoming draft and being in a better position. Like, I get it. But in the moment, I like that my team is in contention every year. I just wish that it was the floor and not the ceiling. And so often lately, it's just, hey, we're going to have a non-losing season. We're going to make the playoffs. We're going to get our ass kicked. And I don't think any Steelers fan should be happy about that.
Well, it's all about perspective, right? Like, you can look at this so many different ways. I mean, you can look at it from the lens of being a Cleveland Browns fan, living in Cleveland your whole life. And you can look at it through that. It's like, look how many coaches they've had. Look how many quarterbacks they've had. And then you have Mike Tomlin. It's like, oh, it's really pretty good.
We are about, you're right. You're right. And so I do like that. When I was in college, there's a lot of people from New Jersey, Philadelphia, the East Coast that went to WVU, and they're all wearing their jerseys on Sundays, and we go down to the bar, the sports page, and there's Jets fans, and they talk junk. I'm like, yo, we got 6 rings.
Yeah.
Like, kiss my butt.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like you're talking junk with Browns fans. Well, we haven't had a losing season since 2003.
That's what we're, yeah.
That's what we got now.
Right.
And so while it's nice to be able to use that as ammunition, and again, acknowledging it is difficult to accomplish, it ain't the kind of trash talk I used to be dropping.
Mm-hmm.
412-928-9370. I mean, you and I grew up, we're roughly the same age, and the Steelers were contending for Super Bowls. 1995, and there's some down years for Cowher. They're contending for Super Bowls, playing in AFC championship games. 2001, you're 13-3. 2002, you're an acting job by a kicker away from going to the AFC championship game. Brief respite in 03, 15-1 in 04. You win the Super Bowl in 05. Like, that's what we grew up on. And now it's, hey, non-losing season every year since 2003. Mix in some contention every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
Some real, legitimate Super Bowl contention. And I think if he had,
it would be, yeah.
I think we'd be thrilled about the streak. Not only does this guy, like the Penguins playoff streak. I cared big time about the Penguins playoff streak because every year they'd make it, but you felt like they were a true contender.
Yeah.
Even in seasons where they would flame out in the first round or they blow a series, you actually thought going in you had a chance. Now you don't. I'm sure Anthony in Oakland's got some nuance to bring to this conversation. He joins us right now. Hi, Anthony. First up today.
Well, I think it's generational. You know, people like myself who go back even past Bill Austin era, we understand that they were horrible for a very long time until the 70s. And even then, you know, the 80s were a dark period for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, it was ugly football, man. There were days I used to contemplate with my wife, instead of watching the game, let's go shopping. So, you know, in the late 90s of Cowher, it wasn't all roses either. But what I want to talk about more than that is what I saw from Aaron Rodgers in that interview with that Kyle Brandt.
Oh, we're going to get to it, but we'll take your thoughts on it. Sure.
I mean, I think he would surprise a lot of people in that interview. He was composed. He was reflective. You could tell he has a lot of admiration for Mike Tomlin on a human level because he's never felt pressure about making decisions. I think we're going to see an Aaron Rodgers that not a lot of people were expecting. And I don't think, I think he wants to win for his legacy, but there was something in the way he was talking about Tomlin and reflecting on him as a coach, and even the Bradshaw criticism didn't even faze him that much. He wants to meet. I think people will be surprised. This man wants to win, and I think he's going to do the job that we haven't seen around here in a very long time to get him to that position.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yep.
I agree 1,000,000%.
Same.
I don't think Aaron Rodgers respected Robert Saleh. I don't think he respected the organization. I think he thought with his resume he was going to walk up in there and I'm going to do everything I want to do because they should be kowtowing to me. I don't think he views the Steelers that way. I don't think he views Mike Tomlin that way.
Well, I think the Jet situation it's a little bit more, I'm not going to say deeper, but a little bit more detailed in the fact that I think that the Jets enabled him to do whatever he wanted. So he's like, okay.
They gave him an inch, he took the mile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they probably gave him a mile and he took 5. Like, I think they're like, hey, this is your team. You tell us what to do. This is how much respect we have for you. And Aaron Rodgers' situation is like, all right, like I'm going to do what I think is necessary and how I want to do things if I'm allowed to. And I am allowed to. I think he knew immediately, obviously, even before Knowing about the Steelers organization, knowing about Mike Tomlin, as soon as he stepped foot here in Pittsburgh, he knew that wasn't going to be the case, and I think that's how he wants to operate. Is like, I do not want to be the guy. I want to be a part of being the guys.
You know what he has to do here? Play quarterback. In New York?
Bang.
No. That was a jinx.
That was.
You owe me a Coke.
What do you owe me a Coke, then?
I do, because I'm out on sugar. Well, I said it first is how that happened.
How do you say it first if it was a jinx?
It was a jinx, but I called jinx first. You would have had to call it jinx first, and then...
No, you said that was a jinx. You didn't say jinx. So jinx.
All right, I'll get you again. Dang. I owe him a Coke.
Cal is like, what's going on back there?
I was so lethargic yesterday. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I've been sleeping in all weekend. I'm getting all kind of rest. We did nothing. I made ribs. I made my own homemade barbecue sauce. It was so bad.
It was bad.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I don't know why I came out like Trump there. But I was all relaxed. Last night I had to drive out and do final word. I'm so lethargic. And my wife's like, yeah, eat a carb, you moron.
That's right.
Mix in some healthy carbs.
Yeah, that's right.
How do you feel about Mike Tomlin's non-losing streak? 412-928-9370. And how do we think he actually feels about it? 412-928-9370. Ton of calls on this. We'll get to you coming up next. We've got an injury report from Steelers camp that is massive, really. Depending on how long player X is out, we'll tell you who. We'll tell you what when we come back. But first, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they took 5 of 9 games from the homestand they played between last week and this week. Now they're going to travel out west, and they're going to play the San Francisco Giants. That series starts tonight. It's a 3-game series. Game time tonight at 9:45. You can listen to coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 8:50 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Mike Kemlin Hyundai of Greensburg and brought to you by Legion Community Federal Credit Union and Tri-State Office Furniture. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field, it restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. At ramofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Ram at Ram of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at ramofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Ram store.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402. 800-515-4402.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus, offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards the master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Kyle Brandt was talking to Mike Tomlin, asked him about the non-losing seasons. Here's what Tomlin said.
It doesn't mean a lot.
Do you believe that? 412-928-9370. Doran said when he's in the heat of coaching, he's not thinking about it. Now in the offseason, he puts his feet up. He has a couple of pops. He's probably like, yeah, you know what? That's pretty impressive. Never had a losing season. I think it frames a lot of the offseason decision-making. Maybe not insofar as, oh, we got to extend my streak. But I do think every year, as evidenced by this offseason, what they've done, he and they want to put a team on the field that they think they can win with. Maybe not to feed the beast, maybe not to extend the streak, but just because as an organization, their philosophy is we want to compete every year. So I do think it frames it a little bit. I think he would rather have another ring.
Oh, yeah.
And then have maybe one or two more losing seasons in there.
No doubt.
Yeah. Like, Cowher was not allergic to losing seasons. One of them yielded Ben Roethlisberger, and then he wound up winning a championship. The Steelers extended Bill Cowher famously after a losing season. So it's not the be-all, end-all. If you're going to AFC championships and you're losing games where you're favored, like against the Chargers, but if you're going to AFC championships, if you're going to a Super Bowl in 95, if you are a championship contender when you are good, and you mix in a losing season every now and then, it ain't the end of the world.
No.
Hey, Bill Cowher's in the Hall of Fame.
I feel like that they feel they owe the fans that, to try to win and to be where they're at every year. Because I personally don't think that the fans could handle if they had a losing season right now. Just by the way that just the nature of people nowadays, that instant gratification, social media, like people would absolutely tear them apart. Now, if this was 15, 20 years ago, when Mike Tomlin started and a losing season, I think it'd be easier to swallow as a fan base, but I think that they know that they owe the fans to put the best product on the field every single year, try to at least, to stay competitive.
It's why I think what they're doing this year makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Let's try to win. Let's go get some dudes now.
Yep.
DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, dudes. Jonnu Smith, athlete. Let's go get guys. Give it our best shot. But they haven't sacrificed anything for next year. You still got 12 draft picks. You got a ton of cap space coming up next year.
And you're going to have a lot of those guys next year, too.
Exactly.
It's not like they're rentals.
Darius Slay, rental, and the rest, they're going to be here.
And Rodgers.
And Rodgers.
Maybe.
Who I think he's leaning retirement. I think let's get to this full form in the next hour. I think if he loses a divisional round, puts up great numbers in the regular season, wins a playoff game, I think if he wants to come back, you say, come on back. We'll still draft a quarterback in round 1, but you can bridge that gap. Why not? Yeah, we'll get into that at 412-928-9370. We got a couple of calls on this. We'll get to you in a second. But first, the injury report is brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Broderick Jones supposed to have the back of Aaron Rodgers, supposed to have Aaron Rodgers' blind side. So Isaac Seumalo, he's been out, hasn't practiced yet. He's on the non-football injury list. Broderick Jones yesterday pulled from practice, dealing with some sort of groinal injury, hip injury, somewhere in that range. He's going to be day-to-day. This is his year, man. I made a mountain perhaps out of a molehill just talking about the Seumalo injury and how that's going to affect Broderick Jones in a massively important training camp. Now Broderick Jones could be missing time. First day in pads tomorrow. They have an off day today. Ice that bad boy up, get him in the cold tub, figure something out. He can't miss time right now, Doran. It's a disaster.
Yeah, you can't at all. And especially, obviously, that clip, we weren't there. Don't know what went down, but that clip looked bad.
It looked no good.
It looked very, very bad. He needs every single rep possible. So, what'd you say? It was a groin injury?
Groin, hip, somewhere in that area.
Yeah, he needs to get back ASAP. Because honestly, too, well, you could look at it both ways. Like, they don't have great depth at offensive tackle or even offensive line. But I guess Spencer Anderson or one of the Andersons are going to take his place.
They got a Spencer. They got a Calvin. Calvin will be on the outside. Spencer will be on the inside.
Okay, so Calvin Anderson will take his spot at left tackle if he is out tomorrow. That could be good because then Calvin Anderson can get some reps. But you want Broderick Jones on.
Yeah, and that's great. That is a way to develop the depth. And he's been around in the league, so he might be fine if he has to come in, plug and play for a game or two during the regular season. Mike Tomlin values camp so much.
Yeah.
And he's still a project, Broderick Jones is.
Yep.
When he was drafted, he hadn't played a lot. He hasn't played a lot of left tackle. Now he's finally getting the chance to play left tackle. These are valuable reps.
Very.
Because we've said he needs to play, and the whole line really needs to play in the preseason to gel as quickly as possible. Well, now, and I'm just going to guess here. I don't know for sure. I'm going to guess first day of pads tomorrow, you're not going to have either of your two starters on the left side. So that's as far as big deals are concerned right now at this point of training camp, I do think that's a big deal.
Very.
Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. I think Isaac Seumalo is a really smart guy. I think that's his number one attribute. He's a quick guard, but he's really smart. And Broderick, without him to his immediate right, I think that was going to hurt him early in training camp for as long as Seumalo's out. Well, now Broderick's out. It's not a good start. All right, back to the Tomlin question at hand. Let's go to Rocky. Next up on the show. Hi, Rocky.
Good morning, Adam. Good morning, Doran.
Good morning.
Morning.
Look, I don't want to be one of them jagoffs that say that Tomlin won't retire his guys, but I mean, he came into a perfect situation, did he not? I mean, he had some Hall of Famers, some borderline Hall of Famers, some All-Pros. 94% of the time, it's a fact. I looked it up while I was on hold for a ridiculous amount of time getting on your show. 94% of the time, coaches come in to a bad situation. The other coach was fired. This wasn't the case. He was in a perfect situation. Colbert was still being a pretty good, efficient, effective GM. Look, it's a great thing that he hasn't had a losing season, but the last 5 years he hasn't done much.
No, you're right about that. As for the whole Cowers players
I mean, it'd be different if he didn't go back 2 years later.
Well, and it'd be different if Cowher didn't have a bad season at the end.
That too.
You know, Cowher goes off into retirement. That year was nothing to write home about. The next year, the Steelers start 9-3. They finish 10-6, so it wasn't a great finish, and they lose in the playoffs to Jacksonville. The next year, you then win the Super Bowl. So he had better seasons each of those next 2 years than Cowher did in his final season. And you're right, he goes back to the Super Bowl in 2010. He also has never had a losing season, and that's what we're talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
There are no Cowher guys left. There were no Cowher guys last year when you go 10-7, no Cowher guys when you went 10-7, no Cowher guys when you went 9-8. The list goes on. So, again, that's not the be-all, end-all. We shouldn't be throwing parades in the street because, oh, boy, the Steelers are in contention at the end of the year. But to say it was all with Cowher's players, I think, is nonsense. Nonsense, I tell you. Let's go to Tractor now because we wouldn't want to leave somebody on hold too long. Hi, Tractor. Can you turn your radio down, please?
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Man, great discussion and topic. Yeah, I think a lot of those, like you said earlier, I was going to touch on, sometimes it's necessary to not make the playoffs and have a losing record so you can get people like Ben Roethlisberger. I think, sometimes you can't get those top guys when you unfortunately pick late. But I wanted to throw this question back at you and Dorn. Whose resume would you take? Because, like you said, Kyler been to 6 AFC Championship games, 1-2, won Super Bowl, and Tomlin's been to 3 AFC Championship games, went to 2 Super Bowls, won 1. So which guy would you rather have? And thanks for the time.
Thanks, Tractor.
I'd probably take Cowher because he did it with different quarterbacks.
Me too.
And he did it with lesser quarterbacks, and he obviously did it with a future Hall of Fame quarterback. With Neil O'Donnell. I mean, Tommy Maddox, Cordell Stewart. Even throwing Mike Tomczak in there for some of those games. I mean, there's so many different quarterbacks that Cowher won with. Not won championships with, but won significant games with that. Tomlin only had Ben.
Right. Now, Cowher didn't win till he got Ben. I mean, win, but you go to the Super Bowl
with Neil
O'Donnell.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're in the AFC Championship game in 1994, 1997, 2001 without a real franchise quarterback. Yeah, Mike Tomlin will be in the Hall of Fame one day. But, yeah, I'll take Cowher.
Yeah.
I'll take Cowher for sure. 412-928-9370. People want to talk about Mike Tomlin's comments to Kyle Brandt. We'll do a little bit more of that coming up next. And then at the top of the hour, Kyle Brandt with Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers asked about Terry Bradshaw's comments. Great answer. We'll break it down. We'll ask some Rodgers questions, but first it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates, they won 2 of 3 over the Arizona Diamondbacks over the weekend. Now they're going to go to the West Coast after that homestand, and they're going to play the San Francisco Giants. The 3-game series begins tonight. Game time at 9:45. Coverage on the Fan begins at 8:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the right lane of inbound Route 28. This is near the ramps for the Highland Park Bridge, and that's causing slowdowns back around Fox Chapel Road. Once you do get by it, you're going to be in line again from Millvale down toward the East Ohio Street off-ramp, and seeing some heavy traffic off of the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway West, you are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East inbound delays are solid at Wilkinsburg, outbound near the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and starting to see slowdowns on the inbound Parkway North back around Camp Horn Road. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princegate Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louis Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princegate Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See the for details on all of those.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned. Get 1 free plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Injured? This is attorney Ed Shenderovich of Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%, and we guarantee we'll win your case or you pay nothing. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Best thing on the radio!
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Mark Cabali going to be joining us in just over an hour. I did the final word last night with a couple of people who have been at Steelers camp every single day. 3 people, in fact, Shelby, Mike DeFabo, and Alan Saunders. And a guy they all agreed looks really good, Dorn, is Derek Harmon. And I feel like he's almost forgotten in this whole thing. You go and get Jalen Ramsey, superstar. You go and get DK Metcalf, physical freak. Darius Slay, Super Bowl champion. Aaron Rodgers, Hall of Famer. You get all these guys, and then you almost forget they gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game last year, didn't spend really all that much money at all on the defensive line. So a lot of it's going to come down to him, and there's no pads, but it's the get-off, it's the athleticism, and everything I've been reading, everything you see when the clips come out, he's getting into the backfield a lot.
Yeah, and he's a guy that whenever pads do come on, his game does go to a different level too. Usually D linemen are like that. Usually defensive players are like that, clearly. But watching his clips whenever they did draft him, I mean, his footwork was of a tight end. He's a very athletic guy. I think he's going to be noticeable real quick. And you do wonder earlier whenever in OTAs when they just announced that he was going to start, because the Steelers don't do that. They don't do that with rookies. They're not like, this guy's a starter day one. They obviously saw something early on in OTAs where it's like, whoa.
Zach Frazier wasn't a starter last year.
Nope. Broderick.
If Herbert doesn't get hurt, yeah.
They don't do that.
No.
Joey Porter Jr.
No, it took him like 8 games to get into the rotation. You're right about that. Now, Faltanu, similarly, they really liked him last year, so he was going to play. And They tried to get him in there. They did get him in there, splitting the reps on the right side in that Broncos game. The second he was healthy, he missed all that camp. So they believe in Faltanu. They really like Derek Harmon.
Yeah.
Obviously. And Tunch and Wolf used to say this all the time. So Derek Harmon has now burst onto the scene. He's looked really good through 4 practices. You can't plateau. You want to see a young player, you got to keep on that ascent.
Yeah.
Because you can flash, you can have a great practice, then a bad practice, and no, keep it going. Now, not all progress is linear, but can you every day? Oh wow, look at what he did there. He learned. Can you keep that up?
I love that you said that because that's kind of like my philosophy. As an NFL player, make one play every single practice. If you make multiple, that's unbelievable. But I had to, in my mind, I was like, I got to make one play of practice, and I can't have any negative plays. Can't have any negative plays because obviously that cancels out. If I make one flash play at practice, then I had a good day, and I'm getting better every single day. If I have multiple, awesome day.
Stay on the positive side of the ledger.
Always stay on the positive side. And obviously he's a way better player than I was, but just the thought process and mentality of that, of trying to make a flash play where you're watching film, it's like, whoa, that's a good play right there. If you try to do that every single day, you will get better as a young player.
You got to win in the trenches. That's how the Eagles won. Steelers have Aaron Rodgers, but he's not at the height of his powers. You got to be good in the O-line. You got to be good in the D-line. We talked about Broderick Jones. Stay healthy and then be good.
Yep.
Derek Harmon, I am worried about the depth the Steelers have on the defensive line. Because Harmon comes in, he starts. Benton needs to take a step. And you've got Cam Hayward, who's great, but not getting any younger. Behind them, I don't feel great about it.
Don't sleep on Y.A. Black.
I'm not going to sleep on him, although I feel like it would be comfy. The guy's a nice, large man.
Yep.
Proven depth?
Nothing.
Like, ooh, Isaiah Loudermilk. If he can just be good, massive. Steelers signed a guy. We'll get to him in the 8 o'clock hour. But Aaron Rodgers sat down with Kyle Brandt and was asked about Terry Bradshaw's comments about eating bark. We'll get to that when we return. First Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Hot today. High of 91, low of 70 if you're heading up Steeler camp. Oh, wait, no, they're off today. All right, just stay inside with the air conditioning. Rodgers on Bradshaw's comments next, the Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love, at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school-a-days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit Pfizerforall.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crew still on the scene of an earlier accident on inbound Route 28. It blocks the right lane near the Highland Park Bridge. In fact, it's the on-ramp from Aspinwall. Once you do get by there, you're going to be in line again right around the 40th Street Bridge, heading down toward East Ohio Street. Parkway West, your jam near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound delays at Wilkinsburg. Outbound, your jam near the Greenfield Bridge overpass. And on the Parkway North, you're seeing some heavy traffic past Venture Street into the crossover. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, then we'd have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s, and Bart Starr in the 60s, and Lombardi, and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady. You know, we're standing on the backs of those guys, and it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
I don't want to make too much of this. Just kidding. Let's do it. That was the first significant media hurdle that Aaron Rodgers had to deal with as a Pittsburgh Steeler. Oh, and Doherty passed with flying colors. Yep. He passed with flying colors. Now, we will play the audio later on this hour of Kyle Brandt of NFL Network asking Aaron Rodgers about Mike Tomlin. But I do want to reference the obvious respect Aaron Rodgers has for Tomlin. You hear that answer, his understanding of the history of the game, his respect for Bradshaw, his respect for the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is also probably Rodgers' final season. We are going to get the best possible version of Rodgers. Now, he's not what he once was. I'm not arguing that. But if you take away the nonsense from last year where The head coach is getting fired. The coordinator is getting fired. And he's getting to handpick guys to bring in. And you boil this down to a guy who's going to play quarterback. I think you're going to get the best quarterback you've had since Ben retired. And that's not saying a lot. You've had bad quarterback play. But I do think that's going to be the case. I don't think he respected the Jets organization, and the Jets organization gave him way too much rope. And like we talked about earlier, you give Rodgers an inch, he's going to take a mile. You give him a mile, he's going to take 5 miles. He respects Tom, and he respects the organization so much so that he's just going to come in and play quarterback. Listen to the way that Will Howard talks about him. Listen to the way that all of his Steelers teammates have talked about him. You're just going to get the quarterback, and I think that's enough to probably have the best season you've had, too, since Ben Roethlisberger retired. I'm buying in, baby.
Well, I think this is the least pressured situation he's ever been in, probably in his NFL career. I mean, think about even going back to Green Bay, having to fill the shoes of Brett Favre, and then being the guy and being the face of the franchise, and having to deal with a new young coach that wants to do his things, and then obviously going to the Jets and being given all this rope of being the face. I think now he's in a situation where he's not the guy. He's not the biggest name in the franchise. He's not even close. He's not even close as being, one of the top players ever in this franchise. He's the top player ever in the Green Bay Packers franchise, but he's not even close, in this franchise. So I think that he's so far down on the totem pole, and I think that's where he wanted to be and wants to be, where there's not as much pressure as he's felt before in his career to play and to be that guy at that position.
And the expectation isn't come on in and win a Super Bowl.
You're right, that too.
That's what it was with the Jets. I mean, They moved heaven and earth to get that guy. They paid him what they paid him. They went to win a Super Bowl.
Yep.
And he still thought he was at that high level. I'm going to come in, I'm going to do what I want to do, and I'm going to win the damn Super Bowl. And then he gets hurt, and we know how it all played out in New York. I thought he had a reasonable answer to the question a couple of days ago. Hey, are the Steelers a Super Bowl contender? And he said every year there's 6 to 8 teams that can win the Super Bowl. In a given year, there could be 10 to 12. I think we're part of that 10 to 12. I think he thinks it's possible. I think Aaron feels like he can walk away this season. If they make the playoffs, if they win a playoff game, if he has a good season, stays healthy, I think he walks into retirement with his head held high. And I think that's totally different than I need to be, like you're saying, the savior of the Jets.
Right.
I just need to be a piece of this. They brought in a whole bunch of stuff here. I believe in Mike Tomlin. Let's go have a good season. And then you walk away, and you don't leave that bad taste in everybody's mouth the way it ended last year, 5-12, with that disaster, that circus with the New York Jets.
Or you don't walk away. Or you try to walk into retirement with your head held high, and you're like, wait a minute. Maybe I have a little bit left, even more. So I'm not going to rule out Aaron Rodgers retiring or coming back and playing next year if he has a really good year. And if he feels real good about the situation he's in right now.
Well, let's suss that out a little bit. I'm open to it. I really am.
Yeah, if he has a stellar year, for sure.
Where's that line, do you think?
For me, AFC Championship game, whether you win or lose. If you lose, still yes. If you win, okay, absolutely.
I think I'm going to lower the bar a little bit personally. If Rodgers puts up a great statistical season and stays healthy, they win a playoff game, and they're competitive in a divisional round, and he says, you know what, I want to come back and let's see if we can push this thing one step forward next year, I'm fine with it. I'm totally fine with it.
And you know what? That doesn't alter their plans, I don't think, either.
That's the only way I wouldn't be okay with it, is if Rodgers plays really well, and this is all hypothetical, folks. Let's have fun with this. Let's say he plays really well, and they do get to an AFC championship. I'm still drafting a quarterback round 1. And if they don't, that's the only way I'm not okay with it. Now, I don't know how he'd feel. I'm coming back. We were that close to maybe winning a ring. Like, no, you better give me a first-round talent that I can work with that can help us win right now. I can't fall for that if I'm the Steelers. If Rodgers is great and you fall a step short of the Super Bowl, still take that QB in round 1 because I actually think his leadership, his guidance can help develop that rookie in a way that Mike Tomlin, Arthur Smith, this whole staff can't.
Oh, I got something for you. That just popped in my mind.
This is going to be wild, I know it. I can tell by your mouth.
What would you do going into the 2026 draft, if Aaron Rodgers played the first 5 games, lights out.
Yeah.
He gets banged up. Say he has a hamstring injury. He's out 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Will Howard gets to play those 3 games, balls out. Aaron Rodgers comes back, still picks up right where he left off, balls out, goes, wins the playoff game, looks great. Do you draft a quarterback?
Hell yeah.
You still draft a quarterback, or do you just say, like, Will Howard might be our guy, we're going to give it one more year, and maybe Will Howard's our guy?
Nah, I'm drafting a quarterback.
You're still drafting a quarterback. Because you know what? It's very early, but it sounds to me that the 2027 quarterback class is going to be just as good. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing right now, that class might be just as good as this class with the amount of players that will be entering the draft. I'd think about it. If Aaron Rodgers wants to come back after he has still a year, gets hurt a little bit, Will Howard somehow, Mason Rudolph does bad, Will Howard goes in, wins 2 games, balls out, Aaron Rodgers comes back and wins, wants to come back, Will Howard's still the backup in 2026. I might not draft a quarterback. I might just get a bunch of players to surround him with.
So what you're saying is you don't necessarily then deem Will Howard the next franchise quarterback.
No, but I know a little bit about him that I could think that maybe in 2 years he could be.
You pretty much kick that can down the road. You allow for the roster to get better by drafting a player that would then help Rodgers, and then you wait and see what Howard can develop into behind Aaron as the number 2.
For the second year.
And if it doesn't work out, then you draft your guy in 2027.
Yep.
Nah, I still want to take the guy.
Yep.
I do.
Okay.
I think it's a difficult, and I realize we're playing in all kind of hypotheticals. Yeah. I don't know that I don't believe in Will Howard. I mean, he was a 6th-round pick. I mean, there's a reason why all these quarterback-needy teams didn't take him ahead of the Shedeur Sanders of the world, in front of, who's the other?
Dylan Gabriel.
Dwebo, yeah, in Cleveland that they got there, who's a little guy who doesn't like playing in the cold. That'll work, Cleveland. Can't wait to watch that. I don't know what the reason is. There are reasons why teams passed up on this guy. That's not even so much it for me, though. It's the path to get there for Will. Like, every time we bring up 2026 on this show, text, tweets, calls, Will Howard's the next franchise quarterback. Maybe. I don't see the path. Because I think if Rodgers gets hurt for a couple of games, they immediately hand it over to Mason Rudolph. Because they think they can win and they believe that he can lead them to wins. Because he did it a couple of years ago. I think unless there's grievous injury this year to both guys, you don't even see Will Howard get onto the field.
I agree. Unless they're that bad that it's like, all right, you're that bad. Aaron Rodgers gets hurt. I'm going with Will Howard.
Let's say you're 4-5. I love all the hypotheticals.
Yeah.
Let's say you're like roughly 4-5.
Mm-hmm.
Rodgers gets hurt for the year. And then Mason Rudolph, well, we're right there in playoff contention. Let's go with Mason Rudolph. And then Mason loses a couple of games or they lose a couple of games. I turn to Will Howard then, for sure. But people forget, Ben, he played as a rookie. They didn't want that to happen.
No.
Maddox was 1. Batch was 2. Batch gets hurt. Ben gets elevated to 2. And then Maddox's elbow explodes, so you have nowhere to turn but the rookie quarterback. And that was with a first-round 11th overall pick guy. It would take something like that to happen for Will Howard to really get a shot this year. We're throwing a lot at the people. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Let's get back to Rodgers here for a second. That answer to the question was one I didn't know what he was going to say when he's asked about Terry Bradshaw. And Rodgers a prideful guy. You don't win 4 MVPs and a Super Bowl championship if you ain't got pride. And Bradshaw doesn't know him from Adam. And he said, he's going to chew bark. He's not a nice guy. You get near him, it's snowing. He's that cold of an individual. I know how I am. If someone doesn't know me and they're talking junk on me that way, my first thought is, if I'm asked about it, I'm going to flame that guy. He didn't. Starkey got on my case a couple weeks ago and said, Crowley, you got to stop patting Aaron Rodgers on the back for things that we expect other people to do. I might have expected Rodgers to flame Bradshaw. He didn't. I'm going to give him points for that. I'm going to give him points for doing the professional thing. I also love listening to Rodgers talk compared to, like, Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's actually a human.
He's a real human. Russ looks like Russ, plays like Russ, throws like Russ, is Gronk.
Gronk, yes.
I mean, that's what Russell Wilson is.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so intriguing when Kyle asked the question, oh, boy, here we go. What's he going to say? He nailed it, and then he dismounts with a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Rodgers is here for business. He's going to have a good season, folks.
I think he understands the perception of the situation that he's in. He understands the perception of himself. He understands the perception of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin, in the history and the tradition of the Steelers. There's no part of me that expected him to go the other way, because he knows that if he does that to a Hall of Famer, a quarterback who probably, arguably one of the first big-time quarterbacks to win like Bradshaw did for the Pittsburgh Steelers, that ain't a good look. He's smarter than that.
He is smarter than that, and it's that meme.
Yep.
That's bait.
Yep.
That's bait.
No way.
He didn't take the bait. That was the first big-time hurdle I thought that he dealt with in the media as Steelers quarterback, and it's got me feeling pretty damn good about this guy. If all he needs to do is slang that rock, I think he's going to have the best season a Steelers quarterback has had since Ben retired. What do you think? 412-928-9370. There's more from the interview with Kyle Brandt that makes me feel good about Rodgers. We'll play some of that for you when we come back. We'll react to it. We'll take your calls again. 412-928-9370. You can always tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 9:45. It's a West Coast game. They're playing the San Francisco Giants. They're just starting a 3-game series with them, so it's a little later for us on the East Coast. But our coverage on the Fan begins at 8:50, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation.
This is Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Is it possible that a player acquired before this week's trade deadline is the biggest reason a team wins the World Series this year? It's possible, but not probable. I'd suggest a Shohei Ohtani, a Bryce Harper, a Francisco Lindor, a Vladdy Jr., or a Tariq Skubal more likely to lead a team to a chip, and I'll guarantee that none of them will be dealt this week. I'm Jody Mack.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Homeowners.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on inbound Route 28. The earlier accident has been cleared, reopening all lanes on that inbound side at the Highland Park Bridge. However, you are going to hit delays now between the 40th and 31st Street bridges heading toward East Ohio Street. It's also heavy coming off the upper deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge and over toward Route 28. Meanwhile, the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg, outbound delays near the Greenfield Bridge overpass, and the Parkway West delays approaching Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
At no point during the conversations, which were weekly at least, did I ever feel like I was talking to a coach who needed something from me? I need you to give me this.
Yeah.
Give me that. Give me an answer. It was like you're talking to an old friend. And I just, at my age, in my experience, I just really appreciated that. I respected, how he talked to me, a conversation, getting to know him, and hearing about his schedule and who's important in his life, and him asking me, and him remembering important things about my life too. It really made an impression on me. I never once felt like I was talking to a coach who might have been talking to me, small talk, but was really wanting to be like, hey, when are you coming in? When are you coming in?
Yes.
So I just appreciated that. It was like talking to an old friend, and hearing him in the team meetings, it's been really cool. He talks to the team every day, and it's some real stuff. And I'm just really enjoying his personality on the field.
Aaron Rodgers talking about Mike Tomlin, and Mike Tomlin was wooing Aaron Rodgers by not wooing Aaron Rodgers. And not to pump my own tires on this one, but I said way back when at the beginning of this process that Rodgers would be as curious about Tomlin the man as he was about Tomlin the coach, because Rodgers thinks of himself as more than just a football player. He's a human being. And I think Tomlin views himself the same way. I think they both are smart guys that know they're smart guys. And I always thought that would appeal to Rodgers. And I think the biggest question about Rodgers becoming the Steelers quarterback wasn't the on-the-field play. And there's things we can quibble about and dissect and talk about with the on-the-field play. I think it was always, oh, man, you're courting disaster. You are courting a distraction. The most important position in sports with the most distracted player in the sport. That's what Josh Miller said at the Fan 5 Alarm Marathon about Aaron Rodgers. That was the day that Rodgers signed. And if Rodgers respects Tomlin this much, respects the organization this much, I do, and I keep saying the same sentence, I think you're just getting a quarterback. And I think if you just get Rodgers the quarterback, I think a lot of people are going to be surprised and happy with the results, man.
Yeah, that's the expectation. Is you come in and you play quarterback and let's go try to win some games. Like, it's almost that simple. Rich people like to be around rich people. You know that? Like, I mean, if you ever around wealthy people, they don't hang out with people that are average. If they do,
that's why I have no wealthy friends.
If they do, it's like for a minute, it's like hi, bye. Aaron Rodgers wants to be around people who are like Aaron Rodgers, like himself. Like, he's an MVP, Hall of Fame, Super Bowl winning quarterback. It's a lot easier to have conversations and to get on the same page with somebody that is like-minded. And I don't fault him for that. I think that is, a credit to him and a credit to people who have reached that amount of success. You want to be around other successful people. And that's the only way that you see another, a different path of being even more successful. And I think that that's how Aaron Rodgers looked at this Pittsburgh Steelers situation. And Mike Tomlin was like, this is a guy who has won, understands the way to win, is deep, is intellectual, and I can work with that.
Mike Tomlin, when he was talking to Kyle Brandt, and he answered the question about the non-losing season streak, he said, it doesn't matter for a lot of these guys. A lot of these guys were in diapers. Aaron Rodgers was not in diapers. Aaron Rodgers has been in the league longer than Mike Tomlin, has seen Mike Tomlin never had a losing season.
Has beaten Mike Tomlin.
And he beat him in the Super Bowl. And that thing came down to the wire. I think he respects Mike Tomlin's resume.
Yep.
I think he respects Mike Tomlin as a man.
Yep.
I don't think he ever felt that way about Robert Saleh.
No way.
I don't think he ever thought
Even
that
LaFleur.
way about the Jets organization or LaFleur,
I
right?
bet he never thought that way about LaFleur. Like, they figured out how to, sing Kumbaya, but I don't think it was ever like, oh, I ultimately, ultra respect this guy. Now, McCarthy, yes.
The problem, at least according to Rodgers in the documentary with LaFleur, was LaFleur came in and wanted to run all his own stuff, everything his way. And then after that first season, they sat together and they figured, okay, Aaron, what do you like that I'm doing? What do you think we should add? And then from that point forward, they had a good relationship. And LaFleur didn't have to be in the documentary. He was, and he said nice things. If he was going to say bad things, he just wouldn't have been in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they ultimately had a good relationship, and I do think now Rodgers would look back and respect LaFleur.
Yeah.
I think he respects Tomlin day one.
Yep.
So go out there and play quarterback. And Rodgers is going to have a lot of say in the offense, but he doesn't have the personnel say, and he's not going to be able to get Mike Tomlin or Arthur Smith fired. And it sounds like he's got a lot of respect for Arthur Smith, too. So, Rodgers, come in. Can you stay healthy? Because if you do, you're going to have a nice season. And I'm not grading on a scale comparing Rodgers to his previous self. I just need Rodgers to come in and play quarterback at a higher level than they've had since Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a hot take to think that that should be the expectation. That's why you wait around all offseason for a guy. To the phones?
Sure.
To the phones. Ron in Finleyville. Good morning, Ron.
Hey, good. How you guys doing?
Great.
You're letting out, I cannot believe, you just touched on a little bit, you're letting out the hugest if. They're talking about a 41-year-old boy playing in one of the toughest physical divisions in football if he stays healthy.
Sure.
He's going to get backed up. At 41 years old, I don't see him coming out, a couple good plays, but
fair enough, Ron, but I'm not generally, myself personally, in the I'm going to predict injury business. Here's the irony. The last two potential franchise quarterback for the Steelers, Kenny Pickett, still young, hamstring injury in camp. Justin Fields dislocates his toe, day 3 of practice. Aaron Rodgers, 4 days in, totally healthy. I'm just saying, you can never predict injury in the NFL.
No, you can't. But the difference between Aaron Rodgers' era and this era of quarterback is, Justin Fields is going to take off and run. Kenny Pickett's going to take off and run. Aaron Rodgers is like, I'm getting the ball out of my hands. I ain't running. He's not going to pull any hamstrings in practice whenever he's rolling out and trying to run for a first down in practice. No, he's just throwing it away. That's the difference of the soft tissue injuries of quarterbacks now. Lamar Jackson, all these guys can run, and they will choose to run in practice even though they're not getting hit. Subject yourself to injury. Aaron Rodgers is smart enough and slow enough now and old enough now to be like, yeah, if I'm not going to put myself in harm's way and try to run for something that I know I can't do.
He could get hurt, knock on wood, lucky rabbit's foot, rosary beads. He could get hurt tomorrow.
Yeah.
So could anybody.
Right.
It's the NFL.
Right.
And I don't know that he's more likely to get hurt. I think it takes you longer to recover from injuries the older you get. I think that's absolutely a part of this thing. I don't know, he played 17 games last year. Yeah. He's always been a guy that plays through pain, too, much like Ben. Ben would get nicked up all the time because of the way he played. He played through stuff. So we'll see. I do find it ironic that he is okay right now, and those two guys got hurt. And we'll get more into Kenny at the end of the hour when we do our Around the NFL segment.
I know
that's
that
a bummer for Kenny.
I know we're going to wince, though, the first time he gets sacked.
Hell yeah!
Yeah. And then the second time, every time that he gets hit, I'm going to be like, ooh,
sure.
Okay, he's up.
Sure.
Yep.
I do think it's noteworthy that my eyes told me he played better down the stretch last year. I think early in the season, we saw Kirk Cousins week 1 against the Steelers. My man did not move, could not move, was afraid relative to how he would normally play the position. I can only imagine, and you've done it. Go through that Achilles injury. Rodgers a little tentative early, didn't play his best football, played poorly against the Steelers. We all saw it with our own two eyes. Got better as the year wore on. Guys usually are better a year removed from that injury.
That's so far in the rearview mirror. You've created such a gap from that, and you've proven that you're fine. So I don't even think he even thinks about it.
Which I think he's gonna. It's been a mixed bag with him the first 4 practices. Who cares? I made a hand gesture that on YouTube you all probably got a chuckle out of there. If I were to talk about it further on the air, it would be an FCC violation. I don't care that he's had a so-so first 4 days. That's what training camp's for. He hasn't worked with these guys apart from a little bit at minicamp and then having them out to California. I think he's going to start day 1 where he left off last season. I don't think he could start day 1 last season and feel good about where he was mentally, physically, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's still, now I got to go out there and deal with a live football game after the last time I ran onto the field, my Achilles popped. So these are reasons for optimism through my eyes as I look at the Aaron Rodgers situation. 1 year removed, and now he's just playing quarterback. 13 wins.
Oh, here we go.
14? 15-2. Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So 4 days of practice for Rodgers plus that great interview with Kyle Brandt. Does it have you feeling better about the Steelers quarterback? Weigh in, 412-928-9370. We'll also tell you about the newest Steeler when we come back. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates won 5 of 9 games in their homestand. They beat the Arizona Diamondbacks 2 of 3 games this weekend. Now they're going to travel out west. They've got a couple opponents over there. They got the San Francisco Giants in this first series, and then over the weekend they're going to play the Colorado Rockies. Tonight's game, though, against the Giants starts at 9:45. Coverage on the Fan begins at 8:50 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. DJ Metcalf. Once again, the Steelers have one of the NFL's standout wide receivers on their side. Standing 6'4", 230 pounds, Metcalf spent his first 6 seasons with the Seahawks, racking up 48 touchdowns and over 6,000 receiving yards. He was traded to the Steelers this spring in a stunner back in March. And with the departure of George Pickens this offseason, Metcalf becomes Pittsburgh's clear top receiver heading into the fall.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on OpenSignal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been considering replacing your windows but haven't found the right company yet. Window Nation makes it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years. Plus, with one-day installation, you can live more comfortably right away. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Steelers begin hitting each other tomorrow, Dorn. You get 4 days of acclimation, and then an off day, and then the real football begins. Did you start your first ever NFL practice with an Oklahoma drill? Or something to that effect? Or did they ease you guys in?
I think it was like 1 day of acclimation.
1 day of acclimation.
And then just full pads ready. No, the first period is usually inside run, which is like no receivers, and you're just running, downhill plays all day, and you're just hitting each other.
The Steelers will do 7 shots. They'll do backs on backers tomorrow. Cower used to, his big drill was that, but it was goal line.
Oh, yep.
And there wouldn't be play action.
No.
There would be men on men banging each other off the ball.
Yep.
He would do that Friday Night Lights.
Yes.
Friday Night Lights, first team period, 11 on 11, and it's just man meet and man meet.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Tomlin under the lights this Friday for the night practice. He'll start that bad boy off with, they'll do 7 shots, they'll do backs on backers. People go nuts.
It's the best.
It's just changed so much since when you were there.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, they were doing 3-a-days. Now Tomlin's like, last year we did it in the morning, and it was too cool. So what can we use? We can use Mother Nature to our advantage now. Like, you're trying everything you can to make it adverse for these guys. But you're in Houston. It's 3 practices a day.
Well, I think that's what's aided to less injuries, 10, 15 years ago than more injuries now, because you need to practice football in order to get in football shape. In 2-a-days, it's easy for me to say that now because I don't have to do it. But 2-a-days gets you in football shape. And that's why you had less injuries back then. I think, in my opinion,
this could be wrong. My eyes tell me the start of the season now, the football's a lot worse than it used to be.
Yep.
Like, I used to feel like, okay, game 1, you had high-level NFL football. Now it's a sloppy mess.
Mm-hmm.
And you got 3 preseason games, it's going to be 2, and then it's going to be an 18-game regular season. You only get so many padded practices even during the year.
Right, that too.
Fundamentally, I don't think ball is as fundamentally beautiful as it used to be. Still love it. Like, I'm such a nerd that I've been watching old games on YouTube, and Wednesday West Virginia opens practice. I'm going to put my flag out. It'll be there through March when they are supposed to make the tournament, and then they're not allowed in. Like, I'm a goof for this, but I do think there's something to what you're saying. And Kevin Colbert used to argue it all the time. Like, why do the Steelers hit more than any team? Well, you can't box unless you spar.
Exactly.
I buy that.
Yeah,
I do.
You can't get good at tackling unless you tackle. Like, you could tackle dummies in pads all day, but that's not tackling a human being.
Right.
You have to tackle. You got to hit. You got to run. You got to.
Pads don't move.
Right.
They don't hit back.
Right.
It's a little bit different of an animal. Not that I'm speaking from experience. Now, I do think every guy's different, and I will live with Rodgers perhaps being a little bit rusty to start the season, and Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt and even Jalen Ramsey. Like, I wouldn't play those guys in a preseason game, which is sort of antithetical to what I was saying before. But I think most of the guys I want to get hitting the ground running. And I think that's actually been a competitive advantage for the Steelers the last few years.
Yeah.
Where they come in and they're playing decent ball. I mean, they beat Buffalo. They were a 6.5-point dog on the road. They beat Cincinnati as a 6.5-point dog on the road. Now, they got absolutely manhandled by the 49ers. But I do think they've been in a position to start faster than a lot of teams of late. I think it's because they hit as much as they do in camp.
You got to find out about some guys. You don't have to find out about everybody. You know that there's some guys that you already know about that you'll be fine with, even if they're rusty the first game. You know in the third game that they'll be back.
Right.
They'll be good.
And T.J. Watt, the best season we've seen him ever have, came off of a year where he didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
So do as little as possible, please. Although they are moving him around, Dorn. They're moving him around. A little A-gap blitz the other day.
A-gap?
Little A-gap.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Double A-gap, or was it just him?
I
don't know. No cross dog?
Listen, I didn't see no cross dog.
All right.
I just read he came in the A-gap.
Oh.
And they flip-flopped him with Alex Highsmith for a rep or two. Mm-hmm. They got Ramsey in the slot and on the outside. They playing a little safety, moving around, huh?
And that's pretty quick to be doing that.
It's great because last year it was, hey, let's do cover 1, cover 3. That's what we got. That's what we got. They didn't move anything around because their corners stunk so bad. 15 wins. 15-2. Actually, I didn't even think about this. They added Chuck Clark, so I'm getting I'm up to 16 now.
Chuck Clark, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
I actually like him.
Yeah, he's a good player. Good adds good depth.
He's different than Thornhill.
Yeah.
Thornhill's more of that free safety, center fielder type.
He's more Elliott.
And Clark is more Elliott.
Yeah.
Yeah, Thornhill's more of a KZ.
Yep.
And he's more of an Elliott. I'm with you on that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they're going to be mixing and matching back there a ton, too. But I didn't know who their third safety was until they got Clark, so this clears that up.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't think they're done, though. You have $25 million in cap space. You'd probably like
crazy.
to spend 15. Yeah.
I'd get another safety, a tackle, and a receiver, if I could.
They needed a tackle before Broderick Jones got banged up. Like, they last year, the line wasn't great. We all know this. And I don't think Najee was a fit for the scheme and yada, 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 and Faltanu got hurt. This year, from left to right, I love the talent. They got no depth.
Nope.
So, yeah, that's probably the first thing I'd spend money on, actually. But there's not a lot of good tackles just walking around out there. See if something shakes loose around the cut time or what could happen there. But you need another body, for sure.
Move Darnell.
Could do that. Put a little sand in his pants.
A little bit.
Is it too late for that, though? Like, for this year?
Not if you need him in a pinch. It's the same thing. Like, he's obviously working with the tackles. He's not, he knows what they're doing. He knows the offensive scheme on, the offensive line scheme. I don't see it being a big deal. Change his number.
Would you even have to do that anymore?
Probably not.
Not in today's league. It's another reason the league's stupid now compared to when you were playing.
Too many rules.
I hate the damn little numbers for, like, Patrick Queen shouldn't be wearing 6. I hate that. It drives me nuts.
Why?
Because my entire life, that guy's wearing 50-something. Or 90-something. That's the only reason. And that's generally never a good reason for, well, it was never this way, so
Right.
it can't possibly be. No, in this case, it is. All right. Chuck Clark. Coming up next, the Steelers are inducting 3 new members into the Hall of Honor. I want to talk about that a little bit. Mark Caboli with his camp report from 9 o'clock until 10. First, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kenny Pickett of the Cleveland Browns now. He got hurt. Got a hamstring issue. The Browns are going to reevaluate him within a week. Right now, he's out. He was doing well at training camp, too. Quite a shame. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Is your team or organization looking to raise money this upcoming season? Look no further than Keystone Custom Apparel. With their 24/7, 365 online spiritwear fundraisers, Keystone Custom Apparel offers the best and most convenient way to help your team raise money all season long. It's not just the athletes who are looking great. Families and friends can look their best on the field and in the stands as well. My sons are involved in so many sports. They're dripped out. That's what young kids say these days. And looking sharp in their uniforms and jerseys provided by the premier sports apparel company in our area, Keystone Custom Apparel. Check them out at KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285. Get swagged out. That's what the old people like me say with Keystone Custom Apparel.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In McKeesport, crews checking reports of an accident. This is on 5th Avenue in the 2300 block near the intersection with Elm Avenue. Parkway East inbound jammed at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, remaining heavy past the Squirrel Hill Homestead off-ramp. Outbound delays at the Greenfield Bridge overpass, while the Parkway West jams near the top of Green Tree Hill. Outbound, you're fairly steady, though, but you're jammed from I-79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Route 28 delays from Millvale Stop and Go down to East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Malsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, yeah, baby! Going around the NFL. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. The Steelers are going to induct 3 new players into the Hall of Honor. We'll get to that with big guy Mark Cabali at the top of the hour. Some news and notes around the league, Doran. Kenny Pickett with a hamstring injury. Now, he had been alternating with Joe Flacco, and both he and Flacco had looked pretty good. This is a huge bummer for Kenny Pickett. Like, hamstrings, I mean, you know better than I do, but they can linger. They can screw with you for a while. Best thing's for him to probably stay off of it, which means that if he and Flacco were close to being neck to neck, Flacco could wind up winning the job just because Kenny's in the tub.
Mm-hmm.
So you hate to see that for Kenny, And I've always said, whichever one of those guys loses the job, if I am the Browns, I try to trade. So you've got the one vet and then the two young guys. We'll see, but definitely a bad development for one Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I think that they know a lot about Joe Flacco, so they know what he can do. I think they want Kenny to be the starter this year. It depends on how long Kenny's out.
Right.
You know, I mean, if it's getting close, I mean, if it's 2 weeks from now and he's still not participating, that's gonna you have to plan for the first game of the season. So it's all going to depend on how bad the hamstring injury is, but I still think that they want Kenny to be their starter this year. And he has been doing good in camp, too.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, hopefully he can get back and, you know, just pick right up where he left off.
Shedeur Sanders threw a dime to Deontay Johnson and my head exploded. Saw that video circulate in the interwebs. Elsewhere in the AFC North, the Bengals have finally come to terms with first-round edge rusher Shemar Stewart, which, I mean, this is the owner being a jackass, a jackwagon, a cheap ass. So, rookie contracts, first-round contracts, guaranteed.
Yeah.
It's the way it is.
Yeah.
He's making a point on Shemar Stewart and says, well, if he goes to prison or something, we don't want to have to pay this guy.
Yeah, what?
Doesn't sound very good, Mike. Doesn't sound very good at all. They paid him what they were always going to pay him, and now it cost invaluable reps.
Yeah.
They were awful on defense last year. And all this is to say it's great for the Steelers. They were awful on defense last year. They still don't have Trey Hendrickson in camp, and I think he might hold out into the season. Finally, they get him back, but he's not going to be full go 100% right away.
If he goes to prison?
That's right.
Like, why even draft him if you think that could be a possibility?
Also that.
Like,
he's a cheap ass.
That's just
that
wild.
Owner sucks, man.
Terrible.
And they're going to miss out on an opportunity to win a championship with Joe Burrow because he behaves backwards in situations like this and what's going on with Trey Hendrickson.
Insane.
You want to win the Super Bowl, pay Trey Hendrickson top dollar. You want your defense, which sucked last year, to not have the league's leading sack guy come back? Okay, screw around. See what happens. That's around the NFL. Coming up next, we got Mark Caboli for a full hour, and Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 91, going to feel like 100 degrees, low of 70. The Steelers not practicing today. Caboli not having to cover camp today, and he's thrilled. He gets to stay in our air-conditioned studio, and we'll get his thoughts on everything that's been going on up camp in a couple of minutes. It's Fan Morning Show.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in real estate legal solutions for residential and commercial clients. Considering buying or selling or a sale by owner, home or property, contact Myers Law Group first. Their experienced attorneys will make sure all documents are correct and all promises are kept before the sale. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom. Now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. It's number one Cochrane's 60th anniversary, and that means you can celebrate with spectacular offers at number one Cochrane Kia. Lease the 25 Sportage LX from just $275 a month with $1,965 due at signing. Or you can lease the 25 Telluride S from only $399 a month, also with $1,965 due at signing. Plus, their Kia selection is stacked with more than 250 new models all available. And remember, their clearly better car buying experience is totally transparent with no hassles to be found. So the question is, what are you waiting for? Get your 60th anniversary savings now at #1 Cochran Kia and CochranKia.com. Lease offer includes lease cash and dealer discount. Fee may apply for mileage over 30,000. Zero security deposit on approved credit. Excludes tax and fees. Ends 8/4/25.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Inns, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
When it comes to a weekend warrior home project, I have tackled more than my fair share. But looking at my all-brick home and seeing loose and worn mortar joints, I knew I'd be in over my head. The thought of finding the right company for such an important project to preserve my home for years to come was daunting. Then I heard an ad for Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry restoration company that did not require a down payment and guaranteed the quality of their work. Who does that nowadays? Well, they do. Precision Pointing for the win. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In McKeesport, crews on the scene clearing an earlier accident, the 2300 block of 5th Avenue near Elm Avenue. Parkway East, you're jammed inbound at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound delays almost at the bend at Bates, up into the lane restrictions there. Route 28 slowing inbound from the 40th Street Bridge, stop and go to East Ohio Street. And seeing delays as well heading on the North Shore Expressway and across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed at Parkway Center. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
That's right, Mark Cabali joining us here for a full hour here in the beautifully air-conditioned studios of 93.7 The Fan. Days after tweeting that you just stood through the hottest training camp practice of all time.
Yes.
I mean, shoot, man, I went outside yesterday to cut my grass. I did the backyard and, screw it. Yep. I ain't doing the front.
Hot. Yep.
You walk out there, I got the bag ready, and I'm dripping sweat.
Yep. Yeah, it rained earlier in that day, and it was, you know how that bowl is, and
yes,
water. But here's the best part.
That's the most humid place on earth is St. Vincent College because it's all up in them mountains.
Yeah, here's the best part. You know, Spack, he was there, and I just ran into him.
Our big boss, for those who are uninitiated.
He's like, that's the hottest I've ever been in my life. I couldn't take it anymore. I'm like, yeah, you're talking to me now. It was brutal. I don't know how those guys went through that.
I love that everyone has sort of made a big deal about this. Then they asked Patrick Queen. He's like, I'm from Louisiana.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Broderick Jones said too. I'm from Georgia. Yeah, but you know.
And then his groin fell off. What's the status of one Broderick, by the way? How bad did it look? Because the video, it didn't look like it.
Yeah, they're very, very cautious this time of the year, so it's hard to really tell you. He left, and they just said they'll check it out right now. But I tell you one thing about Broderick Jones, man. The guy looks like he goes about 260 now.
Skinny, yeah.
I mean, it's not to that degree. It's more like 290, but he is trim, small, and I don't know if that's good or bad. They want their offensive linemen to be small. You look across the board, and for the most part, they're pretty undersized for NFL linemen.
Yeah.
They're not big, and they want them to move.
It's because of the zone scheme, right?
Yeah, they
Get
want
those
them,
guys running.
Yeah, you want them to move, and you want them to be very agile. And for the most part, they all are. But he might have went the wrong way too much.
Did that play look as bad as it looked?
I don't think I saw it.
Okay.
So there's so
So
much
you're just
going
sweating
on.
there for no reason. You're not even paying attention
Well,
to the
there's
practice.
200 people there. I mean, and if you glance to your right, all of a sudden you don't see something. So you have to make sure.
There's a million different things to watch all at once. I'm just messing with you.
You hope the old Baku in the stands are taping it, right?
Well, did you see any other plays that Broderick Jones may have messed up?
Yeah, basically all of them.
What?
Wow. He's been, I wouldn't say that. He's been very slow on the get off.
That's been his problem ever since he's been a Steeler.
And it's Nick Herbig has beat him pretty significantly, where he's not even touching him. Alex Highsmith was beating him bad. Once you get no pads, nothing like that, maybe that has something to do with it when you're just a straight rusher in that situation where you're not, you're not going to get clocked from one side or another. But I would just put it this way. He hasn't got off to a good start.
Has anybody else getting beaten that bad on the offensive line?
I don't think
right,
so.
so then we can't.
Well,
make
Zach
excuses about
Frazier
pads.
is not snapping the ball very well.
That's okay.
But you're not worried. I'm not really worried about that. Maybe he got a sweaty butt.
It seemed like he snapped it better yesterday, right?
Yeah, I mean the first couple games. I mean only
That
him.
was good old Mason Cole's problem. Mason Cole was an okay player. My man couldn't snap the damn ball. Get that figured out, Zach. Come on. Sky's the limit for Zach Frazier. Don't be an idiot.
Zach Frazier is a stud, so I'm not really worried about that. He'll figure it out. He even says the right things. This cannot happen. This is unacceptable on my part. But it's strange because when it's happened like very early in practice, like first or second or third play. Then it gets cleaned up a little bit. But yeah, as for Broderick, I would not be concerned because it's so early, but I would definitely be keeping a little bit of an eye on it.
I mean, it's early for now.
Yeah.
It's year 3 overall.
Yeah.
Like, you better get your ass in gear, man.
Yeah, the way I look at it is this. If the rest of the offensive line is good, if Atanu can do what everybody thinks he can do, you could probably scheme your way around this. What I'm saying is you can chip, you can put the tight end there maybe to help him out. I don't know if that's what you really want to do, but there's different options. Now, if both of them stink, then what do you do?
Right.
Lose games.
Yep.
Is probably what happens.
The problem is the things that were it almost looked like he was playing a different position. I mean, I'm not being funny about it. He was going one way, and the other guy just zipped by him. It's like, whoa!
This is
at least
terrible.
get a hand on him a little bit. This
That's
happened.
bad.
This has happened probably 3 of the 4 days, if not all 4 days.
That's
where
so
you're like, oh, look at this. Oh, it's so obvious too.
And he's not going to practice tomorrow. Let's just call that what it is.
Yeah, probably not.
That's just so.
And he's not going to be a guy that you put pads on, and all of a sudden he's become a star.
You know what?
It might be able to slow down people. Once again, too, the defense does get an advantage there because they know what's going on. They can get that early jump on a guy.
Okay, but you're the starting left tackle.
I mean, I agree.
Don't go the wrong way.
I agree, but
I mean, job one, go the correct way. Guys, I'm calling it. It is July 28th, 2025, 9:06 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Bust. I'm calling it.
you just said they were going to win 15 games. Now that you've took a couple off.
Well, that was tongue in cheek. This I'm mostly serious about. And it's his fault, but it's also their fault for screwing him around. And Dor, you correct me if I'm wrong here. I mean, I've covered the team and been around the team for a long time. Never have I ever heard of a guy say, I want to drop a bunch of weight so that I can gain weight during the season. We've all heard guys, they need to get to a certain weight. Like Le'Veon Bell, when he got to the Steelers, he had like 2 abs.
Mm-hmm.
When he left the Steelers, he had 18 abs, and they wanted him to slim down to become more explosive.
Jim Conner. James Conner was very similar to that.
Yes,
too.
they've done that with running backs. I thought you were going to say Jim Collins. No, he generally did gain weight during training camp. I've never heard it explained that way. I'm going to lose a bunch of weight. I'm going to gain weight during the season.
Well, that means he just is going to usually bigger guys, and usually everybody loses weight during the season, throughout the season.
Right.
But a bigger guy like that, I think his thought process is, I can eat what I want during the season instead of having to watching what I eat, watching my diet. So now, if I lose weight, I can go eat two big boxes of pizza.
But whose idea is this? Who says, hey, Broderick, I got a perfect plan for you. Drop 30 right now, then you can eat like a pig the rest of the way.
Well, maybe it's just so you focus on the football and you don't have to think about everything that's going in your mouth. I don't know. I'm grasping there. He's a technical disaster. We've talked to Triassics about it. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can explain line play. But when guys like Essex are like, yeah, from the technical standpoint, it ain't there. We knew he'd be a project, which is why it was important for him to be a left tackle from day one and figure it out that way.
Yeah.
Now you're starting from scratch, basically.
But the good thing is, if he's back to healthy, he is very quick, very athletic, and he fits in that scheme of what we were talking about, the athletics, outside zone, stretch blocks type of things where he should be able, to down block and get whoever he wants to get, but you're not going to be running the ball 100%. I mean, there's many a times Aaron Rodgers is having about an eighth of a second to say, yeah, I'm getting rid of this sucker. He's pretty good at that. Aaron.
All right, 7 wins. 7 wins. What's with all the soft tissue injuries, man? Mike Tomlin at the end of last season.
2,000 degrees.
I know, but at the end of the season, Tomlin was like, we had too many soft tissue injuries. We got to look at it. And then Broderick Jones, 3 days in, soft tissue injury. Also, it was Mike Tomlin's decision to make him practice when it's hot. They 155 instead of 11:55.
You should be in shape.
I don't know if a lot of the veteran players are enjoying the 155. He always wants to get ahead of Doppler, right? Then why in the world are you putting practice in right when thunderstorms tend to pop up in the day? It's 3 out of 4 days was like you're running from the rain.
Tomlin can't get out ahead of that special teams coach that was filling in for Stefanski in the wild card game. Now he's trying to get out ahead of Mother Nature. Good luck, bro. I think it's important to pay attention to the number of soft tissue injuries. When it seemed anecdotally like there were a lot more last year, and now you're, 4 days into practice, and you've already had a couple of guys go down?
It could be hydration, too. When you lose so much water. And still 4 days in. I'm still ready to – here's another thing is there's not many options, so you better get used to Broderick Jones regardless of if he's, Anthony Munoz or name another terrible tackle at left tackle.
Well, Anthony Munoz is a really good one.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Name a terrible one. Either way.
Dan Moore Jr.
Dan Moore Jr. Yeah, he's laughing at you with the $82 million.
Mm-hmm.
No, he couldn't beat out Dan Moore last year.
Right. And he was going to be the right tackle and a guy who missed all of training camp the second he got healthy. Oh, you guys are splitting reps. That's a great sign for Faltanu. It's a terrible sign for Broderick Jones. Broderick was going to be their swing tackle last year.
Yeah. The one time they did put him in, they were going to basically split time with Faltanu in Denver until he was called for, 3 straight penalties on 3 straight plays and said, okay, you're out.
It's no good. It's no good. You're not in pads, and you're getting beat and not knowing what to do and confused.
You're not getting beat physically. You're getting beat, I think, mentally.
That's even worse.
I think you're getting beat mentally.
Because the pads ain't going to change that, right?
It's even worse if you don't know what you're doing.
And that's where the problem he's been is mentally grasping this. Now, if he's thinking, okay, I should be doing this as my responsibility, and it's really that's why you have guys who are running free. And the last thing you need is guys running free at a 41.5-year-old quarterback.
Right. But it's really not that difficult.
It's early. Let's talk about it's early. We'll see.
Except he's not going to practice tomorrow because he's hurt. Hooray. All right. I'm sure there are good things going on at camp. Let's do a little of that. When we come back, some of the positive things that you have observed. We'll get to the Steelers Hall of Honor class as well. You could text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You could tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and San Francisco Giants start a 3-game series tonight. Pirates coming off of winning 2 of 3 against the Arizona Diamondbacks over the weekend at home. This will be a road series for the Pirates. Game time 9:45. Coverage on the Fan begins at 8:50, and that'll begin with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. More Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. The Sports Minute presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury firm for the people.
This is Andy Grash with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. So did you know that Ichiro went into the Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday? But it's got to be embarrassing for the Hall when a Japanese player voted into the Hall of Fame in English makes fun of the one guy who didn't vote him in to make him a unanimous selection. This is Andy Gresh.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not bells in the combo while supplies last.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince Cape Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louis Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
my debit card.
Their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next-day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy. Rizin Kizimab Rizza. a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Disabled vehicle blocking a lane of outbound Route 28 at the East Ohio Street on-ramp. Coupled with that, you have moving road work now heading on the northbound side and causing delays from the 40th Street Bridge back onto the Veterans Bridge on that ramp. So watch for those delays. Also causing delays on the North Shore Expressway coming over from the Fort Duquesne Bridge. Traveling on the Parkway West, you're in line near the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound delays at the Bend at Bates. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, I've already proclaimed Broderick Jones is a bust. He's hurt. Caboli says he's been terrible for 4 days of practice. They've yet to put the pads on, so, hey, maybe there's still some hope for him. What good is happening at camp right now? Give us a couple of guys who have stood out positively.
I'll tell you one thing, Aaron Rodgers, forget about some of the throws. He just seems like a happy guy right now. He seems like he's loving life. I don't know if he loves the 2 o'clock practices, but that might be a ball. It looks like he's truly at 41, was he 18 years, 18 camps in, is having a ball. Which is, there's something to that.
I do think that's important.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good thing. I'm not really worried about throws. Some days he was good, some days it was iffy. But if you know how they go about their business, they build up, man. The first day of practice, all they did was throw to tight ends, working on tight end stuff. The second day, they were doing a lot of underneath stuff to running backs and quick throws and screens. I mean, he's maybe thrown one deep ball all camp so far, and these defensive guys are smart. They know what's going on. So,
how's the arm strength look?
I think the arms is probably his best attribute right now. His best attribute is his release, but I don't see
the brain.
Yeah, and I don't see anything that says that his arm strength is not going to be there the entire game, and the brain. It's just a matter of he's going to get the opportunity to, to have guys to help him make some plays here. And, I mean, it's the usual suspects, What are you going to do it to? Is the tight ends really going to catch the ball? Is Broderick going to really help them out? How's Arthur Smith? There's a lot of that going on right now. But I see Aaron Rodgers, because I just saw, I don't know, I'm trying to make an excuse. Aaron Rodgers makes he's very, very cognizant of getting the ball to DK Metcalf at don't be laughing at me, Doran.
Well, because I asked you.
My brain's fried.
Clearly, because I asked you a question, and then Doran and I made eye contact because you're.
I know. Then I see you making eye contact. I'm thinking, how did I screw up this time?
Well, you're just sort of meandering, and then as you're meandering off, not answering the original question, you're getting quieter and quieter and quieter until you then.
Then you glare at each other, and then I get really self-conscious, and I'm like, what I do wrong now?
Well, and then there's the climax.
Just stop glaring. Just whatever. Just stop glaring at each other.
What about Roman Wilson?
Yeah, have we seen anything from him or Calvin? He had Calvin Austin while you were gone, catching
Hall of Famer,
catching 90 balls for 900 yards, 70 balls for 900 yards,
something like that. I probably change it every day.
Well, how do those two look? Roman Wilson.
I don't think they've got around to that fact of really highlighting a lot of receivers in the situation where Aaron Rodgers is throwing them a ball. It looks.
They've been doing 1-on-1s, right?
7-on-7s. one-on-ones. I mean, not really. Maybe during warm-ups or individuals, but how much do you take from that? I don't take much from that.
I mean, you got good corners.
I mean, they got Roman Wilson. It looks like they are definitely giving him the opportunity on the outside and Austin on the inside. So that's pretty obvious right now. But
still no Jonnu Smith, right?
No, I don't know what's wrong with him. Well, we'll get him out there soon enough. We should take a bet who's out there first, him or Cordero Patterson. I'm saying Jonnu Smith.
I mean, I still don't know why Cordero Patterson, with all due respect, is still on the roster.
Only one thing I could think of. They think they could move him for a 6th or 7th round pick in August because somebody's desperate for a kick return. It's the only thing I could be 100% wrong, but what else would they keep him for?
Extra receiver.
He hasn't been a receiver in 5 years.
Yeah, but he's a natural receiver.
He doesn't practice. I don't think they say he's hurt, but I don't think he is. I think he knows the situation.
Oh, you don't think he's actually hurt? You just
I don't think he is.
They have him on ice.
I think he might have put himself on ice.
What about Jalen Ramsey?
Unbelievable. Dude, he's still an all-pro, Pro Bowler in my eyes. If these first couple of days are any indication, smooth. He hasn't really talked very much. He hasn't really, with the typical things you would think Jalen Ramsey, what you've heard about him being flamboyant. Man, I think he's in his comfort zone, too, because I think they're letting him do whatever he's always wanted to be a defensive back, right? Safety, corner, nickel. And I think they're giving him every opportunity to do that. And he is going to be a difference maker.
Wow.
I mean, I think they're going to use him as a floater, which is strange when you think about it because he's such a great outside corner. But he's going to be up there. Sometimes he's going to follow around Jamar Chases at times. He's going to be in the slot at times. And if guys go in motion, he's going to be able to blitz. And if they're going heavy or something, he'll be able to switch back to safety a little bit as well. He is the ultimate Swiss Army knife, and he's just so smooth. How he picked off Aaron Rodgers the other day, it was just like effortless. So I think that's I don't know if we're going to say undervalued, but I think he brings a ton to this team. I think just replacing him with Minka with him is a huge upgrade. Huge.
So they've already been moving him around?
Oh, he plays everywhere.
Everywhere already. It's been a couple days.
I mean, he plays basically everywhere.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if that's a week 1 or week 2 thing and they're going to move him else around. But right now, it looks like they're going to just have him play his defensive back of what he wants to do right now. And I'm telling you, he's very good. And you got the 2 outside corners, or now Mike Tomlin is not hiding the fact. They just want to play man coverage. Period. We know we're playing man coverage. I don't care. I'll line you up against the 3 dudes from Cincinnati. Come beat us. We'll have man coverage because they did so much disguising the past couple years, and there's just dump downs and stuff like that. That should take that away. That's what leads me to believe that
it's going to help the pass rush.
That's what leads me to believe T.J. Watt's going to have a massive, because you can't get rid of the ball in 1 second now if you're on man coverage with these guys. That T.J. Watt, Highsmith, Herbig, those guys are going to eat a lot. And if you move TJ around and give him those opportunities that are new, this is all set up for TJ Watt to have a 20-sack season.
Which I agreed with, and then you argued with me on social media.
I just love it. I just wanted to put that picture up and say, I hate Adam Crowley.
They've been moving Watt around a lot, too, haven't they?
Oh, yeah. Left side, right side. He would be in the A gap, then drop into coverage.
Oh, yeah, baby.
And this is just early on. But we've seen glimpses of this in the past. So this is not anything new. Do you stick with it?
Well, I think that they do because of what they have on the back end, like you just said. I think they feel very confident in their coverage, in their cover defensive backs now, that I think that you do stick with it.
Yeah, that's the only.
Darius Slay. Darius Slay looks like
he looks fine to me. He looks like a guy. He doesn't look like a 34-year-old to me. JPJ, he played. You might have saw a video going around of somebody saying, "Boy, what a catch by DK Metcalf!" Went up
Out of bounds.
Not only out of bounds, I was right on the sideline. What perfect technique JPJ had of just riding him out of bounds because the ball was floating in that direction. I talked to him the other day. He seems like he's more comfortable, and he's going to have a better season.
I'd be a little ticked off for greatness, too.
Yeah.
Like, you draft me, I'm a starter last season. It didn't go great. There were some moments that were good, some other moments where he was a little handsy. You bring in two guys at my position, that's a little bit of a challenge.
He doesn't care.
The Porters don't back down from a challenge.
Yeah, I'd ask him about the penalties. What do you have? I think he was called for 14 or 15. Maybe not that many were accepted.
Right.
But he says, I don't care. I'm just going to play my game here. I don't know if he does, but he's saying the right thing. I'll tell you another guy who's stepped it up so far in non-padded practice, Patrick Queen. He's wanted to up his interceptions, and I think he's at least had 2 so far. If he hasn't had 2, he might have dropped one that was in his hands. He seems like he's feeling a little bit more comfortable here, so that's huge.
So mostly defensive guys, as you kind of assume whenever you start camp. Defense usually is going to have a leg up.
They haven't really ran the ball very much.
Right.
Most of it's been throwing out of when they go team drills. They did a couple run periods where you can't hit anybody, and Caleb Johnson looked quick. You haven't seen much of Jalen Warren. We haven't seen Jonnu Smith at all. But Metcalf is a stud. You can tell that. And
he was really good last year before he got nicked up, and then his numbers sort of dwindled a little bit. Yeah. But everything you're hearing, reading, and what you're seeing is he looks like the guy that he was pre-injury last year.
And another thing is they just replaced him with George Pickens. And, talking to people and whatever, it's come clearer and clearer that George Pickens was not a guy that they wanted around anymore. I'm talking about the team in general because of the potential attitude, maybe not towards his teammates in the locker room, but after the fact, when he's away, he just didn't even pay attention to anybody, didn't care anything. DK Metcalf is the total opposite. He is the nicest guy in the world. He's not going to cause a problem. And I ran into his old man the other day, Terrence Metcalf. He used to play in the league. Now you see where he got it from. Really nice guy. So you could tell that you're not going to have any issues with DK Metcalf like you had with Pickens, Antonio, Chase Claypool.
You can just keep naming guys, yeah.
I mean, you're going to have no problems like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. Coming up next, Derek Harmon, getting good reports on him. Everyone wants to know about Howard, so we'll get Mark's opinion on what he's been doing. Will Howard, the first few days of camp. We got to get to the Hall of Honor. The 3 guys that'll be inducted. First, though, it's a Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Kenny Pickett injured in Browns camp. He's got a hamstring issue. They're going to reevaluate him next week, but right now he will not be participating this week. It's a shame because he was doing well. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. Crowley here for Window Nation, and I know you've been looking into replacing your windows, but you're probably overwhelmed by all the options out there. Window Nation makes it easy. From the moment you reach out, you'll work directly with local experts who are proud to call Pittsburgh their home, too. And with one-day installation, your home will stay cool and comfortable through the rest of this hot summer and cozy and warm through the winter, too. And right now, you can take advantage of Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Get 50% off all window styles plus 0 interest for 5 whole years. You heard that right. With Window Nation, you won't pay any interest until 2030. Personally, I would not procrastinate another day if I could get top-quality windows from local experts. Get 50% off all window styles right now. And remember, that comes with 0 interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com today to get your free quote on replacement windows.
I'm Rob Brown, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. College football just a few weeks away from week 0, and I could not be more gassed. I am riding with the Gamecocks of South Carolina this year, in large part because they have an absolute stud under center. Lenora Sellers is the name. He has my money at 18-1 to win the Heisman. If you don't get in on it now, don't say it's because I didn't try to tell you people. I'm Rob Brown. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five!
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on
video. Every Thursday you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Should I bring up the thing that was texted to you, Mark, or no?
I wouldn't do that because how about if you're wrong? No,
All right.
no, text me because you just threw it on me.
That's right.
I'm a pro football expert.
Could be a major collegiate football story today. We'll leave it at that.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Yeah, before you know it, you'll be on the college version of Depot.
Maybe a head coaching situation.
Maybe a head coach stepping down today in college football. Not a local guy. I want to put that
But
out
there
there.
is, but there might be a local connection. We'll see. I don't know. Do I trust the person? 50-50.
Trusted the person enough to tell us, but because we're not going to give any more details, let's stop talking about it. People will get mad.
Yep.
How's Derek Harmon look?
Looks all right. I mean, once again, no pads on, so it's hard to really
I've
tell
heard
if he's
the-
going to be physical enough yet. I would assume he is.
You mentioned his footwork when he was drafted, Doran. I've heard that the get-off reminds people of Javon Hargrave. Like that. I always
Nobody
thought,
reminds me of Javon.
I thought Hargrave, that was his best attribute.
Yes.
I mean, Hutt ain't even, the T on Hutt ain't even out the mouth, and my man is off the ball.
Yeah, that's what made him so good. I just don't know how much they're going to use base caliber defense to get him a ton of snaps. I think they're going to play a lot of sub package with, with the Jalen Ramsey in the back, maybe Juan Thornhill, whatever they're doing here in the back, that they might be playing more. I mean, a 4-3 look, but it's not really a 4-3 because they don't call it the 4-3. So you might not need a lot from him right now, especially if Benton plays well. But
which I think is good.
Those defensive linemen are hard to judge until you do put the pads on. But he's done everything so far that leads you to believe that when those pads come on, that he's going to be, he's not going to be overwhelmed. So we'll find out on Tuesday. Probably, third period or whatever, they go 7 shots. They go back on backers. Then they go live team run, I think, right after that. So you'll be able to find out right away there if he's overwhelmed. I don't think he is.
I mean, there's a lot riding on that guy. I mean, he's almost forgotten about because of all the high-profile, big-money acquisitions they brought in this offseason, but their D-line stunk against the Ravens in that playoff game, and they really haven't added anything but him and Y.A. Black.
That's the problem. The problem is you got a 37-year-old who's a stud, but eventually 37-year-old defensive linemen turn into 37-year-old defensive linemen. I'm not saying that's happening this year with Hayward. Benton flatlined. He looks better. Maybe he takes that step. Maybe he doesn't. Then you got a rookie. After that, what do you got?
Mm-hmm.
You got a bunch of dudes, guys, that may be good, maybe they're not going to be good. They're going to be able to fill in the Dean Lowrys you see from time to time flashing, the Logan Lees, the Loudermilks. They'll all have a role, but you don't want those guys to be playing, 3 dozen snaps.
You know who I'm interested to hear about on Wednesday is Peyton Wilson, and him having a larger role this year, but also being a linebacker, not just a coverage guy, not just a blitz guy, but whenever they do have that run period, or whenever there are running plays with the pads on, I want to know how he does with that physically.
I mean, through 4 practices here, there hasn't been, unless I'm missing it, much switching out. He is looks like they're going to have 2-3 down linebackers at that point, at that period right there. And Peyton was very smart. He was able to pick this stuff up. Does he have that physical capability of playing that Elandon Roberts role as well as staying on there in third down? Plus, he's a chess piece, too. He can, you need to drop him into coverage a little bit. You can move him around a little bit. As well, same with Queen. I mean, side to side as well. But Wilson's a guy that you're probably expecting he needs to make a significant jump. If not, all of a sudden, where's Cole Holcomb?
Yeah.
Where's...
How does he look? He look all right, healthy? Changing direction.
I know he's getting in fights, and he cut his hair. That's the only thing I've noticed so far.
What I'm gathering by that lack of an answer there is that Holcomb doesn't look as athletic as the last time we saw him.
I mean, you're going probably running third string right now, so there's limited. And plus, there's short practices early on. They're going 90 minutes, and a couple of those were cut short because of weather. So some of those guys are losing reps too.
90 minutes, man.
Yeah, the first one was 90 minutes. The second one might have been less than that, Doran, because Doppler, he couldn't get out in front of Doppler, so that was stopped a little bit early. So they're losing periods from time to time here. It's a heat acclimation period, right?
What about Will Howard?
Will Howard's switching between third and fourth. He's getting some snaps at the third at, say, 7 shots. What a fan favorite.
Does he look like he knows what he's doing?
Does he look like a college quarterback right now, or does he look like a third-string NFL quarterback?
I think
Good question.
Probably. I mean, if he looks like a college quarterback, yeah, that's pretty darn good considering what he did last year.
There's a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's got a ton of reps. I mean, he's a huge fan favorite. That's the first thing that jumps out. I don't know why people are so enamored with him.
I'm with you on that.
I mean,
because he won a national championship.
And he's an Ohio State guy, and he's a great guy. And he said it the other day, I'm just me. And if this is, I think that's why people might gravitate to me. Because
he's got a presence. Like
yeah.
he can do media today. I mean, he's great in a press conference setting, and he's big and he's strapping and he won the national championship. Like I get it to an extent.
Ohio State, and a lot of people from this area are still Penn State fans. Sorry, guys, and have seen him play, and they can put name with face a little bit. But if it was up to me, I don't want to see Will Howard until next year at this time. You got the golden goose, man. You got Aaron Rodgers, who is willing to help you out here, and even to the degree Mason, who's been around 8 or 9 years. So when you have an opportunity next year, if Rodgers retires, if you could bring in a rookie quarterback, that you have a legitimate shot of being 2, maybe 1. I'd much rather see that than saying, boy, he might be able to win us a game week 16 against Tennessee or whoever they play, So, not a lot of reps. Huge fan favorite, which is stunning to me. I haven't seen that since, the Jerome Bettis
For a 6th-round pick to run out onto the field and get a standing ovation, that is noteworthy. You don't usually get that.
He threw a pass, and they all cheered him. Then he threw another pass, and it was a bad pass, and it was incomplete. And the guy from the stand said, "Don't worry, Will. It was still a good throw." Like, what?
Man, we've seen such bad quarterback play the last 5 years.
That's another thing. You're just so hungry for
QB, baby.
Yeah, so you're just willing. I mean, he does look the part, but we have to see him play the part.
I have teased the Hall of Honor for like an hour. So we'll get Mark's thoughts, Doran's thoughts, my thoughts on the 3 who are going to be inducted into the Steelers Hall of Honor coming up next. But first, social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Right now, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight at 9:45, exactly 12 hours. It's going to be a West Coast game. They're playing the San Francisco Giants, so it'll be a later start time for us on the East Coast. But still, you can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 8:50 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show, and that coverage is presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Loney and Muller think they know football until they talk to a DDK Koala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see a DD each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. A DD is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Moving
road work on the outbound side of Route 28 that is jamming traffic as you head toward the Highland Park Bridge back toward that Route 8 at the bypass. Additional slowdowns now from Shaler Waterworks back toward Millvale. And we do have some bridge inspection work blocking a lane of the ramp from the Fort Duquesne Bridge's upper deck to the North Shore Expressway. Watch for slowdowns as you head over toward Route 28. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. That's future you peace of mind. So whether you're already with Verizon or thinking about making the switch, this is for you. Everyone can save on a brand new phone on my plan when you trade in any phone from one of their top brands. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Pittsburgh and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh Airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue. But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. Aha! So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin. Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
SchultzFord.com. 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 Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. One more segment for us, which means one more segment with Mark Caboli. Texter writes in, we were talking about 90 minutes of Steelers practice. This is a great text. This is Western PA right here in a nutshell. When I played for Ambridge,
and Pipe.
Yep. We would go to Slippery Rock for a week for football camp. 3 days. Defense in the morning was 3 hours long. Offense in the afternoon was 3 hours long. Special teams and cardio was an hour and a half long in the evening. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And they would tell you not to drink water.
Right.
Water was for sissies.
Yes, they were. I remember that a lot.
Me too.
You were not allowed to drink water. If you did, they would have a bucket full of water just on the field, and there would be grass and little fleas in it. You didn't care.
Nope.
I'm dying here. But if you drank water, you were soft. S-A-W-F-T. Soft.
If you're headed to training camp, you spend 90 minutes in the sun. You can cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite and meet Donnie Football, broadcasting live at Sharky's on July 30th from 6 to 10. Training camp coverage on the Fan, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Miller Lite. Joey Porter Sr., Marquise Pouncey, Big Ben, this year's triumvirate being inducted into the Hall of Honor. No story better than when Joey Porter wanted to go on that Ravens bus to fight those guys. That was a different era, man.
Yep. You heard the story. He said it clear what really happened there. That was right after he got shot in Denver. They were talking crap on him. And so he walked toward the bus. He didn't even get on the bus, and they just started screaming, "Joey's trying to get on the bus." So he didn't really physically get on the bus to try to beat up Ray Lewis, according to him.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see him do that.
I have a great Joey Porter story from training camp. This was back when he was an outside linebackers coach. Todd Haley was the offensive coordinator, and it was the day before an off day. So much like tonight. And a bunch of Steelers players and coaches at the bar, and me and my group of media jabronis sitting on the corner of the bar. And there's this pop song playing. It's a very slow beginning to the beat. So music starts going. Joey Porter and Todd Haley get nose to nose, and they're screaming at each other. And half the team comes over trying to break them up. The second the beat drops on the song, they start dancing with each other. They had choreographed the whole thing. They had asked the owner at Sharky's to play the song, and they all looked over at us because they knew that we weren't supposed to be writing anything. Joey Porter going to come to blows with Todd Haley. Here we go. They're totally screwing with us. Yeah. It was awesome. I loved Todd Haley, but Joey, great. Of course, a character in his own right.
Yeah, I know a guy that only would drink O'Doul's beer.
Mm-hmm.
And he was drinking O'Doul's. He goes, "Come on over and sit with me." Then he grabbed an O'Doul's, and he looked at him and goes, "Is that O'Doul's?" And the guy says, "Yeah." He goes, "I can't be seen with you."
Straight up.
Joey, man, he talked a big game. Actually, one of the games I watched yesterday, because, again, I'm a loser, and that's what I do this time of the year, was Super Bowl 40. And
who won?
You know, the answer to that. And Joey, who was so great in the lead-up. You know, he had a so-so Super Bowl. But you know who had a bad Super Bowl? Jeremy Stevens, the tight end for Seattle. Now, he caught a touchdown. He also dropped 2 big plays. It's because all those 2 weeks, Joey just kept saying, "Oh, Jeremy Stevens, soft. He's soft. That guy's a soft tight end." 2 drops. I think it's all because of Joey.
I love it.
Got up in his head.
I love it when he said, and it's hard to see if you're watching on the fan cam here, when he said, "Joey here," and he pointed in the air, "Jeremy here."
So
Joey
good.
Here, Jeremy here.
We don't get that anymore. You'll still get some, and you'll get it a lot on social media. That dude talked trash better than anybody ever, and he always backed it up.
Yep. You know, I always say that Super Bowl 40, if there was a Conn Smythe trophy type of thing, Joey Porter should have won it.
And you know who could have won it in 08 was Lamar Woodley.
Oh, yeah. I don't even know if he was starting then. Wasn't he? Wasn't he just a role player?
No, he had 2 sacks a game.
Yeah, but I don't think he was the official starter, though, of that season.
I think he was starting.
Yeah. I don't think he was.
No, he totally was.
100%.
The hell are you smoking?
100%. I don't think he was.
100%. He definitely was.
He was literally drafted the year before.
Who was starting?
Clark Higgins or something.
We got him.
No, I want you to look this up.
He was starting.
I don't think he was a starter.
People know we're right. I don't have time. Got to tell people how friggin' hot it is outside today.
Tell them about Ben or Pouncey. Okay.
I didn't leave enough time for them.
Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow.
We sure will.
Yeah.
Mark, thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
Great.
Mark will be sweating his nards off up camp tomorrow. Today, fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Good thing they're not practicing. High of 91, feels like temperatures touching 100. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Joe Starkey is here, and he's up next. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have, tuck them in, and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with Awaken 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with Awaken 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush easing down nicely with the Parkway West. You are heavy still from Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound steady toward Pittsburgh International Airport. Parkway East inbound delays at Edgewood Swissvale. Outbound jam between the Bend at Bates and the Greenfield Bridge overpass up into the lane restrictions. Route 28, you're still heavy approaching that East Ohio Street off-ramp, and bridge inspection crews blocking a lane of the ramp coming over from the Fort Duquesne Bridge toward the North Shore Expressway. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face.
Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see what
at me.
let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1 yard line? One.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates won 6-0 on Sunday at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Paul Skeens got the victory. He's now 6-8 after going 6 scoreless innings, allowing just 3 hits while striking out 9. O'Neal Cruz went 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Brian Hayes also drove in 2 runs. Pirates head west. They'll play the San Francisco Giants tonight, 9:45 the first pitch. Mitch Keller against Carson Whisenhunt is the pitching matchup. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 8:50 right here on 93.7 The Fan. And the Steelers announced their latest Hall of Honor class. The trio Ben Roethlisberger, Marquise Pouncey, and Joey Porter. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 937thefan.com.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond. Let's go, let's go! It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fly ball to left and deep to playable Pham and Cruz. It'll be Cruz near the notch to make the catch. 1 pitch later, Skeens through 6 scoreless innings. What a magnificent pitcher. Pittsburgh celebrates Paul Skeens with a standing ovation in line for back-to-back wins.
Oh, boy. What a week it was, Sean. What a week it was. And I'm not talking about the Pirates or the Steelers. I'm talking about me. I was up in the mountains of West Virginia, one of the highest points in West Virginia, down by Elkins, down by Buchanan. Is that what the name of that place?
Yeah, I've been there before.
You have? What were you doing there?
I was trying to broadcast a college softball tournament.
Trying to? Couldn't get a signal?
Yeah, it's kind of wilderness there.
I mean, this week, I think it changed me. I do, for the better. I'll call it an adventure week up in West Virginia.
You look rejuvenated.
I do. I actually look pretty good, don't I?
You do, yes.
No, I don't. Now that I look in the camera, I don't look that good.
When I walked
look
in, I
better.
didn't even recognize you. You look like a much younger man now.
Do I?
I think so.
You know what happened? I lost 20 pounds, not in 1 week, but in a month and a half.
Congratulations.
You know what else I did this past week in West Virginia?
You golfed.
Not at all. No, it was more of, like I said, adventure. I swam in cold water, freezing cold water in a cave, if you can believe that.
That does not sound like you.
I know. Well, that's the whole point. Who wants to be like me? Certainly not me. I want to be somebody different. I rappelled off giant rocks at Seneca Rocks. I won't say I went up very high, but I did rappel off the rocks. I was in what you would call a sweat lodge, which is like a steaming sauna, and probably dropped 5 pounds. I was a puddle by the end of it. Remember when the Wicked Witch of the West just melted into a puddle?
Yeah.
In The Wizard of Oz? That was me at the end of this thing.
That happens to snowmen sometimes, too.
Often. Yeah, it happened to Frosty, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't that at one point? And then he came back to life?
I block that out of my memory, yeah. Very sad moment.
Don't you dare play the Mulsey song of Frosty the Snowman. No, I don't want you to. I met a man named Mark, who's out there somewhere, who's a big Detlef Schrempf fan, believe it or not. Remember him, Sean?
Oh, yes. Supersonics and Pacers.
Great player.
Great haircut.
Great haircut as well. A man named Tommy, who sounded just like Howard Stern. It was incredible. And a man named Hayden who just travels the world. He doesn't really have a home. He just goes places and lives. Now he's living in Berlin. So I met all these different people on my adventure, and I do come home a different man, you might say. And you confirmed it by saying I look different, which is great feedback for me to hear early on a Monday morning. Thank you, Sean.
You're very welcome.
What are we going to talk about? I got a better question. What aren't we going to talk about?
I think there's a lot of topics we can discuss.
There's no Bob. Where is Bob? People were ripping me for taking 2 out of 3 weeks off. When was the last time Bob was seen here?
It's been months, I think.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
So
probably in the spring, I would imagine.
Yeah. So Bob is gone. City Limits is nowhere to be found. Where did he go? To some broadcasting camp or something?
Wiffle ball. I'm not sure.
Wiffle ball.
That's usually a good bet.
So it's me and Sean Myers today. I'm really happy to be back. I do feel great. It was a very, very adventurous week. I don't think you were surprised enough that I rappelled off a rock. Do you know what that's like?
That's pretty bold.
You know what you do? You clip on that harness, sort of. You start climbing with somebody down below. I guess it's called a belay. Did you know that?
No. So is their job to just make sure
I
something
don't die.
terrible doesn't happen?
Yeah, exactly. So I'll admit I was very, very, very scared. I only made it up maybe, I don't know, 40 feet, 50 feet or something. That's pretty
still
high.
A lot, yeah.
If that high. But the point was that I let go up there and repelled backwards, Sean. Is somebody calling in with an emergency already? What's going on here? And man, it felt great. I'll tell you, it felt great. The whole week felt great. I am a rejuvenated man. I feel like I'm a little more open-minded this week on the whole Aaron Rodgers thing. Man, is he saying all the right things so far. But that's not where I want to start. I want to start with the Pirates. I'm going to show everybody my shirt here, Sean. It's a 79 Pirates shirt, as you can see. You like it?
It's a nice shirt, yeah. Now, that is not from the 70s, I'm assuming, right? That's a more recent purchase.
Yeah, although I do still have Pirate memorabilia from the 70s. And I think it's only right that we open up with just a little bit of Dave Parker, because just that name brings pleasant memories to me of a rather pleasant childhood and watching Dave Parker, idolizing Dave Parker. He was the coolest, I thought, athlete in all of sports in the 1970s. Totally intimidating. Played in a hockey mask, for God's sakes, when he broke his jaw. Had that earring, had that contract, had that bat, had that arm, had that speed early in his career. If you plucked him right out of his prime, 77, 78, 79, you're not going to find many baseball players ever who were more the epitome of a five-tool player. So in praise of Dave Parker, and this is going to lead into a trade deadline story, believe it or not, in praise of Dave Parker, we present his son, I believe Dave the second. And he,
I think it's the second.
Yeah, he spoke for his dad, Dave Parker, yesterday, who sadly passed away pretty recently. And he relayed a poem that Dave Parker wrote, I believe, in case he wasn't around when he finally made it to the Hall of Fame. And man, it was great.
Does that mean you want me to play it now?
Yep.
Okay.
Pops wanted me to leave everyone with this poem that he wrote, that he gave me a long time ago. And he said if he ever made it here to read it. So that's what I'm about to do. Here I am, 39, about damn time. I know I had to wait a little, but that's what you do with fine age wine. I'm a pirate for life. Wouldn't have it no other way. That was my family. Even though I didn't go on parade day, I love y'all. The Bucks own my heart. Because those 2 championships I got, y'all played in the first part. I'm in the hall now. You can't take that away. That statue better look good. You know I got a pretty face. Top tier athlete, fashion icon, sex symbol. No reason to list the rest of my credentials. I'm him, rocket arm, and I will run any catcher over. To my friends, families, I love y'all. Thanks for staying by my side. I told y'all Cooperstown would be my last ride. So the Star of Day will be in the sky tonight. Watch it glow. But I didn't lie. On my documentary, I told you I wouldn't show. Thank you.
Just awesome. That was R.I.P. Dave Parker, and so glad that you made it even posthumously where you belong, which is the Baseball Hall of Fame. And for me, and I would imagine for a lot of people, it leads into the topic of today's Pirates and the state that they are in. Bob Smizik tweeted out the other day, surely you remember, Bob, if you're of a certain age, that, oh my God, look at O'Neal Cruz. From first to home, he made it in 9 seconds. Look at that highlight. Did you see that yesterday?
Did not even draw a throw to the plate.
I know.
On a, I think it turned out just to be a single, and he was at first. Right now, he was on the move, I think, before the pitch. But you can see his ability is, top 1% of all of Major League Baseball in some regards.
9 seconds. It would take me 9 minutes to get from first to home. That is some serious speed. But here we are with the Pirates. And Smizik tweeted out, will there ever be another Pirate to get into the Hall of Fame? Will there ever be another one? And, of course, the reflexive reaction is to say, yeah, Skeens. Oh, wait. Of course, Skeens is going to be gone. And now they're showing the lowest ERA through the first 45 career starts ever. Freddie Shupp, Ron remembers him from 1913 to 17 at 1.64. Ernie Shore in 1914 and 15 at 1.78. And Paul Blanken Skeens is third right now. Right now, he's third all time in ERA through his first 45 starts. And here we sit at a trade deadline. Yeah, wondering what the Pirates will do, what they should do, but also, for me at least, a combination of sort of enraged and just incredibly sad, especially juxtaposed against great teams like the 79 Pirates, with how they've squandered this opportunity. It's sickening, actually, how they've squandered it. Their big offseason moves were Tommy Pham, Adam Frazier, and Spencer Horwitz. How Ben Cherington wasn't fired with Derek Shelton is one of the most astounding things I've seen in sports. I mean, that's miracle on ice stuff. How did that happen? How does he survive? And I feel horribly for Pirates fans out there about how they just completely butchered their offseason because they weren't willing. Bob Nutting wasn't willing to spend enough, and Ben Cherington is incompetent. That's a really bad combination. Not a lot of money and not a lot of skill in how to build a baseball team the way that other teams on shoestring budgets build them. But he's still here, Cherington, and we're at the trade deadline, and the Pirates have one of the greatest pitchers of all time through 45 starts. I mean, I know we've said that, but sometimes you see a number and you watch him yesterday and you're like, oh my God, they have one of the greatest pitchers of all time, ever, since the sport was invented. And they're doing nothing with it. In fact, they're getting worse. They've gotten worse since last year, which is another miracle. What are they doing? And how much longer will Skeens even be here? The clock is already ticking. This is such an opportunity. So basically, really year 2 of Skeens. They've squandered 2 years of Skeens. Not even to 500 yet. We don't have time. They don't have time to wait around for Connor Griffin and Termar Johnson. I don't know when they're getting here. I don't even know if Johnson is still a highly rated prospect. Griffin sure is, but he plays for a team called the Grasshoppers right now, does he not? The Crickets? The Grasshopper? Where is he?
I think it's the Grasshoppers.
Yeah,
even if you're optimistic, it's hard to envision him making a major impact to help this team before 2027, I would imagine. Maybe he comes up next year, but are you getting a full year of top-notch production from him? Maybe, but I wouldn't count on it.
You can't count on it at this point. I mean, he looks like he's the number one prospect in all of baseball. But I don't know when he's getting here. I don't know what it's going to be like at AAA and then the majors. I have no idea. They need to focus on next season as an all-in year. They need to treat this deadline almost like they're a contending team. Kind of. The problem with that is that there's not a lot of attractive veteran bats out there. Guys with control left on their contracts. There's just not a lot of them. You know, you look up and down the list. Jeff Passan put together one on ESPN. You can join the conversation, by the way, at 412-928-9370. 928-9370. I feel terrible for Pirate fans. I really do. The more you watch Skeens, the more you realize he's getting better now. Like he got off to an unskeens-like start, even though he was still great. And even though he's like, you know, what was he then? 20 starts into his career, it felt like he wanted to be better than he was. And then all of a sudden, he's just unhittable, and he's only getting better. This is different from other phenoms that I've seen in my lifetime because they were all about, most of them, all about power. You know what I mean? It was like, you know, Dwight Gooden was going to blow you away with 100 miles an hour and a devastating curveball. This guy comes in, and I think he has the greatest arsenal of pitches, or one of them, that I've ever seen. I think of somebody like Pedro Martinez for sure. But it could be anything on a given day. Yesterday, he didn't even barely use the splinker. He'll go 100 if he wants, or close to it. And then he's got, it feels like 5 or 6 other pitches, and he pitches like a guy who's been in the league for 15 years. I've never seen anything like it. And neither have a lot of people who have been around the game and in the game for longer than I have, or certainly in the game deeper than I have. He is the literal definition of a phenom, and they're flushing the whole thing right down the toilet is what they're doing. They're flushing this whole thing down the toilet. So it's time to take some sort of action. And I hear people out there now worried about trading Mitch Keller. It'll be okay. Trust me. If Mitch Keller can fetch you a bat and you put him in combination with Bednar, who's been great, who's been lights out, but we all know with relief pitchers, they can be very mercurial. It's up and down all the time. You know, who would be surprised if Bednar had a bad ending to the season or started out badly next? You can always get a closer. One thing the Pirates have done in the 21st century is find closers. I ain't worried about that. And I'm not worried about Mitch Keller either. And if Mitch Keller can go out and fetch you a bat, what's the problem? Somebody, please tell me, we're going to get cold feet on Mitch Keller now? Have you seen what that guy's done in August and September of the last couple of years? He's crumbled down the stretch both times. You're going to worry about a 2 or 3 starter? They have Skeens. They have Bubba Chandler, a top 10 prospect still, who's pitching well again, by the way, who are going to anchor that rotation at some point, hopefully. Probably not next year, though. They'll get Jared Jones back. Oviedo's knocking at the door of AAA. They have Burrows, Ashcraft. And another thing, maybe the only thing that Cherington has shown he can do is go out and get guys to fill out the rotation pretty adequately. I'm not worried about Mitch Keller. Now, the problem, before I went into that little diatribe, was it's awfully tough to find hitters who are controllable. Stephen Kwan is one that Jeff Passan lists. An all-star the last 2 years, a Gold Glove winner, a left fielder. Not really a power hitter at all, but a 2-time all-star. Cleveland doesn't want to deal him. passing rights, but with a dearth of available bats, the Guardians, at the very least, will have to listen if teams are willing to blow them away with offers. That's what you want. Give them an offer they can't refuse. I believe he has 2 years of club control. That's all you need around here, because it's going to be about 2-3 years of Skeens too before we start talking trade, and I don't know when it'll actually happen. But you can trust me on this. The Pirates aren't going to shell out $500 million to keep Paul Skeens. That's like 19 years of payroll for them. That's not happening. Jarren Duran is another guy, Red Sox, who has a little bit of control left. Good player, but he just really doesn't do it for me.
Last year, he was incredible.
He was great
He's
last
taken
year.
a big step back.
But doesn't that year seem like an outlier?
Well, I think that's the only reason why Boston's willing to move off of him at this point.
Yeah.
I think he would be the answer. Now, I think you would have to give up Keller, Bednar, and maybe even something else to get him. But I think that's probably the guy if you're Pittsburgh. That said, you're going to have to shell out some money within a few years to keep him.
Well, you're not going to do that, whatever you're doing. But really, though, Sean, I don't know. His career OPS is still below 800. He's a good player. He has 1 year of over 20 homers. He's only got 9 this year. He doesn't do it for me. And I actually wouldn't give up Keller and Bednar to get him. I wouldn't. He was really good last year. But still, 21 homers? You know, he was really good, but it feels like that was an outlier season. And that
I'll give you a counter argument.
Yeah,
I know WAR is not the end all be all,
yeah.
right? Because no one even knows how it's calculated. His WAR last year was 8.7. I bet if you look at Keller's entire career, he has not surpassed 8.7 cumulatively.
Sure, but
so one season
again,
of Duran's at his best was better than Keller's entire career.
But one season at his best is all he's had. Like, he's sitting here with 9. If you're telling me they're bringing in a guy with a 259 average and 9 homers, I don't know.
That's
but yes,
true, but
reasonable people can disagree on that. But
he's
that's
clearly an above-average hitter in Major League Baseball who also brings really good speed and would probably be, at this point, the Pirates' best hitter. I know you could say Cruz has more potential. There's no doubting that. But he would be their best hitter, I think.
reasonable people can disagree on that.
It's a low bar because they don't really have many good hitters at this point.
Here's what I'm way more interested in, and this came from Bob Nightingale in his Sunday notebook. The Cubs, and I know interdivision trades can get weird. I don't know. Here's what I do know, and I quote, "The Cubs desperately want another starter at the deadline, targeting Mitch Keller of the Pirates, and would include outfield prospect Owen Casey to make it work." Now you're talking. Now we're talking. Casey is considered, I think he's up to number 36, actually, MLB pipeline. Got an OPS of 940 with 20 homers, 46 RBIs for AAA Iowa. Believe me, I know. We've seen enough hitters who can hit in AAA who can't hit here. Henry Davis being number one on that list. What is he down to? Microscopic. I think his average is so low you can't even figure it out without some kind of computer program. He's down to like 171 or something. I get it. But this kid, from everything I read, see, and hear, is getting blocked because of the talent the Cubs already have in their outfield. This, I would be all over this to get him. Somebody knocking on the door at AAA is what I would be looking at. I know we mentioned Spencer Jones last week, limits, or 2 weeks ago, vehemently disagreed. All he's done is continue to crush the ball at AAA, a 6'7" slugger. Would I love to get an established, really good major league player in exchange for Mitch Keller? Yes, I would. I'm just not sure, A, you're going to get it, and B, that the marketplace is really offering that. Sean may be right. Or maybe it could be Stephen Kwan. But I'd rather have a potential star who appears to only not be in the majors because they're getting blocked. And I would be all over Owen Casey. Sean?
The concern is, do you believe that Sherrington's the right guy to identify guys that are on the cusp that will then succeed at the major league level when you're talking about hitting? Because we know he's been able to find pitchers.
Well, the short answer to that is no, but he's here, so you can't just not do anything. You can't.
I agree.
You have to go out and make a deal, and he's going to have to be the guy to do it. And if I'm Bob Nutting, I'm saying you're going to rely. Is there anybody in this organization who does know hitting? I don't know. They should have gone out and hired some sort of senior consultant to advise, in quotes, Cherington on some of these people. But this kid, I mean, he's 23. He's ready to be in the majors. You call him right up. He's gone from AA to AAA, and he's ascending the way that star hitters do. You know, AA, 918 OPS. AAA last year, 848. AAA this year, 940. Okay, he's crushing home runs. He's got 61 of them over the last 3 years here. In, about 200, 300 games, he's got 61 home runs. And a pretty healthy slugging percentage, I might add. Strikes out a lot, but who cares? Everybody does these days. The bottom line here is something has to be done. I will say now or this off season. And the time to strike might be now. Everybody seems to think the off season is the way to go. Oh, you can always make a better deal in the off season. Here's the thing about the off season is that everybody's had a chance to sit down for a while and think soberly about their team's situation. Right now, you have bunches of teams, because of all the wild cards out there and everything else, who think they can win and who are drunk on the idea of being the Texas Rangers, and limping into a playoff like they did and winning a World Series that year. 2 years ago, was it? 3 years ago, maybe?
And by the way, they traded a boatload to get a closer at that deadline.
There you go.
And Aroldis Chapman. They gave away a guy who's basically a number one starting pitcher now.
Exactly. And so now might be the time, the really ideal time to strike. Because the Pirates are wasting the career of not a great player, not a guy who's going to be a perennial all-star, maybe one of the greatest pitchers of all time is here right now. Right this second. You saw him yesterday. Strike out 9 in 6 innings. He didn't even have his best stuff. Did he get any first pitch strikes? It seemed like he got almost none. And yet, when he needed something, he pulled it out of the bag and finished with a shutout again. And now he's sitting here through 45 games with one of the greatest stat lines that baseball has ever seen. It's time. It's time to help him. It's time to help you out there. At least try. And then I hear Ben Cherington yesterday, and as always, I'm completely flummoxed and in need of a linguist to translate what he said. I have no idea what he said. Can we listen to Cherington for a moment, Sean?
Yes, we can.
Ben, how risk-averse are you considering the urgency? And what I mean by that is, if somebody wants to give you a top 100 that doesn't have a major league at-bat, there's still, with the gap from AAA to the big leagues, as we've heard, being as big as ever, there's some inherent risk if you would be giving up a bona fide player for somebody that is otherwise unproven, as talented as they may be.
Sure. I don't think we can be risk-averse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. If we want to win, we're going to have to assume.
I don't think we can be risk-averse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. So he's putting out there, that I'm dealing with constraints here in Pittsburgh, which everybody knows. Okay, if you can't be risk-averse, what have you been to this point?
I feel like every offseason signing has been a risk-averse type of move.
Exactly. Have they made a high risk trade? Am I forgetting about one? Luis Ortiz ain't high risk.
No.
For Spencer Horwitz. Who did they trade for De La Cruz last year at the deadline? What is this guy? I don't remember. What is this guy talking about? We can't be risk averse here in Pittsburgh. Okay, but that's exactly what you've been for 6 years. Please change. Let's hear the whole thing from the beginning again. I'm speechless on this guy at this point.
Ben, how risk averse are you considering the urgency? And what I mean by that is, you know, if somebody wants to give you a top 100 that doesn't have a major league at bat, there's still, with the gap from AAA to the big leagues, as we've heard, being as big as ever, there's some inherent risk if you would be giving up a bona fide player for somebody that is otherwise unproven, as talented as they may be.
Sure. I don't think we can be risk averse. I don't think that's going to work in Pittsburgh. If we want to win, we're going to have to assume risk. And with risk comes downside with that, obviously. If it doesn't work out, we get criticized. That's okay. I don't think we can win without assuming that risk, though. Now, it's case by case, right? Like, you know, we're not going to assume, we don't need to, or we'll assume massive risk on every single decision. But, yeah, we're going to have to be willing to assume risk, I believe, to win, and that risk can come in different forms.
All right, good. Good, then it's time. And you would think a guy whose job surely should be on the line would be swinging for the fences. What does he have to lose at this point? And some people might say, yeah, that's a danger. You go out and make, you know, some idiotic trade where you're getting rid of really good players for a lottery ticket. I don't care at this point. I want him to take a big swing. Obviously not something completely idiotic, but I don't think that Mitch Keller and Bednar for Owen Casey and somebody else from the Cubs is madness here. In fact, a big swing is necessary. It's needed. Ideally, you'd love to just go out and solve your problems with money, but this isn't 1979 anymore where every team's spending the same. I wish it was. And I wish Bob Nutting would spend more, especially right now. If he was ever going to spend, last offseason would have been the offseason to splurge on one guy. And when I say splurge, nobody's talking Juan Soto money. How about $20 million a year for a player? How about $15 million a year for a player on the open market? How about anything when you have one of the greatest pitchers of all time through 45 starts? Please do something. 412-928-9370. Are you among those getting cold feet on Mitch Keller? David Bednar? Because I'm hearing some of that. Like, wait a second, they already have these guys, and the Pirates always get rid of their good players. When are they going to keep them? Well, that's not entirely true, first of all. That narrative just isn't entirely true. As I've said many times, before O'Neill Cruz came along, the three most talented prospects coming through the system that I've seen around here this whole quarter century have been Starling, Marte, McCutchen, and Polanco, and they signed all three up through their free agent years. Their first couple, anyway. Didn't work out. Polanco forgot how to play baseball. Marte got himself suspended for a year. And McCutchen faded. But they did sign them. They thought Key Brian Hayes was going to be a really good player. They signed him. They signed Keller. The problem isn't keeping their good players. The last guy that I really, really cared about, thought was going to be great that they got rid of was Garrett Cole. So, yeah, when it comes to the 200, 300, and in Skeen's case, $500 million players, they're not going to keep them. I don't worry about the Pirates keeping decent young talent, good young talent. I worry about them developing it, drafting it, developing it, finding it in the cracks out there. That's what I worry about, not keeping it. My God, the Milwaukee Brewers trade good players every year. Every single year they trade good players. And yet here they are again, developing their own good players, finding a diamond in the rough like Jackson Chorio, splurging when necessary on a Christian Yelich. And now I see today, tons of teams want shortstops as always, and the Brewers have three guys, three shortstops, rated in the top 35 or 38 prospects in all of baseball. That's what the Brewers do. And they haven't been drafting where the Pirates have been drafting. You know why? Because they win the division every year, and it looks like they're going to do that again.
They should be the blueprint, I think, for Pittsburgh.
Of course they're the blueprint. It's a smaller market than Pittsburgh, and they could have hired, Bob Nutting and Travis Williams could have hired the guy who's running the Brewers right now, Matt Arnold. He was their assistant GM when this job was open. They interviewed him, and they took the wrong guy, the guy you just heard, who says here in Pittsburgh we can't be risk-averse, and yet I've been risk-averse every second I've been here. It's maddening. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Please don't tell me you're risk-averse suddenly as we look at Mitch Keller and David Bednar. And I know nobody would be risk-averse on Key Brian Hayes, and there's a market for third baseman. Just to get him and that contract out of here would be a great blessing to the organization. Let's talk about all of this with the backdrop being that your Pirates right now, at this very second, in the present, living totally in the present, have one of the greatest pitchers of all time. Off the Top brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Headed to camp? Well, Donnie Football is out there, or will be. Cool off with an ice cold Miller Lite and meet Donnie Football, broadcasting live at Sharky's on July 30th from 6 to 10. What day is this, Sean? I have no idea.
This is the 28th.
Well, there you go. Donnie Football will be out there in 2 days. Training camp coverage on 93.7 The Fan is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Miller Lite. Top of the hour, we're going to get into tons of Steeler camp issues. A great Aaron Rodgers quote from yesterday. Some unbelievable quotes about this defense. But first, the Pirates. And how did they try to salvage the Paul Skeens era?
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
With your fan headlines, this is Sean Myers. The Pirates a 6-0 victor on Sunday against the Arizona Diamondbacks at PNC. Paul Skeens got the victory, did not allow a run over 6 innings. He had 9 strikeouts. He's now 6-8 on the season. O'Neal Cruz and Key Brian Hayes each had a pair of RBIs. Pirates head out west. They will play the San Francisco Giants tonight, 9:45 first pitch. Mitch Keller toes the rubber for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:50, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents how to make a Blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a Blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This is Andy Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. CeCe Sabathia went into the Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday as a New York Yankee, and it was very much underplayed in my opinion. He once led the American and National League in shutouts in the same season. Too bad baseball didn't pump up his greatness for this weekend. This is Andy Gresh.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit, because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. The month of July is National Carpet Cleaning Month, and because of that, Zero Res is offering a purchase of 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free plus $50 off of air duct services. Hey, Yins, carpet looking like it survived the tailgate at Acrisure, mud from the Mon, fries from your salad on the ground. That's why Zero Res is here to clean up the mess without leaving any soap or residue behind. We know it's a busy time of year with cookouts and graduation parties and all kind of summer activities. Your carpets could get nasty. Here's the thing about Zero Res. They can handle it all. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, air ducts, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call My Cleaning Pros. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Schedule your appointment today at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See below for complete details.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. It is hot. You need new windows. You don't know where to turn. Yes, you do. Window Nation. They make it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you can get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years, plus 1-day installation. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170. Donaldson's Crossroads, the Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive now in its 11th year. Drop off your backpacks now through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. Games, prizes, and 93.7 The Fan on site from 1 to 2 p.m. This all leads up to Pittsburgh for PPS, the official back-to-school event for PPS students, August 18th at the Gold Lot 1 on the North Shore. Let's give every student a strong start together with Donaldson's Crossroads and Odyssey Pittsburgh.
Hot damn! Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real fruit tea. Goes down smooth and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Sean Myers, before I took off for West Virginia for a week, the mountains of West Virginia where I didn't have cell phone service for an entire week, and man, was that a blessing. That just stunned me. I felt like I was literally going through withdrawal for a couple days, checking my pocket.
It's like a bygone era when we didn't have 24/7 communication.
It was a very strange, almost physical withdrawal. It was really, really odd. But I'll tell you, by day 3 up there and day 4, and again, it's one of the highest points in West Virginia, and the stars were amazing. You could see the Milky Way on like 3 different nights. I never wanted to see the thing again. I really didn't. I think it's one of the worst things that's come along in the world, maybe ever, like devices or machines or in that category. It's just, there are some good uses for it, but mostly I feel like it's just dumbing us down. You know what I mean?
Well, the next wave is this AI that's coming that's going to be even worse than that. But I agree. I mean, I didn't have, as crazy as this sounds, I didn't have a cell phone until midway through my senior year of high school. And now I think most kids get it before they're even 10 years old.
That's the frightening part.
And it's just like, you can't go more than, what, a half an hour without compulsively looking at
half a minute for kids. I mean, it's unreal.
Yes. And I know parents that they have to give their phone to their kids so that they can watch videos or play on it at all times, even when they're already
it used to be
actively
TV,
doing
which I
something.
guess, yes, isn't that much different when you're that little, but it's just, I don't know, man. I do know this. I was really happy not to have one. It felt like life just opened up again. Anyway, I'm dummied back down here. And the last, I guess my point there was, when last I had a phone and a working television, I was watching the Pirates lose to the White Sox 10-1, and sell the team chants were breaking out all over the place. I'm going to take a wild guess here and say when they lost again 10-4 and again 7-2 on Sunday, those intensified, or what was the story of that weekend?
Yeah, I think the the biggest one was during the Mac Miller bobblehead, because that's a game where so many people were there. They were there hours and hours in advance, and the Pirates, had an absolute stinker. And I think actually the Noah Constrictor, who we're going to have on, believe he tweeted that the 3 most attended home games this season for the Pirates, which are 2 of their bobblehead giveaways in their home opener, all 3 games, there was a flood of sell the team chants at those contests.
I mean, even in this series against Arizona, I mean, they're not like a high-profile opponent. You had crowds of 21-2, 27-4, 20. Everyone was over 20,000 per game, which is sort of amazing when you look at this team. Now, some people would label people who show up to games as suckers. I wouldn't. I like doing it. I wouldn't label them, and I wouldn't want to be labeled that. I don't think it's a fair label.
Baseball fan to enjoy a baseball game, even if your team's not great. So I would never begrudge anyone who goes to those games.
Neither would I. You can both go to the games and demand that the team be better. I love these people who say, just don't show up. Well, no, I want to go. I'm entertained. I'm not going to just not show up at the ballpark. I like it.
And
lots of people
would you
apparently
say, well, I'm not going to let my kid go to a game because the Pirates don't spend enough money? Well, then you're taking away potential joy from a kid. So, I mean, every scenario is different.
In the meantime, they are completely squandering Paul Skeens' existence here as one of the greatest pitchers who ever lived through 45 games. The greatest pitcher since the early 1900s by, I think, probably the most measurable sort of conventional stat, and that's ERA. He doesn't let other teams score. And he's the greatest pitcher at that through 45 games since like 1914, somewhere in there. What should they do at the trade deadline? 412-928-9370. I think the AAA route, as far as getting a high-end prospect like Owen Casey from the Cubs, Spencer Jones from the Yankees, that ilk of player is where I want to go if I'm trading Mitch Keller. There are a couple of options as far as bona fide major leaguers, but the ones that seem to be available are tailing off this season. And you're always going to have issues with years of control with most of those guys. Let's hit the lines, Sean.
All right, we'll head out to Columbus with Jay.
What's up, Jay?
Starkey, most Pirate fans probably don't remember or are not even going to believe this, but the Pirates made Dave Parker the first $1 million professional sports athlete of all time. $1 million. In the 80s, they signed bums like George Hendricks, Leo Mazzilli, giving them outrageous amount of money. In the 90s, they locked up Draybeck. They had Van Slyke. They had Bonds play until last year's of arbitration and made him a pretty competitive offer. And then the McCarthy era, he locked up Jared Kendall. And since probably 2010, after the McCutcheon lockup, I mean, this ownership is an embarrassment to baseball. And I can't believe that they developed pitching that good and can't get a good hitting coach. I mean, Henry Davis is the #1 overall draft pick, and he's batting $175.
Is it the hitting coach, or is it finding and identifying the right kind of talent?
It's the hitting coach.
The hitting coach is the main problem. They've changed hitting coaches. How many hitting coaches do you want? Yes. They blew out, what's his name, Andy Haynes, and brought in, who is it now? I don't even know.
So all these guys got mental. Hitting is mental. Are you trying to tell me that every single stud player that can't hit for the Pirates and then they go somewhere and hit 300? So
Name one. Name one.
Coach, what is
Name one who's done that.
Oh, geez. I can't off the top of my head.
Oh, it's Matt Haig. How could I forget Matt Haig, the hit collector? So they've. I appreciate the call. It's not about the hitting coach. Bring in somebody. Identify talent better.
If you're depending on your major league hitting coach to completely determine the fate of the guys that are on your team, then something's gone wrong. They can help a little bit.
Now, yeah, maybe, in a general kind of way, their ability to develop hitters from the ground up here could be problematic. But again, I don't know how much talent they're working with. Now, you can work your way around that by finding hitters who are already established. The best they could do in the offseason was Tommy Pham, Adam Frazier, and Spencer Horwitz. Those guys like that are revolving around Major League Baseball like the Stars that I saw in West Virginia. You just pick one out. There's millions of them.
Those are low-risk moves.
There's millions of them. Go find an impact hitter or two. How come other teams on budgets like this can do it and the Pirates can't? Next.
We'll go to Florida and specifically Fort Lauderdale to hear from Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, great to talk to you as always, Joe. I happened to be last week in Indianapolis. I saw Bubba Chandler throw Thursday. If the Pirates don't call him up, it's like really a criminal thing because when guys, it's like overcooking meat. The guy's ready to go. It just flew phenomenal against a Tiger team that had 5 of their top 30 prospects. But I think the big difference, Joe, between Milwaukee and Pittsburgh is one major area in the front office. And it's a really weird situation in Pittsburgh because Ben Cherington's developed pitching, which is by far the hardest thing to go in baseball. But where he misses, the Brewers actually have a guy from Pittsburgh who's a Pittsburgh connected, Mike Berger, who was the assistant general manager for the Marlins when they developed Stanton, Yelich, and Zuno. And he's assistant now to Matt Arnold in Milwaukee. You also got Doug Melvin, who was a former assistant general manager, and Matt Clintock, who ran the Phillies. And I just don't think Cherington has all these numbers guys and young people and all that stuff that they want in analytics, but he's missing baseball people in his front office. And I think that's a big difference because Berger grew up in Central Catholic High School. He was a teammate of Dan Marino in their 78 team. And Tony LaCava, who's the assistant general manager of the Blue Jays, was the second baseman on that team. And, you need baseball people besides the analytical people in your front office.
I agree. I agree 1,000%. And the Brewers are just very clearly, I appreciate the call, a smarter organization. They're sitting there in a market smaller than Pittsburgh, 41,000 Friday night, 39,000 Saturday against Miami, 40,000 yesterday. They're 19 games over. Nobody or very few people are picking the Brewers to win this division again. You know why? Because they lose really good players every single year. They're the National League version of the Rays. Like, they're so smart and have such foresight and such ability to develop and ability to find players who might be undervalued by other organizations, and all they do is win.
Their off season, they traded their star closer, and they saw one of their best hitters, their starting shortstop, leave for a big contract in free agency, and they've come out as seemingly a better team after all of that.
And now we're going to have to sit here in a huge series starting tonight, the Brewers and the Cubs, and tomorrow night we're going to have to sit there and watch Quinn Priester, who's 9-2 with a 3.28 ERA. Man, the kicks in the groin never stop. It's like that one GIF where I think it's a karate guy who's squatting and just taking about 1,000 rapid-fire kicks right in the groin. You know that one?
That sounds awful.
I think he's a Pirate fan, actually. Next.
We're going to go to Greg in Youngstown.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how's it going? I saw that player's stats in the minors. He seems like Sawinski. Strikes out a lot.
Which guy are you talking about?
Who's that guy from the Cubs? What's his name? Hold on.
Casey, Owen Casey.
Yeah. Strikes out a lot. His average is okay. Sawinski was hitting in the minors, too. So my problem is, I don't mind trading Keller, but you didn't give me 2 players. I'm not giving you 1 so you win a World Series. That's not going to happen. Or I'll just keep Keller.
I'm not sure that Mitch Keller takes you to the World Series either. Would you like to know his stats from the last 2 seasons when at least...
Well, what's he doing this year? Please, this year. Not
no. He was doing good for the first 3 or 4 months the last 2 years, too.
No.
Doing great.
Year. Go this year. Don't go last year.
No, I'm not going this year because we haven't hit the biggest months yet. That's why I'm not going this year yet.
So why don't you give the guy credit this year? He's their second-best pitcher. He's one of the best pitchers in
Good for him. He was good last year, too, and then when the games got important, he had a 6.75 ERA in August, and in September a 6.66 ERA. You want to know the year before?
Listen, I guarantee we trade Keller, they go to the World Series, and everybody's going to tell you off because you're wrong. And this guy we're going to get is a Sawinski. He strikes out all the time. You want this? You want Sawinski again?
Who do you want? Give me a name.
I want a starting player.
No, give me a name. Give me a name.
I don't know.
You seem like a smart guy. You seem like a genius, as a matter of fact. You don't even have a name on the tip of your tongue. Give me a name.
I'm not the GM.
Give me a name. Give me a name. You're comparing this guy who you've never seen to Jack Sawinski. You must be pretty smart. Give me a name. One name. One name. No, you don't have one. Thanks for the call. Smart guy.
He was close to getting a name.
Smart guy. He knows that Owen Casey is the next Jack Sawinski, but doesn't have one single name that he can give me. The year before, by the way, Mitch Keller went from having a really good year to a 6.28 ERA in July, well over 4 in August, and then well over 5 in September. So let's see if Mitch Keller can finish a season. That's number one. And number two, if you're starting to get cold feet about trading Mitch Keller, what are you doing? They need offense here. I like the previous call, the guy who saw Bubba Chandler recently. Let's go with him and Skeens at the top of the rotation. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you expect Jones is going to be back. Burrows maybe looks like he could be a guy.
Oviedo's back at AAA pitching well.
Starting pitching is a strength that you should deal from.
They are desperate for hitting. Now, the guy makes a good point, though. Here is we don't know. He is right about that. Sawinski does great at AAA. Henry Davis is the best example. I mean, you have a guy of that pedigree, the number 1 overall pick. And if he didn't go 1, he's certainly going in the top 10. And let me tell you what he's done, for instance, at AAA in his career. In AAA, Henry Davis has 294 at-bats. He has 15 home runs and a 965 OPS. So if your preference is to get a proven major league bat, yeah, I'm with you. But like I said to that guy, who? Stephen Kwan? Does Mitch Keller bring him back? Do you have to include Bednar? He doesn't have that much power, although he's a really good all-around player. 2 All-Star games in a row. Do you go with the guy that my friend Sean Don't Call Me Seth Meyers wants? Jarren Duran of the Red Sox, who has a little bit of control left? That's the other thing. You're obviously not going for a rental. I think the Pirates are pretty much buried for this year, Sean. But Duran has a little bit of control. He's hit double figures in home runs once in his career. Is that what you want?
Kwan's kind of a similar profile. He's not a power guy, but he's a big-time contact hitter. He'll put a lot of balls in play.
Yeah. And a really good all-around player. I'm just saying I don't think that there's that guy out there for Mitch Keller and Bednar combined. It's a dilemma, which is why I would go for the guy with star potential who's knocking on the door at AAA, knowing there's no guarantees. What was that last guy's name? I don't know
Greg.
What his name was.
Greg
he sounded like Tony. Yeah, Greg.
Yeah.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Very hot with a chance of a shower. A high of Lawrence Timmons, 94 degrees. Coming up, let's go out to Latrobe, at least with our topic. And that is Aaron Rodgers and Terry Bradshaw. And also some very big words coming from the Steelers about the Steelers in regards to their defense. Uh-oh. That has not worked out well in the past. Let's talk about that coming up next on Pump and Joe.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your Fan Headlines. The Steelers announced their latest Hall of Honor class. The trio is Ben Roethlisberger, his center Marquise Pouncey, and Joey Porter. The Pirates claimed a 6-0 victory against the Arizona Diamondbacks on Sunday, earning Paul Skeens his 6th victory of the campaign. He went 6 scoreless with 9 strikeouts. Buccos are in San Fran tonight, 9:45 first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:50. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, check out 93.7thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, DJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Greatness is here. All 830 of our famous footwear stores now carry Jordan brand. So it's easy to score Jordan brand footwear and accessories, from hats to backpacks to socks, for the full family at a store near you. Famous Footwear's in-store fit experts will help you find the perfect style and the perfect fit. Because every day is a chance to make it famous. Come in and shop Jordan brand footwear and accessories at your local Famous Footwear store today.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means I have a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Jim Shorkey Toyota in Greensburg delivers up July deals for the people. New 25 Toyota Tundras, low 1.99% financing for an incredible 72 months. Wow! Or choose a new 25 Toyota Corolla, Camry, or RAV4 and finance at 4.99% for 60 months. Plus, you'll really celebrate the freedom to upgrade by grabbing up to $500 more for your trade. Shop us in Greensburg or online at JimShorkeyToyotaGreensburg.com. Call 1-855-410-4036 for complete details on all offers and terms.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fans, Fan About Town. After a hot day in the sun watching the black and gold practice, Sharky's in Latrobe is the place to cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. Join Donnie Football on July 30th as he broadcasts live from Sharky's 6 to 10. Donaldson's Crossroads, a Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive. Drop off your backpacks through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. with games, prizes, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 1 to 2 p.m. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from Get-Go, like the smokestack pulled pork sub or the Road Hog rib sandwich. Barbecue season is here at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. Paul Skeens continued his incredible July on Sunday as he went 6 scoreless innings, allowing just 3 hits, no runs, 9 strikeouts, leading the Pirates to a 6-0 win at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks as the Buccos took that series. O'Neal Cruz had a couple of RBIs on a 2-for-3 performance. Ke'Bryan Hayes also 2 runs batted in. Pirates will head out west. They're playing the San Francisco Giants tonight at 9:45. Mitch Keller and Carson Whisenhunt is the pitching matchup. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 8:50 right here on 93.7 The Fan, also on the free Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more of them, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm only getting better. Third day. We got a lot to learn. We got a lot to go. A lot to go from here. I think we can be a top 5 defense in this league, maybe even number 1 if we do the right things consistently throughout the season. So we'll see.
Oh no. Here we go again. I think part of Steeler delusion, and I'm talking within the walls themselves of the front office, the coaching offices, and the locker room, is that they seem to constantly think that they're better than they are. It's like a disease. Like, hey, we're the Steelers, man. We play great defense. That's where it all begins. That's why we never have a losing record. Okay, but where is evidence that you've been a great defense lately? That's what I want to know. And when I hear the talk start to get bigger, then I really get worried. They have put more resources into this defense, into their defense for a number of years now than any team in the NFL. It's the highest paid defense in football, and it seems to think that it's really good. Except it's not, or it hasn't been. The overall mediocrity of the organization is just graphically displayed in the numbers. And once again, I know I've mentioned this number before. Over the past 4 years, the Steelers are 38, 32, and 1. 38, 32, and 1 with a minus point differential. That's about as mediocre gets. And the point differential isn't small. It's like minus 129 or something like that. And I'm including playoff games in the overall record, of course. They've made the playoffs 3 out of those 4 years, 38, 32, and 1. That's Miami Dolphins territory. They're basically the Seahawks of the East. I don't know how anybody interprets that as anything but mediocrity. Maybe high-end mediocrity, sure. Or maybe just mediocrity. It's a minus 129 point differential over the last 4 years. The Steelers, all of their games. All 71. They've played 71 games in the last 4 years, the Steelers have. They've won 38 of them, lost 32, and tied 1 with a minus 129 point differential. That's just flat out mediocre. I don't know of any other way to look at that. And when you consider that the rationale around here is we're gonna play great defense. That's number one. Great defense, not good. We're gonna be great. We're going to give ourselves a chance to win every game. Defense travels. And now this year, the big themes are going to move people around more. We're going to be more versatile. We beefed up the defensive line with Derek Harmon. Here we go. So you have Deshaun Elliott saying he feels like they could be top 5 and maybe number 1. You have Mike Tomlin. Jerry Dulac wrote about this last week, and as he put in the lead to his story, it's a rare occurrence when Mike Tomlin discusses in-season schematics during camp. It's even more rare when he discusses them so extensively and, yes, excitedly. But it was almost as though, Dulac wrote, the Steelers coach couldn't contain himself when he openly talked about his revamped secondaries and the possibilities that exist with Jalen Ramsey and Darius Slade Jr. And as Dulac said, Tomlin hasn't been this emphatic in Latrobe since he expected his defense to be, quote, great and dominant in 2022. This stuff just keeps replaying itself. How did it wind up in 2022? I feel like a teacher now. Does anybody remember? Anybody want to raise a hand on that one? You in the back. Well, they finished 10th only in overall defense. You're right. They couldn't stop the Ravens' third-string quarterback when everybody knew he was going to run the ball late in a game here that they needed to make the playoffs. What was his name? Brown was the last name, I believe. Remember, they went down to their third stringer, and the Steelers couldn't stop him. The great and dominant defense of 2022 that barely finished in the top 10 in overall defense gave up 35 to Philly, 38 to Buffalo, and 37 to Cincy. The same group essentially came back the next year and finished 21st overall in defense in 2023. Gave up 75 combined points to Arizona, New England, and Indy in that hideous 3-game losing streak. Then T.J. Watt gets hurt, and then the Bills do whatever they want with them in the playoffs. And then we all saw last year, when, again, they were supposed to have a really good defense, highest paid defense in the league. They ranked 12th overall in defense. The Philly game, the Eagles took the ball with 10.5 minutes left and never gave it up. Baltimore crushed them twice. Kansas City embarrassed them. And then you got to the playoff game and they gave up 300 yards. I don't think this is the time, in other words, to be talking about how good we're going to be defensively this season. Top 5, maybe number 1. How about this? We sucked in that playoff game. It was a total embarrassment. And the next time you hear us talking about how good we are defensively will be after we do something in a playoff game. instead of become the first team in the history of pro football to give up 40-plus points in 3 straight playoff games, which they did before holding somebody to, 28 or 30? The Bills, I guess, to 31. I don't want to hear it, and I think it's a bad sign. And back to the Dulac story, Tomlin saying when you have guys like Ramsey and Slay and Joey Porter, we can match up and play man-to-man versus anyone. Make no mistake, those top 3 corners, they're going to be on the field. I don't care what offenses come out in. All right. So Joey Porter Jr. is giving you that much confidence to go out and talk like that? He was a guy who at times got picked on last year. I think everybody who watches the Steelers regularly would agree that he took a step back last year. Darius Slay, it's generally believed, is going into his last year. At least that seems to be the vibe. And while he can still cover, he had 0 interceptions last year. We're not talking about that Darius Slay. Jalen Ramsey can still play, for sure. Maybe at a high level, but they might need him more for safety than they do for corner. I don't know, in other words, if this is the time to be talking big about your defense. Porter, I feel like it's going to be a hard matchup for any offense to go against 3 elite DBs that we have on our team. Who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? Who are the 3 elite DBs on the team?
I'm guessing that would be he, Slay, and Ramsey.
Okay, that's one. Maybe in Ramsey. Who are the other 2? He's including himself?
I would imagine
what?
So, yes.
I don't like the vibe.
Unless he's a big supporter of Juan Thornhill.
I think it's always good to have confidence, and he needs to believe that. Don't get me wrong. But to come out and say it at this point, Porter says, yeah, I feel like it's going to be a hard matchup to go against 3 elite defensive backs we have on our team. It's going to be a nightmare for them. It is? I mean, I guess we'll see if it's a nightmare for Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
I was going to say, we'll find out against Cincinnati because that's a matchup that would really test any secondary.
So that gets back to what I truly believe about the Steelers, again, from the front office right through the locker room, is that there's a profound sense of delusion year after year after year. And I think the national media has shared that about this team. Oh, I'm going to the Steelers. Man, what a great defense. What? When's the last time they had a great defense? What are you talking about? The last time we saw them, Kirk Herbstreit was intimating that they were quitting on Tomlin in a playoff game against Lamar and Derrick Henry because they simply couldn't stop them or contain them to any degree. They gave up 300 yards rushing. Is this the time for big talk with your defense? Because you made some changes defensively? I don't think so. I think we can be a top 5 defense in the league, says Elliott. Maybe number 1 if we do the right things. I'm not going to deny at all that they're talented. Of course they are. They have T.J. Watt for starters. I think Alex Highsmith could bounce back with a big year. He was injury plagued, but I'm very unsure about others. Cam Hayward was flat out great last year, but at some point, and even he and Watt were banged up and pretty ineffective, if we're all being honest with ourselves, down the stretch last year. The secondary to me is more of a question mark than anything else. Is Joey Porter Jr. good? I know he thinks he's elite. Apparently Tomlin thinks he's elite. Do you? At 412-928-9370, 928-9370, to my way of thinking and what I've seen with my own 2 eyes is that this is maybe one of the most overrated defenses in all of football, especially when you apply the price tag. Bang for your buck? This is as overrated as it gets. Did you see that defense on the field down the stretch last year? Now, it wouldn't surprise me a bit if we get glimpses of greatness, that can happen. It has happened with the Steelers every year. There's always enough talent around here to remind us of what they could be. And I go back to games like some of the openers, the year they smashed up Joe Burrow. That looked like it was going to be a great defense. The year they hammered Josh Allen early in the year in Buffalo. That looked like a great defense. Shoot, last year, I and others were talking about this could be very special. But in retrospect, I think you learn a little bit. You know, they went into Atlanta, and Kirk Cousins was just a shadow of himself and was horrifying last season. So was that something to be that proud of, going into Atlanta and playing well? Then Denver, Bo Nix hadn't gotten going yet. That was a good game defensively. The Chargers, Herbert got hurt, but they still had a really good game. And then they go into Indy and really got embarrassed by first Richardson, and then he left early, and then Flacco. Then Dak Prescott, who didn't have a good year, came in here and mounted 2 late, long touchdown drives where the defense needs to close that game, especially the highest paid defense in the league, simply couldn't do it. Then they string together some good games. They have a good game against Lamar, and then they can't stop the Browns late. Then they get shredded in a win by Joe Burrow. And then we all saw what happened in December. So I expect more of the same. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that they're great. Wouldn't surprise me if they got off to a great start again. They got the Jets, Seattle, New England, Minnesota. They get some young quarterbacks in there, and then Cleveland, for God's sakes. So we may be sitting here, you know, after 5 weeks saying how good this defense is. They may have some epic performances they have before. But then we'll start to find out more when they go face Joe Burrow in Cincy, and a little bit of Jordan Love, and then Herbert in L.A., and then Burrow again, then Josh Allen, then Lamar, Jared Goff, then Lamar again, unless the Ravens play their JV team again, as they seem to most years, late against the Steelers. We'll find out. I don't know if this is a defense built for the long haul. I hope it is. I hope that Hayward is great. I hope he can finish this year. Finish the way he starts. I hope T.J. Watt is healthy. That seems to be a problem late in years. I hope Darius Slay lasts for 17 games. I hope Ramsey lasts most of the year and is around at the end. I hope all these guys are. I hope Patrick Queen is better than he was last year, when he admittedly was probably a disappointment. I just don't think that this is the time to buy into the myth again and push the myth that we're a great defense, that the Steelers have a great defense. I don't care what offenses come out in. We can match up and play man-to-man versus anyone, says Mike Tomlin. Really? Okay. Okay. Let's see it. I get very nervous when Tomlin starts talking like that. I start to think of the Unleash Hell year of 2009. I think of him saying he was waiting for the Patriots rematch back in, what was it, the year they lost to Blake Bortles. Can't wait. We'll see the Patriots again, intimating that it would be the AFC title game. Well, they never got there. And then just 2 years ago, he expected his defense to be great and dominant. 3 years ago, 2022, great and dominant. Gave up 35 to Philly, 38 to Buffalo, 37 to Cincy. They didn't even make the playoffs. 412-928-9370. What goes through your mind with the big talk about the defense when the last time you saw them as a Steeler fan was about as embarrassing a performance as I've ever seen from a Mike Tomlin defense? Now, you can go ahead and talk about Tom Brady putting 8 million yards on them in that Anthony Smith game. There have been other horrifying games, the Tebow game, the Blake Bortles game, and others. But it felt to me and to you and to every single person, the millions watching across the country, that the Ravens could just do whatever they wanted, right? Just do whatever they wanted. Third downs, they were 10 for 15. Total yards crept up around 500. Lamar didn't even have to pass the ball, but he was 16 of 21 for 165. 300 yards rushing until the final kneel down, which got it all the way down to 299, Sean.
That makes it a lot better.
And I don't know if you have the Herb Street quote in there in Limits folder. You had the first downs, by the way, were 29 to 11 in that game. The plays run, the Ravens ran 72 plays to the Steelers 45. And you had Kirk Herbstreit in that first quarter when the Ravens put 21 on this highly paid Steeler defense. Kirk Herbstreit saying this.
If I were a Steelers fan, the thing that would concern me just watching this first half, you're in the postseason. You're getting dominated. I don't see any fight. I don't see any pushback. It's one thing to lose XOs against a really talented offense, but where the hell is the fight? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah. There's nothing.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God is what I say to that. That's the last time we saw these guys. So if I were Cam Hayward and T.J. Watt and people like that, I would have huddled this team the first day we were together and say, how about we keep our mouths shut, everybody in here, until we actually do something. I'm T.J. Watt. I've never won a playoff game. How about we all shut up until we do something? Instead of talking about how we don't care who you come out with, we'll cover you man-to-man in any game. Or we're going to be top 5, and if things go right, maybe first overall. And we have 3 elite defensive backs, including me, says Joey Porter, although he didn't say including me. He intimated that. What are we doing here? How about go out and play like the highest paid defense in football? How about play consistently, game after game, and especially one playoff game, like a vintage Pittsburgh Steeler defense before you all tell the world how great you are? I don't know how you feel, but that's how I feel. 412-928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's 11:32, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610 for the Buell Insurance Agency. We're also going to get to Aaron Rodgers. Sean, how about a call on that?
Yeah, we're going to go to Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hey, Joe, how did I hear you gave up golf for a week? What's up with that?
I was up in the mountains of West Virginia. No golf courses, at least none that I saw.
Well, we'll have to get together and play again.
I love it. What's on your mind?
Well, I calling about Mike Tomlin. I just think he's just one of those guys that's all talk and no action. I mean, you keep boasting about this great teams that never materialize. I just think he's not a good coach. I'm sure he's a great guy to play for. He's probably a great guy. Seems like it, but for what you need him for, no.
Well, what I would say to that, Mark, and I appreciate the call, is that at one time Mike Tomlin was a great coach. He was. But when I tell you that they haven't been competitive in a playoff game in 8 years, and when I tell you that in the last 4, including playoff games, they're 38-32-1 with a minus 129 point differential, who in their right mind has Mike Tomlin as like a top 5 coach, or even, top 10? I would put him borderline top 10 maybe. I think he's a good coach. I think he could be a great coach in another situation. But specific to this topic, I worry when the Steelers start talking big about themselves, because I feel like delusion is a disease around here with this team. I really do. From the front office on out. Like, what have you done? I don't care if it's art. You can start with art. What has this franchise done in a long, long time? I consider 1 year to be long in the NFL. It's a lifetime. They've gone 8 lifetimes without being competitive in a playoff game. You just heard Kirk Herbstreit. But we're going to come into camp and tell everyone how great we're going to be again? What are we doing? Sean, who else we got?
We will go to Jim.
Jim, what's up?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good.
I just have one little kind of snide comment. You know, you don't have to worry about the Ravens this year because their coach is always doing the impossible, you know. Yeah, they ran well last year, but I guarantee you when they come in this year, they won't even run Henry.
Okay. What does that have to do with the topic?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, he'll just outcoach himself.
Okay.
Like they do.
Thank you.
All right.
Did he outcoach himself in the playoff game against the Steelers?
No, but that's just one time he did what he should have done.
Oh,
The game
what about
before that,
the?
they did run.
Okay. Well, you can make an argument, I guess, that Harbaugh is underachieving with Lamar Jackson, but at least they're winning divisions and playoff games every year. Next. All right, you're right. We have to. Sean is yelling at me to go to break. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I did
Sean.
not. I'm not.
No, I don't. I know. I know. You'll be back Wednesday, right?
I will be. Yeah. You got intern Dominic tomorrow.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Is he going to take another shot at Pomp?
That's what he does.
That's what he does best. I love that kid, though. He is a lovable little
He's a great
guy.
young man.
Yeah, wonderful man. All right, coming up next, Aaron Rodgers was presented with a chance to shred Terry Bradshaw, and he passed, which I thought was smart and rather admirable. Let's play the question from Kyle Brandt and the answer from Aaron Rodgers coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates a 6-0 triumph against the Arizona Diamondbacks on Sunday. Paul Skeens earned his 6th victory of the campaign, going 6 scoreless innings with 9 strikeouts. He allowed just 3 hits. O'Neal Cruz 2 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. Brian Hayes also had a couple of RBIs. Pirates head out west. They're playing the Giants tonight in San Francisco, 9:45 the first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:50. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Harry, who's your 3 dudes who can hit taters if you're going back 25 years of Pirates history?
Jason Bay.
Jason Bay hit exactly 0 home runs during the home run derby. Terrible pick.
Jason Bay's a great pick.
He hit 0! Craig Wilson getting a shout. Tremendous pinch hitter. Darryl Ward's a good call, too.
I picked Darryl Ward over Jason Bay. You're right.
You would?
No, I'm kidding. It was sarcasm.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Kenny Pickett tweaked a hamstring, and it opened a window. Pickett pulled up after a touchdown throw Saturday at Browns training camp, putting his momentum on pause. That injury, it may be Shedeur Sanders' shot. The rookie's one of 4 QBs in the mix, but with Pickett's sideline, the door just cracked open. Cleveland has options, but clearly Shedeur is the most intriguing. I'm Maggie Gray.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. and all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Hey, it's Mulsey. Let's talk about the roof on your home. A lot of you will need to replace your roof this summer, but be forewarned. There are roofing companies out there that skip over the most important part of the process, the attic ventilation. You see, if your attic doesn't have proper air circulation, it can cause problems such as mold and wood rot, leaks in the winter, not to mention higher AC bills in the summer. This is one of the reasons I recommend MHI Roofing to my listeners. Their process begins with a free 21-point roof inspection that includes a thorough inspection of your attic. They know that if the ventilation isn't right, the roof will be built on a shaky foundation. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. Money-saving discounts and financing incentives are available. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s, over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees, 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass, just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See below for details on all offers.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
She's got a sound like no other. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Friday, August 8th, the Iron City stage. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts with special guest Winger. Their latest EP, Mindsets, is available everywhere you stream music. Tickets on sale now at etix.com. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Can you even believe how deep into the summer we're getting? It's incredible. But listen, it is a perfect time right now. And I mean perfect time to get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And I tell you all the time, it's Colin Dunlap here from KDKA. I tell you all the time, SchultzFord.com, 24/7, 365. Go ahead and shop anytime you'd like. The inventory is incredible. There is so much there. So check all that out, see what you like. You see a Mustang, you see an Explorer, you see that F-150. Man, those F-150s are sharp, and for all seasons. They're fantastic. That inventory is great, but how about mobile service? You got something that needs to be fixed real quick, they'll get right in your driveway, fix it, and do it right there. Pick up and delivery. They'll grab your car, take it in, and bring it right back. So get the Schultz Ford or check it out online at SchultzFord.com.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly pharmacists have most prescriptions ready in under 20 minutes or choose same-day delivery. Plus, members save even more with over 600 generic medications for $10 or less. Get everything you need when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy for details.
At Target, back-to-school-a-days are here. What is back-to-school-a-days, you ask? We're talking 7 days of deals on looks and styles the kids will love at prices you'll love even more. Because back-to-school at Target means getting all of the above. Through August 2nd, save 25% on select kids' clothes, with additional savings to round out their looks, including uniforms, leggings, polos, and activewear. Plus, their new favorite backpacks are 30% off. Happy back-to-school days now through August 2nd, only at Target. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 93.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Breaking Steeler news as we speak. Cordero Patterson, we hardly knew ye. Fired on his day off, it looks like. Sean, right? Is that what I'm seeing here from Adam Schefter and others?
Seems like that is the case, according to the source himself, Cordero Patterson.
What is he saying? What was his was it an Instagram, a tweet? What was it?
It was a tweet, and it says, breaking news, Pittsburgh Steelers release old wash-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. So it might not be too happy that it happened, but
yeah, sounds accurate on all counts, honestly. And Cordero Patterson was a great, great player, kick returner especially, early in his career. I'm watching his rookie year in 2013. The guy's phenomenal. He's ridiculous. But by the time he got here, he was broken down. I don't know why he was still around here for the beginning of camp. It was one of the great mysteries of this team. He clearly is, as he described himself. Now, he described himself sarcastically this way, but he's accurate. Old, washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. Would you agree with that, Sean, that it was baffling why he was here in the first place still?
Yes, well, and even more so when you saw that he wasn't the factor in the return game, and rather he was just a sparingly used but often used in kind of crucial situations running back.
Yeah. Well, this makes all the sense in the world to me. So let's go to the Aaron Rodgers clip from the weekend. Now, this story, of course, starts with our old friend Terry Bradshaw, who's never afraid to say what he thinks. Some of his opinions are a little bit sort of whacked out, I'll say. But he ain't afraid to say what he thinks, and this is what he said about Aaron Rodgers upon the signing.
That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? I mean,
that's not the Steelers' way, right?
No, man, that guy needs to stay in California and go, somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there.
Oh, is that tremendous? Now, Rodgers. Nobody ever said Rodgers is not an intelligent man. Nobody ever said that. And he's saying all the right things. Now, I don't know if people still have such an allegiance to Terry Bradshaw and the 70 Steelers that if you say anything badly or pick a fight with one of them, they're going to get all mad at you. But I don't know. I remember Doug Whaley a couple of years ago, our very own beloved Doug Whaley. Remember what he said about Jack Ham, that he couldn't play in today's game? Might have had a point. I don't know. I think Jack Ham could. But, man, people were all over him. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So I think in Rodgers' mind, as Kyle Brandt, who's really good at what he does, presented the question to Rodgers, I can imagine the wheels turning like, all right, I need to say the right thing here. Aaron Rodgers has a history of being just a little bit thin-skinned when he's criticized, let alone when somebody goes to the lengths Bradshaw just did and said, this is a joke. He should stay out in California eating bark or whatever he does. But what Rodgers did here, I thought, was very smart. I thought this was a great answer to the question. And again, you could almost feel him thinking to himself, all right, what's the last thing I want to do here is pick a fight or extend a fight with one of the great Steelers of all time. So this was his answer when Brandt said, what did you think of what Bradshaw said about you?
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, they would have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s and Bart Starr in the 60s and Lombardi and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady. We're standing on the backs of those guys, and it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
I know what he's talking about. It's the ayahuasca, which is, I believe, consumed by drinking it instead of chewing it. But a tremendous answer, I thought, there by Aaron Rodgers. Did you, Sean?
Yes. That said, you start a new job, you're always going to be on your best behavior to start. And so if this was posed midway through the season, if the Steelers are, kind of having some struggles, maybe it's a different answer. So it is a good sign that he's saying that now. I just wonder, is that going to be the case once you get into the fire of the season?
Yes, I wonder about a lot of things. Once Aaron Rodgers starts to get hit, and I'm seeing some problems here as I was away in West Virginia for the week up in the mountains with the Steelers' offensive line. Already 2 injuries. I don't know how serious they are, but it's not good. to be kicking off. I think tomorrow's the first day in pads with 2 of your offensive linemen down and not having a whole lot of depth, as Mark Cabali reminded me. Most teams don't have offensive line depth. Well, I don't think most teams have 2 offensive linemen down already either, do they? So this is problematic. And I'm curious with Rodgers moving ahead here. I think people are overdoing it a little bit. You know, they seem to be very excited about the fact that he talks to teammates. Did you expect him not to? About the fact that he's smart and saying the right things? It's July. About the fact that he, didn't have a problem with having a roommate in DK Metcalf. This is all pretty normal stuff. I don't think anybody expected him to show up like slugging ayahuasca and acting like a jerk. And it might not happen. As I said at the top of the show, I've become more open to the idea of maybe this could work. I'm still betting against it. I don't think it will. But it will in spurts. It will the way late-stage Ben worked. I mean, I don't think we talk enough about how in his age 38 and 39 seasons, Ben threw for a combined 55 touchdowns. He had Matt Canada for one of those years and Kendrick Green right in front of him. When you have a center who can't play, who's overmatched like that every game, that's just a schematic blow-up. That's a number one recipe for disaster. And somehow Ben worked around it and got that team to the playoffs. Threw for 22 that year, 33 the year before. So I fully expect, like a lot of aging athletes, that Rodgers will be able to recapture the magic in spurts. The question is, where is he going to be? Where are they going to be in December? What's going to be going on then? Is his body going to last through the season? Having said all that, all we can judge him on, it's like having a new work partner or a new friend or a new neighbor that you heard some things about. It's like when I covered sports in terms of being a beat writer. Everybody had a different opinion of a guy like Yager, for example, or James Harrison. And my philosophy was, I can only judge somebody on how they treat me. Now, obviously, if there's some other things they've done in their lives that are, reprehensible, as there have been with certain guys that I've covered in the past, that's bad, right? So we're not talking about a great guy if somebody's done something really bad. I'm trying to think of an example, but there have been plenty in sports history. But even so, in terms of my relationship with that person or my view of that person, on a day-to-day basis, I can only judge them on how they treat me and what our interactions are like. It's not really based on their history. And I'm going with the whole Rodgers thing the same way. Like, so far, he's done the right things and said the right things. I thought that was a great answer from Aaron Rodgers. And yeah, I don't know what it's going to be like, any of this, when he starts to get hit. And the only thing that really matters, by the way, is how he plays. How is he going to play this season? There was a quote, now I forget who it was, from one of the Dolphins defenders last year who said the first time around he basically looked done, but the last game of the year he looked really good. Is that the Rodgers we're going to see? I'm open to it. I'm open to anything at this point, Sean. I think that him and Mike Tomlin are trying to sort of buck the odds in a big way together in terms of a coach who's been with the same franchise forever and hasn't done anything of note really for almost a decade, trying to recapture the magic with that same franchise. That never happens in sports. And then Aaron Rodgers as a 41 this is his age 42 season, being really good. Other than Tom Brady, that's never happened. So the smart bet is that this is just, in the end, it's not going to work out. They're taking a swing here. It's not going to work out. But That's why they play the games. That's why we lift all them weights, Sean. Maybe he'll come out and maybe he'll flourish in this system. Seems like old Artie wants him to play more behind center than he would want. I'm going to ask Mike DeFabo about that coming up. I don't think it's going to work, but it has a chance. I'll put it that way. And so far on things like this, Aaron Rodgers is winning the news conference, as they say. The extended news conference that is training camp. He's winning it so far. I don't know how many minds he's changing. I don't know what people were feeling about Rodgers coming in. I read of the reception at training camp like it hasn't been the reception of a conquering hero or anything like that. It's just sort of been like, I think it was Batko or Fittipaldo who reported it's just been like another player. Like when Ben used to walk through the ropes, people would go crazy. And I'm sure if they went out and signed Aaron Rodgers 3 years ago or 4 years ago, all of Latrobe would be, there would be banners on the streets. But right now, I'm not sure anybody knows what to make of this at the moment. So it's been kind of lukewarm. The guy that they love is Will Howard so far. You talk about a conquering hero. This guy drops back to pass and completes a screen pass. And I get the feeling that, it's like AFC title game level energy there.
I wonder if the fans just think back to a year ago with Russell Wilson. Are they expecting that it's going to turn out similar to that?
Maybe.
Because there was, some excitement, but I think most people generally thought we're not getting the best version of Russ. It's not going to be enough to get us to that next level. And I think that there's some skepticism probably pretty similar with Steelers fans this year.
Yeah, right. And even if it goes well, like it did for Russell for a fairly extended amount of time, like over a month. Things were great, and then they weren't. I saw him, by the way, get interviewed yesterday with the Giants.
Big smile on his face.
Well, it was the same exact interviews he gave here with the constant flow of platitudes about, how everything's going to be great. You got to be addicted to the work process. And everything that he said here, he's saying there, just with the name substituted. And by the way, my guy Jackson Dart had a very good practice yesterday.
I'm starting to believe that
for what it's worth,
he's going to be a pretty good quarterback pretty soon. I think by the end of this season, he will pretty clearly be their future QB.
From your mouth to the football gods' ears. Speaking of football gods, Mr. Mike DeFabo, up next, talking about the Steelers. I want to ask him about what he's seen from Rodgers so far, what he's seen from Will Howard and Mason Rudolph so far. This offensive line, what are the issues right now? What are these injuries like? Mike DeFabo, next 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, and Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group. Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions, really hot with a shower, a high of Lawrence Timmons at 94. I want to tell you this, too. The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS. That's hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS. Backpack Drive presented by Target Freight Management. You can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping at a location near you, including Piata Italian Street Food in Robinson and Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com to drop off your donation. Brought to you by GBU Life, life insurance, annuities, and member benefits since 1892. I believe that was Ron Cook's first insurance policy. Sean, thank you.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates won their weekend series against the Arizona Diamondbacks courtesy of a 6-0 triumph on Sunday. Paul Skeens was spectacular. A sub-1 ERA throughout the month of July, boosted by 6 scoreless yesterday, in which he allowed just 3 hits with 9 strikeouts. He's now 6-8 on the season. Pirates will head out west tonight. They're playing the Giants in San Francisco, 9:45. The first pitch. Mitch Keller toes the rubber for the Buccos. Carson Whisenhunt goes for the Giants. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show featuring Dan Zangrilli begins at 8:50 right here on 93.7 The Fan. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 93.7thefan.com.
It's
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Not available in all states.
Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. All you need is a job and a checking account. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow at billshappen.com. Billshappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender now. So if you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to billshappen.com and you can get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At billshappen.com, our process is safe, secure, and all online. No one to deal with in person, and Bills Happen does not charge you any fees to use our service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Room for the crew, power for the load, and tech that keeps the ride easy. Meet your 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab at Riverview Chevy in North Huntington. Get your 2025 Silverado 1500 with 0% APR for 36 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash. Or drive this 2025 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab with $10,000 off, including our Big Ones discount. Choose your truck from any of our 3 locations. Visit RiverviewChevyGMC.com. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Taking retail delivery by 8/4/25. See
dealer for complete details.
This is Ryan Schlabel with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, and I want to make your next home sale the easiest one yet. We've been saving people time, money, and stress for over a decade. You don't have to list with an agent, make any repairs, or have a long closing process. Just call 412-500-9057 for a good fit. Come to the house, make you a cash offer on the spot. My team will handle the rest. Dealing with a complicated situation? No problem. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy burger at the Royale while you watch the big game. Hotel packages available. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's Morning Lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line, $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement, $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid card allow 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Sean Myers with your fan headlines. Breaking news out of Steelers camp, according to a tweet by Cordero Patterson. The Pittsburgh Steelers released old, washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
More Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm telling you right now, the Pirates are becoming a flashpoint in these CBA back and forth discussions. And in one case, Bryce Harper standing nose to nose with the commissioner, Rob Manfred, during a meeting last week, according to Jeff Passan, and telling him to get the F out of our clubhouse if he wanted to talk about a salary cap. And then you have players on multiple teams telling ESPN they've used these meetings with Manfred. He's visiting, every team to press him on the lack of payroll spending by certain teams. Then you have another part of this piece saying owners around the league, either directly or indirectly, in the case of Bob Nutting, espousing a salary cap. It seems like everything on either side is coming back to the Pirates one way or another. They're becoming a flashpoint here. We'll talk about that later. In the meantime, let's bring on our friend and yours, Mr. Mike DeFabo of The Athletic, to talk about the Steelers in training camp. Mike, I know that Cordero Patterson described himself in this tweet as old and washed up upon the Steelers releasing him on his day off today. But quite frankly, I couldn't agree more. What took so long?
Yeah, in writing, I've written that same exact thing, and I was wondering what took him so long. I think my favorite, since Cordero Patterson is going to call himself old and washed, my favorite Cordero Patterson story came last year. The Steelers were walking over from their indoor practice facility to across a parking lot and back to their locker rooms, and a couple of random players look over, I'm talking about practice squad guys, and they saw Cordero Patterson, and he was already eating pizza. And practice had just ended, and their quote was, "Cordero Patterson is so fat." And not to just bash a guy who has done more and made more money than I will ever even dream of, but unfortunately there reaches a time for every player when it's time to say goodbye. The Steelers had a crowded backfield with, obviously, Jalen Warren. They have Caleb Johnson. And then our guy Kenneth Gainwell, he is going to be that dynamic line-up everywhere type of running back. There really was no need to keep a 34-year-old Cordero Patterson. It was well past time to let him go.
I couldn't agree more with every syllable you just uttered. All right, that brings me to many other issues here. The first one's the offensive line. How much do you know about the nature of the injuries to Broderick Jones and Sayamalu? And it obviously can't be a good thing that an already thin offensive line, and most are, there's not a ton of offensive line depth in the league, but an already thin offensive line has 2 injuries.
I think Broderick Jones is the one that you worry about more, just in the sense that this is an important training camp for him. He is a guy that when you drafted him out of Georgia with just 19 college starts, he was this ball of clay that you were hoping to mold into a legitimate starting first-round caliber offensive tackle. The Steelers have taken this bizarre approach with him where they've played him all over the place, right tackle. Before now, he was supposed to finally line up at left tackle. He dropped 20 pounds. He's come into training camp looking like he's in very good shape. But unfortunately, it seems like he's dealing with a little bit of something. So here's what I can tell you along those lines. Yesterday on Sunday at practice, he participated in the individual drills. And then afterwards, the medical staff was wrapping. He looked like a mummy. They basically had his entire back and then his groin area wrapped. I'm not sure exactly whether that means it was a groin issue, a hip issue, a hamstring issue, but something in that realm. And, he wasn't carted off. He didn't go to the locker room. He stayed at practice and watched practice. It wasn't like he went down in a heap kind of thing. But the Steelers have an interesting decision to make now here with Broderick Jones, because you don't want a small thing to turn into a bigger issue. At the same time, this is a guy that has a tremendous amount to prove at a position group that's really going to shape the fortunes of the Steelers season in a lot of ways. And so I guess we'll have to find out more tomorrow, but you hope that for Broderick's sake and for the Steelers' offensive line's sake, he's back on the field sooner than later.
And Sayamalu?
Sayamalu, I don't really know a ton about how long he's going to be out, but he's kind of one of those veteran guys that I feel like, truthfully, as long as he shows up game one, day one, you don't really have to worry about what you're going to get out of a guy like that. So, he's probably more in the category of let's not risk it. We don't really necessarily need to push a guy. But, I honestly, truthfully don't know a ton about the nature of his injury.
Okay, so back to Jones for a second. What are the options beyond him? And am I accurate when I say that, like most lines in the league, this one is somewhat thin?
Yeah, this line is thin, and I thought that it would be pertinent for the Steelers to go out and sign a legitimate swing tackle, not only for depth, but also as insurance, because Broderick was not very good last year. He gave up 11 sacks, which was tied for the second most in the NFL last year. And so, if you need to send a message to him at some point this year or simply bench him, it would be nice to have somebody that you felt pretty good about. Right now, the guy who stepped in yesterday in Broderick Jones' absence was Dylan Cook. And Dylan Cook was at one point in his life a quarterback. who's now making the transition and continuing the transition to offensive tackle. You know, he's a backup tackle for a reason. Calvin Anderson is another guy who fits into that mold. And I wonder if the Steelers, I think they would like to, if they can find one, look for an upgrade at swing tackle. The trouble is, where are you going to find a guy like that at this point in the year? You know, I don't know if someone will get cut. I don't know if you can make a trade. But I think that's a position they're interested in adding to, but I just don't know exactly what the options will be at this point in the year.
Mike DeFabo of The Athletic, kind enough to join us here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Mike is on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What has the Aaron Rodgers experience been like for you, Mike?
Well, I think it's been up and down. Look, first of all, before we get into any discussion about how Aaron Rodgers has played, let's acknowledge that these are unpadded practices. It's been a very small sample size, and in a lot of these settings, like if they're doing a pass under pressure drill, for example, the defense should win. That said, you know, the first practice, I thought that he was not very sharp, and he started with an inauspicious start with an interception on his very first pass as a Steeler in 11-on-11 drills. That was part of a day with a lot of misconnections with DK Metcalf. He looked for him on a slant and threw the ball high. He looked for him another time and missed him. But then the next day he responded, and I felt like he was very good. And then the following day I thought, you know, again, not as good. He threw the interception to Jalen Ramsey. And that Saturday practice was probably his roughest practice. There were more balls that hit the ground than found wide receivers. And that was partially because I think the Steelers' defense actually could be pretty legitimate, and the defensive backs were making a lot of plays. It was also because I think the receivers made a couple, Roman Wilson was not on the same page with Aaron Rodgers, for example, and Calvin Austin dropped a pass. But then yesterday, Rodgers responded, and I thought, again, he was very sharp. So up and down is the way that I would describe it. And here's the things you see. You know he still has that quick trigger. That release has been a huge part of his game, and it's still there. And so you'll see on quick slants to DK Metcalf, he is hitting DK Metcalf on stride, on the numbers, exactly what you're looking for. But he needs to continue to develop that chemistry with some of the other receivers. And the misconnection with Roman Wilson really stuck out to me, because if this offense is going to succeed, you need Aaron Rodgers to thrive with some of those quick game concepts that were a staple of his game in the West Coast system early in his career with Mike McCarthy. And for that to happen, you need the receivers to be exactly where Rodgers expects them to be so he can throw with timing and anticipation. And right now, the guys other than DK Metcalf, I think, have some room to grow when it comes to that connection. The other question I have is, I'd like to see Rodgers drive the ball down the field on those dig routes or those deep posts. I know he still has the quick release, but I think that there's a difference between getting the ball out quickly for a 5, 10, 10-yard out versus throwing the ball into a tight window over the middle. You know, he also threw a deep fade to DK Metcalf that Metcalf had no chance. The ball fluttered and sailed out of bounds. So really my question is, yes, we know he has the arm strength and the twitchiness to get the ball out of his hands quickly, but what's it going to mean in terms of creating explosive plays downfield?
I'm getting the gist that he's been under center a lot, and I'm wondering what you think of that, because I don't think he's most comfortable there. Is that just a function of, maybe them working more on the run game when they do that, or is that true? And how do you think he'll fit with our friend and yours, Artie?
Well, I think you've seen him do both. And to your point, he operated a lot out of the gun last year. And in Arthur Smith's offense, there will be times when he's going to go more under center. I think that one reason for that is because within the Shanahan style offense and within some of the concepts that Arthur Smith likes to run, a lot of it is predicated upon that outside zone setting up play action. And that's also one of my questions with Aaron Rodgers is when you are running that play action, the bootleg element of it is really important, and that's going to test his mobility. And as a 41, soon-to-be 42-year-old quarterback, that's obviously one of the biggest questions with Aaron Rodgers. So I don't know. Like right now, it's tough to say if they're going to be under center or in the shotgun more because there are periods that are called like team run, and he's handing the ball from under center to the running back, and then in some cases play action off of it. So, I think until we get into the season, we won't know exactly like what the percentage of under center versus shotgun is going to be.
Do you get the idea that Rodgers, unlike Ben, unbelievably, and unlike Russell Wilson, is going to have full freedom or more freedom at the line of scrimmage to sort of buck the system and do what he wants?
Well, this is always an interesting discussion because they call 2 or 3 or sometimes 4 plays in the huddle at a time. That is standard throughout the NFL. And so sometimes, like if you see a quarterback touch his helmet, he's going to the second play, and that's standard throughout the entire league. One thing that really actually I noticed yesterday in practice was they were doing the 7 shots drill, and Aaron Rodgers tapped his elbow, and Pat Freiermuth motioned and must have made either a formation or a route adjustment. So already you're seeing that he's getting, he's having freedom within the offense. And I think it's really imperative that you do give Aaron Rodgers the freedom because let's acknowledge that Aaron Rodgers at 41 years old is not going to be at his MVP best. There are going to be some ways physically that he's diminished. But when you get a guy like that, your hope is that he can work his way around the football field using his brain. Let's all remember that Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl with a noodle arm because he had a great defense and he's so incredibly intelligent. And so I think if you're going to take that approach and say we're bringing in a veteran guy that we know might not be what he once was, you have to give him the full opportunity to capitalize on what is still his strength, which would be his mind and which would be his experience. Yeah. And so I think that the Steelers would very much be wise to at some point say, Aaron, you are a guy if we're putting all of our chips on the table and we're trusting you to lead this offense and to break this 8-year postseason winless drought, it's going to be because you have the experience and you have the brain and you have the smarts to do it. Go get it done.
Mike DeFabo of The Athletic. And I realize the pads don't go on till tomorrow, but the 1 or 2 best players you've seen so far, the guys who have opened your eyes the most, and then the 1 or 2 on the other end of the scale.
Jalen Ramsey to me has been outstanding. And I think that I might be ready to say that if the Steelers had traded Minkah Fitzpatrick for Jalen Ramsey straight up, they would have won that trade. He had an interception of Aaron Rodgers that was more athletic and instinctive than anything I've seen from Minkah Fitzpatrick in 5 years. And, in addition, the ripple effect is just so significant because, nickel position has become so much more important in the NFL. And we talked about getting to the quarterback, and last year the Steelers struggled with that. Nickel pressures are a huge part of the game right now, and he's going to help you with the blitzing. Beyond that, Mike Tomlin's preferred scheme defensively is to play a lot of man coverage. And by bringing in a guy like Jalen Ramsey, the Steelers are going to be able to get back to that, and they believe that they can play man coverage against anybody. And really, the team that's going to help them with the most is going to be when they play the Bengals and when they spread them out and when the Steelers are going to be in their sub packages virtually every single play. I've been a huge fan of what I've seen from Jalen Ramsey, and I think he's going to be a huge contributor. I also think, DK Metcalf is a grown man. That guy is an absolute beast. And he seems to be working really hard. I think that he's going to be a huge piece of this offense. Guys who've underwhelmed. I know this is going to get aggregated, so I have to be careful of what I say here.
I know, everything does.
It's it needs to come with a disclaimer. Everything you say can and will be used against you by aggregators. But,
that's exactly right. And well said there.
It's way too – okay, I hope that they aggregate this part of it as well. It's way too early to put too much stock in what we've seen from Broderick Jones, but he has been beaten a couple times. Now, look, I'm not going to read into anything that an offensive lineman does in shorts and a T-shirt. So, and even in a shell with the helmet and shoulder pads on. I want to see how Broderick does, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. But, you know, he has gotten beaten a couple times, which has been a bit disappointing. You know, in terms of somebody else who disappointed, I don't really know that I have one, because I think there have been a lot of guys who stuck out to me in a good way. So, you know, I'll probably have a better answer for you next week, Joe.
All right, then how about this? Someone who is off the radar a bit, who's opened your eyes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll go with tight end J.J. Galbraith. You know, so he's a guy from South Dakota who went undrafted, and at his pro day, he tested very well. I mean, like, if you would compare his pro day numbers to tight ends who competed at the combine, he would have had the best 40-yard dash, among the best verticals, all of the explosive and athletic metrics, he would have been near the top. And everybody's favorite, Will Howard, has formed early chemistry with J.J. Galbraith. I would say that J.J. Galbraith is Will Howard. Will Howard is the fan favorite, and J.J. Galbraith is Will Howard's favorite target early on. And so, you know, I know Connor Hayward, he has special teams value. He is a guy who's been on the team for a couple of years. But if there is going to be someone who challenges him for that position, I think J.J. Galbraith could be that guy. And I think that he's someone, if you're one of those people that enjoys placing a small wager on sports from time to time, maybe a preseason degenerate bet of J.J. Galbraith over catches might be a good way to go.
What has run through your mind as you're watching Derek Harmon and Caleb Johnson?
Derek Harmon, everything that you've seen from him in unpadded environments, he has lived up to his billing. And I can't wait to see him in a full contact environment, because, you know, last year he led FBS interior defensive linemen in pressures with 55. And you see those quick hands and those quick fluid hips and those strong hands. He really, to me, looks like he's going to be a difference-making type of player. And he's almost been forgotten after this busy offseason. And so, you know, the Steelers last year, as defensive coordinator Terrell Austin admitted, they had a Baltimore problem last year. That was his quote, quote unquote, we had a Baltimore problem last year. And if they're going to fix that problem with the run defense, and if they have any hope of slowing down Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and not get the ball run down their throat to the tune of 300 yards this year, they need Derek Harmon to be a legitimate difference-making type of player as a starter, and he's going to step right into the starting lineup. And I think that you know, he will be one of the players to watch when the pads come on, because that'll be another test for him. Caleb Johnson right now, he's clearly behind Jaylen Warren in the depth chart. You know, they're not really sprinkling him into too many first-team settings, but I've really liked what I've seen out of him. He fits this scheme like a glove. He's a very good outside zone runner. And, you know, even though he ran just a 4.57 40-yard dash, which people look at and they're kind of underwhelmed by, he created a lot of explosive runs. And the reason for that is he has really, really good vision and does an excellent job of setting up his blocks. And, you know, I've heard Le'Veon Bell talk about how he never ran full speed at any point in his career. And so really, when you're running outside zone, that's the biggest thing, is like having the patience, knowing your cutback lanes, being able to hit the hole and explode through it when you do have that opportunity. And I think that you're going to see a lot of those things from Caleb Johnson. And I'm really eager to see what we see from him, you know, as the year continues.
Me too. I think he is a player of great interest. Is it true that out at camp, the biggest ovations of all have been for Will Howard?
Yeah, it was hilarious. His quote about that was even funnier, because he said, I genuinely didn't know that it was for me. I thought that Joey Porter did something or something like that, which was hilarious, because Joey Porter, you know, often does do things that cause a reaction like that. But yeah, just for simply on Saturday, going onto the practice field as the fourth quarterback in the rotation, you would have thought that he was the 4-time NFL MVP and the Super Bowl champion, not Aaron Rodgers. And so, I think some of this is what I call backup quarterback syndrome, which is the less you see somebody play, the better you think they are. I think part of it also shows how this fan base feels, that they saw a 1-year aging Band-Aid solution that didn't work. And now here the Steelers are again trotting out a 41-year-old quarterback that, he's acknowledged that this is going to be his last year. If they're ever going to end this cycle and finally have some stability at the most important position in football, Will Howard could be one of those guys. Unfortunately, I think people honestly, and I say this respectfully because I think Will Howard's a very nice person and player, they need to pump the brakes and temper their expectations with this guy. I think the best case scenario for Will Howard is something like Kirk Cousins, where Washington drafted RG3 in the first round believing he was going to be their savior. And then it took a couple years and injury for the mid-round pick, Kirk Cousins, to get his opportunity. So, I look at using that as an example and as a mold, I look at this year as it's going to be the Aaron Rodgers experience. And if he were to get injured, I think the Steelers are definitely going to go to Mason Rudolph, and they should, because you would be looking for how can we get by 1, 2, 3 games without our starting quarterback, not let's figure out if we have our quarterback of the future. So really it's not until next year when Will Howard is going to get a chance. And I sure hope the Steelers don't fool themselves into thinking their 6th-round pick is their answer. I hope they take an aggressive approach, move up in the first round, get a legitimate top-tier guy with first-round caliber traits and a first-round caliber arm that then they put all their faith behind. Maybe only then, if that quarterback struggles or is slow to develop, do we see Will Howard. But, if we see Will Howard before next year or even the year after that, the earliest, I think it tells you more so that something has gone wrong with the way the Steelers have done things at the quarterback position than Will Howard has wowed and has done something incredibly right.
10 seconds. What's been the crowd reaction for Rodgers?
Generally good, I guess. I actually thought they would be a little bit crazier, but I think people have greeted him, I don't know, normally, I guess. I don't know how to really phrase it.
Yeah. I read somewhere where it's not like, when Ben used to walk through, people would go crazy, almost like a warm reaction, but not going crazy.
Yeah, I think people, are interested to see what he can do. I think that, before I covered the team, I was a Steelers fan. I know what it's like. You get frustrated. You think everything's horrible after the year. And by the time week 1 rolls around, you've talked yourself into them being a Super Bowl contender. I think a lot of people are probably going to do the same thing with Rodgers this year.
Mike, I appreciate all that time. That was great stuff. We'll do it again.
Sounds good, Joe. Thank you so much for having me.
See you, buddy. All right. Coming up next, Sean Myers has a Limitless Express, a little football fix coming our way. Sean, what do you got?
I have big shoes to fill, but we're going to talk about a former Steelers quarterback. We're going to talk about maybe the person who could supplant T.J. Watt as the highest paid defensive player. We've got maybe some other little treats to get to as well.
We'll do all that next. First, in support of hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive, you can bring a brand new backpack to Donaldson's Crossroads inside the mini mall on Friday, August 1st from 1 to 2 p.m. and stop to chat with Adam Crowley of the Fan Morning Show. This guy pops up everywhere. He's going to be in Ireland, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I believe that's the word I heard.
Now, all of a sudden, it's Donaldson's Crossroads, and he's a great guy to chat with, a lot of fun, very smart. You forgive him his West Virginia background. Help us get students in the Pittsburgh Public Schools ready for the upcoming school year. Details at 937thefan.com.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This is Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. Breaking news for the Pittsburgh Steelers, according to a tweet from Cordero Patterson. The Steelers have released the old and washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. The CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse. It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Coming soon, passports for every NFL team. Roger Goodell wants 16 international games a year, which means every team playing abroad every season. And Falcons owner Arthur Blank said over the weekend it's quote-unquote probably on the horizon. And under the next labor deal, it likely becomes a reality. The league's aiming for global growth, competitive balance, and yes, more pre-dawn kickoffs. Europe, get ready. I'm Maggie Gray.
For over 45 years, family-owned Globe Airport Parking has been serving the Pittsburgh airport with friendly service and competitive rates. Forget the hassle of searching for a parking spot and dragging your luggage through the airport lot. Let Globe staff assist you with your luggage. When you return, simply call or text, and they will promptly pick you up and bring you back to your warm car, ready for your journey home. Globe Airport Parking also offers car washing, detailing, oil changes, and more. Visit globeparking.com. That's globeparking.com.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cashback at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cashback on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Planning a party? Make it unforgettable at Shooters Golf in Wexford, PA. With wedding and graduation season here, it's the perfect time to book your graduation party, wedding rehearsal, bachelor or bachelorette party, birthday bash, or corporate event. Our events team will work with you to create the ultimate celebration. Private spaces, food and alcohol packages, all the good vibes you need. Don't wait. Dates are filling up fast. Email info@shootersgolf.com to start planning your perfect event. Shooters Golf, your go-to for every celebration.
Let's go black and gold. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh training camp. Live on 93.7 The Fan. Right now, get 1.9% APR for up to 60 months. Plus Kia bonus cash available on select models. $1,000 on 2025 Carnival Hybrid, and Sereno 2.5T models. $500 on 2025 Celta Sportage Hybrid, Nero Gas, and Sereno Gas models. Go to SmaleKia.com. See Smale Kia for details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees, 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass, just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See below for details on all offers.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152. 800-707-6152.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The limits may not be here, but the Limitless Express is always here, especially now that it's football season. It's our version of the football fix, today starring Sean, don't call me Seth Meyers. Please.
Well, thank you, Joe. I appreciate the introduction. So I mentioned that we're going to talk about a former Steelers quarterback. You could probably guess who. Cleveland Browns QB Kenny Pickett, who apparently was looking pretty good recently, but that has come to a screeching halt. He suffered a hamstring injury late in practice Saturday. He will be reevaluated later this week. Obviously, a hamstring injury is something that typically could linger.
Yeah.
So what was your reaction, and will this cost him his best realistic chance to be the guy in Cleveland this year?
Man, it sounds like it could, and my reaction from reading about this was that he may have been trying to push through it because, let's be honest, this could be Kenny Pickett's last real chance to start in the NFL. At the beginning of a season, to be the guy. And it wouldn't surprise me if he was trying to push through an injury and made it worse. So that opens the door for the one and only Joe Flacco. I still think he's going to be the guy. It's unimaginable to me that it would be Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders for the opener. It's looking more and more like Joe Flacco to me, unless, of course, Pickett makes a quick recovery. But, man, you worry about that with a hamstring.
I just wonder, will they keep those 4 quarterbacks? You would think both rookies are going to be safe.
Well, they can keep one on the practice squad, right?
Yes, but then you're subjecting that player to the rest of the NFL.
Of course, the rest of the NFL had a chance to get Shedeur like 8 times.
That is true.
They passed a combined 300 times on him. But you never know.
I wonder if Pickett and or Flacco, probably more so Pickett, could be an option to be sent elsewhere or maybe just flat out cut, although that seems a little bit less likely.
Next.
So we'll stay in the AFC North. And the Cincinnati Bengals have had some issues defensively, and the offseason has not helped matters. Obviously, we know that they have not been able to bring in their first-round pick. Well, that finally has changed because Shamar Stewart, after a lengthy back and forth, has agreed to a fully guaranteed 4-year contract worth about $19 million. He was their first-round pick.
Yeah.
It took way, way longer than every other first-round pick. Will this hinder his first season? What do you make of this whole situation which Cincinnati went against the grain?
It shouldn't, really. I don't know how good he is anyway. He seems like a project. I should say I don't know how good he's going to be right off the bat anyway because he hardly had any sacks in college last year. But it's not like a quarterback walking into a new situation. It's a guy whose job is see that guy in the backfield with the ball, go tackle him before he throws it type deal. I think he's probably going to be a situational type pass rusher early. So this shouldn't affect him that much, I don't think. I completely wonder about this guy. And if he was a reach of a pick, I also see where Trey Hendrickson is around in camp, just like James Cook is in Buffalo in camp. It seems like these alleged contract disputes are really being solved very quickly, and the ones like Hendrickson and Cook will be soon. You get that gist?
I think Cincinnati has to figure it out if they want to have any chance this season.
Yeah.
And again, with Hendrickson out, at least for the time being, maybe more pressure goes on their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, to kind of fill some of that void.
Could be. I mean, even with these guys, even with they had Hendrickson last year, and they were terrible. Although they got a little bit better down the stretch. They've changed coordinators. All they need to be is average on defense, the Bengals. All they need to be is bad defensively. They just don't need to be historically horrific to have a chance to win and get to the playoffs. You know what I was looking at, Sean?
What's that?
I was looking at how things are actually decided in the NFL. And it comes down because I'm getting sucked in by all these interviews with people on NFL Network. They do a great job, by the way. They're visiting every camp. So all day on NFL Network is going from camp to camp and interviewing the key people. Kyle Brandt interviewed Aaron Rodgers and Mike Tomlin. And it's like Pirates spring training disease that you get. When you're there and you're immersed in it, you start to believe the Pirates are good. So I'm seeing things like, Max Crosby telling me how great Pete Carroll is, how the whole team's going out to dinner together, more togetherness. And I'm starting to get sucked into thinking the Raiders will be good. What was my point on all this? What did you ask me?
I don't think I asked you anything about that, but I enjoyed the tangent.
Well, no, it's still going on here. Oh, how things are decided in the NFL. So I started thinking, you know what, there's a lot of teams that could. The Raiders could be good. There's talent there. Then they go to the Chargers camp with Justin Herbert and a healthy Derwin James and all the talent they have. And Harbaugh coaching them, I think they could be really good. Well, not everybody can be good. So how does this get decided in this league? The one thing is health, right? You have to have good health. Your quarterback has to be healthy, period. The other thing is, can you win? Can you find a way to win close games? Sometimes that's luck, to be honest with you. And then other times it's just having finishing power, whether it's your defense being able to shut down a game, whether it's your kicker, your quarterback. And here's a great example.
Sounds like the Chiefs last year.
Yeah. But here's a great example. The Bengals last year. They lose to Baltimore 41-38 in overtime. And then they lose at Baltimore 35-34. Those are two games with, but for the bounce of the ball, the Bengals might be your division champ last year. You know what I mean? It feels like a lot of these divisions and games and seasons simply come down to competence and luck with close games. Late close games, can you win them? I just wanted to say that. Because the Bengals last year, I mean, they wound up 9-8. They very easily could have been 11-6 or better. Some of the losses they had were ridiculous. They could be very good this season. They lost to Kansas City 26-25, to Washington 38-33, to Baltimore in overtime, as I mentioned, to Baltimore by a point, to the Chargers by a touchdown, to the Steelers by 6 points, and then they won their last 5 games. Does that mean they're a juggernaut rolling into this season? I don't think so, but I don't know so. They could be. I don't know.
I think a lot of people thought if they got into the playoffs last year, they could go on.
They were going to be problematic. Yeah. Next. I'm sorry for that.
No, that was wonderful. So you mentioned the Raiders and how you think Las Vegas maybe could be a good team this year. Well, they're going to have to replace a big piece defensively, or at least what they expected would be a big piece. Christian Wilkins was released, designation of termination for a vested veteran. He was terminated based on them apparently not liking how he rehabbed a foot injury that he suffered last season. He's now filed a grievance with the NFLPA. So what happens here?
Well, the Steelers could step in. They like veteran defensive linemen with chronic foot injuries. Remember Larry Ogunjobi? Why don't they pick him up? And why doesn't Omar pay him $28 million?
He got paid a heck of a lot of money when he went there from the Dolphins. Didn't work out, and they've kind of cut the cord pretty quickly here. But you do have to wonder, will he latch on, and could he regain that form that made him such a terrific player with the Dolphins?
Here's another thing, as I go off on another tangent. You know who I think could, if they're not good, is going to damage some people this year? The New York Giants. That's who I think. They have a brutal early season schedule. I think that Russell Wilson, they're gonna sacrifice him to that early schedule, then go to Jackson Dart. But I also think, Sean, have you seen this defense? They obviously have Dexter Lawrence up front.
They can rush the quarterback, I know that much.
And they have a bunch of other guys.
Abdul
and now
Carter.
They have Abdul Carter. They're going to hurt people. I'm telling you that right now. You play the Giants, you're going to feel it for a while. They also have some talented guys offensively. They could be good. I'm sorry. What's next?
Oh, just to finish on the Giants, I don't think they have an Eli Manning yet, but when they won those Super Bowls, I feel like it was the pass rush and the defensive line that was probably the biggest part of those teams.
Man, they're starting to build up defensively. I think they're going to be fun to watch this year. I do. I think they were smart to keep Brian Daboll, and if you're letting Daboll draft Jackson Dart, unless things completely fall apart this year, like I think if the Giants are around 500 and are competitive, I think he stays another year to help develop Dart, and I think they're getting better and better. I really do. I have no idea why I'm talking about the New York Giants, but they made an impression on me. I'm sorry.
No,
anything else?
No, I do have something else, Joe.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Jackson Dart. He's a very notable rookie. Probably the rookie who has a chance to make the biggest impact in the NFL is Travis Hunter with the Jaguars. at least according to one betting site. He has the third best odds for offensive rookie of the year, the second best odds for defensive rookie of the year.
Yeah.
No one seemingly is talking about this guy in the way that we talk about Shohei Ohtani in Major League Baseball. Could he redefine how NFL players are looked at in terms of versatility?
He could. I mean, he could be, Jim Thorpe. Ron got the only one-on-one interview with Jim Thorpe all those years ago. Maybe he'll come out of retirement in Florida and interview Travis Hunter just to come full circle. I don't know. Yes, he could. I can't wait to watch him. Trevor Lawrence is a major disappointment. He's one of the biggest disappointments I've actually ever seen right now. I thought he was going to be a superstar. I think I picked him 2 years ago. Or maybe it wasn't last year. 2 years ago as an MVP candidate. He's been horrible. What happened?
Well, I guess they hope that Travis Hunter, who seemingly at the start might play more receiver than defensive back, could be the guy that brings the best out of Trevor
I'm looking
Lawrence.
forward to watching him. I'll tell you that. Coming up next, begin where we started. Paul Skeens and the trade deadline. Are they going to get some hitters in here to build around this guy who's only one of the greatest pitchers of all time? You could make an argument that through 45 starts, Paul Skeens is the greatest pitcher who ever lived at this point in a career. You know what I mean? The greatest pitcher who ever lived through 45 starts. And they've done nothing. They've done nothing to capitalize on this. I can't talk. They brought in Tommy Pham. They brought in Adam Frazier. They brought in Spencer Horwitz. It's time to do something. Please, somebody do something.
They don't have their Darryl Strawberry to Doc Gooden at this point. It's fair to say that.
No, more like a Darryl Ward to Paul Skeens, or I don't know, a Derek Bell. He would even look good right
Operation
now.
Shutdown, baby.
Yes, that's the whole thing. That's the whole team has been Operation Shutdown. So what do they do at the deadline? Who's most on the block? Who are some of the people they're eyeing? Let's talk to the Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette next. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh. Is that your law group, Sean?
It is not, unfortunately.
Okay, no relation to Sean. Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Extremely hot with a chance of a shower and a high of Chad Brown, which would be 94.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. The Pirates won 6-0 on Sunday at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks to take the series. Paul Skeens, fabulous once again. 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs, and 9 strikeouts. That upped his record on the season to 6-8. O'Neal Cruz and Key Brian Hayes each had a pair of RBIs. Pirates now head out west. They're playing the San Francisco Giants tonight at 9:45. Mitch Keller gets the ball for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:50. That's presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more headlines, check out 937thefan.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Viral songwriting sensation Oliver Anthony comes to the Western Pennsylvania area this August, and you don't want to miss him. Oliver Anthony, live at Timber Rock Amphitheater in Farmington on Friday, August 15th. Don't miss the raw and soulful vocals of Oliver Anthony, Friday, August 15th. Get tickets now at timberrockamp.com. another Drusky Entertainment event.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
As you head out to training camp at Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite on displays at the following distributors: Greater Latrobe Beverage, Lloyd Avenue; Hop Shop, Beatty Road; and Rosa Distributing, Cedar Street.
It's Dan Zangrilli. I love being a member of Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It was easy to enroll. In fact, I didn't know how easy it was to become a member. To join Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, you simply have to live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler counties. It costs just $5 to join. I have all the great perks of a credit union, and you can too. So shape your future. Consider a local credit union. Consider Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. AllegiantFCU.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlander's huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for complete details.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM grand stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Want to save big for back to school? Check out Going Gone by Dick's Sporting Goods and score up to 70% off thousands of styles from top brands like Nike, Adidas, Jordan, and more. Score big with A+ deals on shoes, tees, shorts, pants, and backpacks. Your year, your style, your price.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Miller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you Fan Headlines. According to Cordero Patterson, he has been released by the Steelers. He had a tweet that said, Pittsburgh Steelers release old, washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Major League Baseball's trade deadline is Thursday at 6 p.m., and it feels important for the Pirates. It's a very strange situation, and I'm not talking about unloading the Tommy Phams and Dennis Santanas of the world. I'm talking about the Pirates, as I have been for part of this show, somehow at some point bringing in somebody who can hit, at least potentially, maybe already in the majors, to capitalize, or at least try to capitalize on the fact that they may have the greatest young pitcher in the history of professional baseball. It seems significant. Might something like that happen at this deadline by Thursday, where they parlay Mitch Keller, David Bednar, who knows who else, into somebody who can walk up to the plate and hit a baseball consistently? Let's talk to Noah Hiles, affectionately known as the Noah Constrictor. I believe he just arrived in San Francisco. Am I right about that, Noah?
You are correct. I just landed about 20 minutes ago.
You're not going to have a hard time finding good food for dinner, I can tell you that. What a town.
Yeah, I'm excited. I haven't been here in almost 10 years, so I'm excited to be back and explore.
I wish you all the luck in the world in doing that. I think you're going to have fun. I don't know how the baseball will be. We'll see. But the real story here with the Pirates is the trade deadline. First question, is Mitch Keller as good as gone, and does he bring back the kind of bat that they need?
I don't know if that's the case, Joe. Earlier, if you would have asked me this question last week, I would have said, yeah, I think he is as good as gone. But from the conversations I've had over the weekend, it seems like it's becoming less likely that they move Mitch Keller. I'm not saying it's completely out of the question, but if I had to make a guess right now, I think he would not be dealt anymore, which is surprising. I was surprised to hear it all weekend long, but it sounds like it's trending in the direction that Mitch Keller won't be moved by the end of this deadline.
Why? What has changed?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe they're not getting the the offers that they would like to. And I mean, Mitch is still someone that, helps this team moving forward. He has a lot of club control. And I think there's another thought of it where maybe they can get more from him for him in the off season. I think if you're looking to move Mitch Keller and you're hoping to get an established big league hitter in return, you're going to get that return in the off season because, teams aren't going to necessarily be willing to trade someone who is a key part of their everyday lineup as they're in the midst of a pennant run. But in the off season, when they have an opportunity to replace that player through free agency or another trade, it makes a little bit more sense. So, I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying it seems like the likelihood of it happening has dramatically decreased over the last couple of days.
Man, that's strange. So,
yeah.
All right, then what about prospects? What about a AAA prospect? I'm thinking about Owen Casey from the Cubs, a guy like that who's clearly blocked from being in the lineup for a certain team. Might be great for the Pirates. I realize there's risk there, but Bob Nightingale, I know, reported yesterday that Keller for him is something that could happen. Would you do that? Do you think they would do that? Are they looking at such players as being more realistic than established major leaguers?
I think they just want to maximize his value, and if they truly believe they could get someone better than a top 100 prospect, then that's what they should do. I've said all along that they needed to know exactly what their asking price was for Mitch Keller, and if they can't get it, then don't just settle for the best offer. Get what you want for him. And if it doesn't happen this trade deadline, I really do think it can happen this offseason. I mean, this is a guy they've been taking offers, taking calls on for about a year now. I reported last year in the winter meetings that he was someone that the Pirates made it known, hey, we'll listen to calls on this guy. And I think that's going to continue into the offseason if he isn't moved. I mean, Owen Casey for Mitch Keller alone, I don't know if I make that deal. I think I would take Owen Casey and maybe an additional prospect or two. But if the Pirates think they can get something better, then they should. They shouldn't just settle for the best offer. They should settle for what they really want for Mitch.
Man, I hope. I think my opinion is, Noah, that selling Mitch Keller now, you're selling him at the absolute height of his powers, and the last two seasons he has crumbled in August and September. I think this is the time when teams are desperate because they need starting pitching. They all think they can win the World Series. They can limp in like Texas did a couple of years ago and win it all. I would worry about that tack. Who else, though? Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I agree that, I mean, Mitch Keller's trade value's never been higher. So I hear what you're saying. But if the offers aren't there for it, I mean, if people aren't willing to pay, if you have an asset, if you have a watch that's worth $200 and you're trying to sell it for $200 and people are only offering you $150, you don't sell that watch, do you? I mean, that's kind of what they have to do here. So, but moving on, I think their main asset that they're looking to move right now would be Bednar. I've heard that he's getting a lot of traction, and I would anticipate that continues to increase, being that Class A is no longer on the trade market. So
who's no longer on the trade? Oh, Keller.
Emmanuel Class A.
Oh, we saw that story. Yeah, we saw that story.
So
for everybody out there, by the way, can you relay that story to them, Sean?
Yeah. So, Sean can, yeah.
Yeah. So he's placed on paid leave as part of the league's sports betting investigation, which I believe his teammate Ortiz has been on for the last few weeks as well.
Unbelievable. Go ahead, Noah.
Well, yeah, I just think that is something that makes Bednar more valuable. I mean, Class A is one of the best relievers in baseball. He's having a down year for his standards this year, but still overall, I mean, he has control. He has a lot of talent, and the price was probably really high on him. But now that he's off the market, you have to assume Bednar is probably one of, if not the best relief pitchers available. And while everyone's looking to add starting pitching, I mean, relief pitching, that is something quite literally every team in baseball is always looking to add at the deadline. So I'm sure the teams are lining up. I've heard that the asking price is pretty high for Bednar, and it should be. I mean, they should try to get the absolute most out of him, especially if they're not going to move Keller.
Man, they need hitting. They have to get hitting. I don't even care if it's AAA at this point. The other kid that intrigues me is Spencer Jones from the Yankees. Are there any at AAA who especially intrigue you? And if not them, who in the majors that has years of control left could they get? Not necessarily just for Bednar. I'm talking in general right now. Who's available that intrigues you either as a prospect or as an established major leaguer?
I mean, on the established side, and again, I don't know if these are players you could get in the regular season at the trade deadline, but Jarren Duran, the Red Sox have made it pretty clear that he's available. I mean, he was worth almost $9 more last season. He's got 3 years of club control. Mark Vientos, the third baseman for the Mets, who hit 27 home runs as a rookie last year. He's having a bad year this year, but, I mean, he's got 5 years of club control, and, again, he hit 27 home runs as a rookie. I think you would take that gamble. I mean, those are two established players I think that you could look into and think the Pirates have a chance on if they get the right trade package. As far as younger players, I mean, there's another guy in the Chicago system that I like. I believe it's Alcantara. He's another outfielder. I think he's like the number 78 prospect in baseball. So he's a little lower rated than Cassie, but, I mean, he's, again, top 100 prospect. Jones is a guy that's obviously really intriguing, like you mentioned. I don't know. And there's some other guys, too. Like, I look at a major leaguer in Detroit, like Parker Meadows, the younger brother of Austin Meadows. He had a really, really good second half last year. He was kind of the catalyst for their offense when they went on that run to get to the playoffs. I look at what the Tigers have coming up right now, and I don't really see a future for Parker Meadows in Detroit. I think there's going to be other guys taking his spot, so maybe they're looking to move him. And, I mean, he's not a game changer, but he would certainly be an upgrade, especially if you put him every day in left field. So those are just a few names, but, I mean, I'm sure their list of names is a lot wider than the ones that I've just given out.
I'm so desperate at this point, and I think I would even say most Pirate fans fall into this category. I just want them to make a deal for hitting or two. I really do, Noah. They have to increase their pool of prospective hitters here because they're busily wasting away the Paul Skeens era. Now they're 0 for 2. They haven't even had a 500 record in 2 years with Skeens. Obviously, I don't want them to do anything stupid, but risky. There's a fine line between high risk and stupid. I want them to take a big swing or two.
That's the quote I tweeted yesterday from Ben Cherington's media availability. He talked about that. He said they're going to have to take risks. I mean, this isn't going to be – I mean, if you really want to take the safest bet to improve your lineup, then you sign a 9-figure player in free agency. That's how you get the slam dunk, right? But they're not going to do that. So the next best route is by winning trades, and sometimes you have to take some gambles. You look at other teams who succeed. I mean, look at the Milwaukee Brewers and the players they've traded away in recent years, yet they still find a way to get the value in those deals. And that's what the Pirates have to do. They have to make unpopular decisions at times. And if it means trading away guys who have been all-stars like Mitch Keller and David Bednar in order to make the team better, then that's what you do. You just got to be willing to take that gamble, though. And Cherington said they have to take some risks, and it might lead to them picking up players who aren't as established. I think that's going to be the takeaway from this deadline is whoever they get is going to be someone who probably isn't an established hitter. It's going to probably be more on the prospect side of things. And that's a gamble, but if you get that gamble right, that's a franchise-changing trade.
The Noah Constrictor, Noah Hiles of the Post-Gazette, has just landed in San Francisco. He's all over the trade deadline here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's go to some other guys on this team. Ke'Bryan Hayes. Let's go back to the old percent chance he's dealt.
I haven't heard much on the Ke'Bryan Hayes front in a bit, so I'll say it's a low percentage just because, I mean, the Yankees were probably a very ideal landing spot for him. They have their third baseman now, and all the other teams that are looking for third base help are probably shopping for Gino Suarez. I don't know how many teams are looking for just a defensive specialist at third base, so I'll put that low. I'll put it at like 15%.
Apparently, teams are calling on O'Neal Cruz. Do the Pirates hang up on them, or do they listen?
They listen, and then they hang up. So I'll give it maybe like a 2% chance O'Neal Cruz is traded. I don't see any high likelihood in that happening.
Brian Reynolds.
Same thing for Cruz. I just think if you're trading Reynolds, you're doing a strict salary dump, and I think that would be the indication of a rebuild more than, a quick fix, which is what they're trying to do here. So I don't think Reynolds is getting moved.
I mean, is that a salary dump? Well, I guess you're trading low there too on Brian Reynolds.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like you're not getting anywhere close to the value that you'd like to get from him.
IKF.
Oh, 100%. He's gone. He's getting traded.
Trying to think, who am I forgetting, Sean? Dennis.
You mentioned Santana.
What?
Tommy Pham, Caleb Ferguson, they're both gone. Dennis Santana, I think, has a high likelihood of getting moved as well.
Have you been given any indication of what has gone wrong with Reynolds? Has there been a physical issue? Why is he having such a horrific season?
I don't know. It's hard to figure that out. Just from conversations with people in the organization, I mean, I think Reynolds is a guy who's at his best when he has lineup protection. And I think that the absence of a third productive hitter, I mean, there's Tim and O'Neal that are consistent threats, but not having that third guy might hurt him a little bit. I think some of it might be a little mental related, like just the mental side of the game. But I don't have like a clear indication on what's gone wrong. And it seems like it's kind of snowballed now. But yeah, it's hard to put my thumb on exactly what's gone wrong for him.
Sean, can you think of anything else that I'm forgetting with the Noah Constrictor? I don't want to just let him go.
I don't know if we mentioned Heaney necessarily, but I'm curious about the young pitching guys who are in the minors.
Yeah, how about Bubba Chandler?
No, Bubba's not getting traded. However, I will say, I wouldn't completely overlook the idea of them doing a trade similar to what they did with Priester last year.
That
I don't know who that. Yeah, that didn't go well, huh? But when you think about what they have to move, if you could get the hitter equivalent of a Mike Burrows for Mike Burrows, I think that's a deal worth exploring. And again, I haven't heard any specifics on that front, but I just think that could be something that makes sense for the Pirates.
All right, Noah Constrictor, I hope you have a wonderful time. How many hours till the game for you? What do you have to do? Check into the hotel, get the feel of the city? Where are you, at the airport right now?
I'm still at the airport, yeah. I'm about to order an Uber to my hotel. Hopefully they have a room open because it's still early here. It's not even 10 o'clock yet, or it's just over 10 o'clock. I'm going to take a nap, and then I'm going to go work.
Now, I suggest you take the day off. Don't go to the ballpark until the game starts. When I was covering sports as a beat writer, I made it a point to take advantage of the fact that I was in all these cities. So I would go out. I would roam around. I would try to get.
I do that too.
Good.
Yeah, I do. I mean, for this trip specifically, I try not to be too far away from the laptop in the week of the trade deadline.
Of course. Yeah.
But I always give myself a little budget of my own personal money to go to a museum or go to a cool building or something. See something that I don't get to see in Pittsburgh.
I suggest you walk across the Golden Gate Bridge, make a right, and walk all the way to Sausalito, if you don't mind, for a nice lunch. Takes a while. But forget about the team. Even call in sick tonight. Just enjoy your day.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you, Noah Constrictor.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
See you, buddy.
Thought you were going to tell him to swim to Alcatraz or something.
My wife and I stayed in San Francisco. It was Steelers-Niners in a Sunday or Monday night game. I can't remember which. It was the Kevin Barlow game. Remember when he lit? Oh, you're a big San Francisco guy.
I am, yeah.
Remember the
legend.
night he lit up the Steelers? In a night game?
No.
You weren't born yet.
I'm sure. No, I was very much alive and probably very happy about it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, that's also the night I met Joe Starkey in the press box.
Oh, yes. He's a legend out there.
He is. The guy who called The Band Is on the Field, Joe Starkey. So I knocked on, I saw, and he called Niners games. He is literally a legend out there. I went down the hallway, knocked on his door, which said Joe Starkey, and he opened it, and I said, Joe Starkey? And he said, yes. I said, Joe Starkey, nice to meet you. It's a great moment.
Did he know you existed before then?
No. He may have, actually. Now I can't think. But there were other places like I'd go. People would see my name, whatever, at a hockey arena in Boston and think that I was him. They never thought that he was me because they didn't know I existed. But he is famous, that Joe Starkey. And then I wrote about that night, and I got complaints from my bosses over at the Tribune Review, like, why aren't you writing about the game? I said, because I have a deadline that I have to have my column in when the game ends. That doesn't make for much of a column, especially if it's a close game, Sean. I thought this was of way more interest. The fact that Joe Starkey preceded Mike Lang as the voice of the Penguins. You didn't know that, did you?
I did know that, but the fact that you're still talking about this 20-some years later means that you made the right choice, because it was definitely more memorable than just a regular story about the Steelers game.
I know.
Did you enjoy anything in San Francisco in particular? Because my one trip, I saw almost nothing, unfortunately.
Walking across, we got dropped off by a cab then. There were no Ubers then. At the Golden Gate Bridge, because people told us you could walk across it and get to Sausalito. What we didn't know was there was like a patch of rocks and forest practically.
Sounds dangerous.
That you had to scale when you make a right off the Golden Gate Bridge and sort of peel around the bend, but then you're in Sausalito, which is an unbelievable place. And then I took the boat back to the game. My wife and I got in a big fight, so I wound up taking the boat back to the game. She wasn't even my wife yet, now that I think about it. And it was an interesting game. Great city, great food, great atmosphere. I like San Francisco. I like it a lot.
I need to go back. I got there. I went to a Sunday night game, and I got there like relatively early Sunday, but we got to our hotel, went to the game, and by the way, when they played at Candlestick, there was nothing around that stadium. Middle of nowhere. There was nothing around Candlestick. And then we're like, all right, we'll find something to do. It's going to be a happening town after a Sunday night football game, which is, of course, earlier on the West Coast. Well, it turned out we really didn't know what to do, and most of the big things were closed. So we just ended up walking around and saw things in the dark, and that was about it.
Well, the last time I went to San Francisco was Minka's debut with the Steelers. You remember that game?
No, not really.
What? You said you're a diehard Niners fan.
I don't have a good memory for this.
This was Jimmy Garoppolo, I think.
Jimmy G.
Leading them up and down the field when they needed to. But Minka had a phenomenal game. I don't even remember who played quarterback. I think, did Mason Rudolph play that game? Yes, because Ben was out because of the injury.
Yeah, it would have been Rudolph or Duck, I guess.
No, it wasn't Duck yet. It was Rudolph, and that was a fabulous trip, too. I went up over to Berkeley that time, saw a one-woman play, and she was unbelievable as Sylvia Plath. You know the famous poet Sylvia Plath, who wrote The Bell Jar? Somebody did a one-woman play on the final days of Sylvia Plath's life. I just walked into this play, and it absolutely blew me away. And then I went out to dinner with Kabali and people like that.
That doesn't sound nearly as good, but
I mean, it was fun.
Did you see Joe Starkey again?
No, I never saw him again. You know what? We should get him on the air. Can you effort him for Wednesday? Are you back in on Wednesday?
I am. I can certainly try that.
Go through the Niners. He's retired now, or go through Cal, and we'll have an interview with Joe Starkey Wednesday. You like that idea?
I think that would be terrific.
So do I, Sean. All right, we're going to wrap it up next with a little trip back to Steeler camp, some news from over there the other day, or today, I should say, and one more Aaron Rodgers quote that I thought stood out from his interview with Kyle Brandt as we say goodbye and hand it off to the PM guys. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers bringing you fan headlines. The Pirates won their weekend series at home against the Arizona Diamondbacks, courtesy of a 6-0 victory on Sunday. Paul Skeens got the W. He's now 6-8 on the season. He went 6 scoreless innings, allowing just 3 hits to go with 9 strikeouts. O'Neal Cruz, Ke'Bryan Hayes each had a couple of runs batted in. Pirates head out to San Francisco to play the Giants tonight, 9:45. The first pitch, Mitch Keller and Carson Whisenhunt, is the pitching matchup. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 8:50 on 93.7 The Fan. And the Steelers announced their latest Hall of Honor class over the weekend. The trio is Ben Roethlisberger, Marquise Pouncey, and Joey Porter. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you could check out 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So, 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
DQ presents how to make a Blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a Blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No one doubts NBA star Nikola Jokic's ability, but sometimes it seems that he views basketball as just a job. The three-time MVP broke into tears when a horse he owns won a race in Serbia. A lot of athletes have various interests. Usually they hide it. Joker does not. He's all about the horses, and we can safely congratulate him because it doesn't take away from his ability to dominate in basketball at all. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with a Wacom 180 weight loss. Online at Wacom180weightloss.com.
Join the fun on DraftKings Casino. Ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get a 10-day welcome offer. 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app and use code THEFAN. That's code THEFAN. And spin your favorite slots with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. #1 based on Eilers and Kraychak 2H24 product analysis.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim, the crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the stars, stripes, and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit njm.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Build monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Now I'm feeling sad about Cordero Patterson. Basically, seems like he almost cut himself, or at least announced it today on his own Instagram, that the Steelers got rid of old, washed-up Cordero Patterson on his day off. Yeah.
What was your favorite Steelers memory of him?
I think the night against the Bengals when he was literally a frozen cadaver who hadn't entered the game even to return a kick. And somehow Artie thought it was a good idea to use him on a 2nd and 6 or something when they're trying a go-ahead drive in the fourth quarter. That was my favorite one. And then, as if that wasn't bad enough, Artie kept him in the game on 3rd down and basically used Cordero as a pass protector. And he got steamrolled and got called for holding on the 3rd down play, and they settled for a field goal. That stands out. He was very good in the Indy game, I remember. And other than that, what stands out to you?
No, that was it. It was definitely going to be a pitch play on a scenario where he did not deserve to be in a game. But I do remember he had a couple flashes where he ran hard, but obviously wasn't sustainable. And by the end of the season, he was really not a guy who should have been on the field whatsoever.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, who will they use this year to get that one pitch play when they've not played the entire game?
Hopefully somebody in their 20s who's competent. That would be good. I don't know what Artie's fascination was here. They thought they were ahead of the game when the new kickoff rule came, that they were going to, beat everybody else to the punch, and get one of the great kick returners of all time, and it just didn't work out that way. Tomorrow the pads go on. And here's what I'm curious about, Sean. And first, What's Cooking brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. 50-minute mark on the fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Very hot, with a chance of a shower and a high of Lawrence Timmons, which is 94 degrees. What will be the tenor of this camp? I think last year Tomlin tried the old tough guy thing. We sort of opened the show with Steeler delusion. They're bragging about their defense already, their highest paid defense, how they could be number one, and all three of their cornerbacks are elite, and they're all going to be on the field at the same time, and watch out for us. Well, that delusion extends to we're going to be the most physical team out there. And this physicality has been a draft theme and a team training camp theme for like 5 years. And you can look it up. You can look up the stats. When good old, Adrian Clem was here, oh man, was that the theme that year. We're going to be a mean offensive line and push people around. And this year again, it's physicality. Last year, it was Mike Tomlin's running the toughest camp in the business. And I remember guys were getting quoted. Who did they bring in? It wasn't Cordero. Was it Patrick Queen? Somebody that they brought in was like, oh, my God, I've never seen a camp like this. These are relics. These are things of the past. Wow, is Tomlin running a tough camp? And, man, were the Steelers going to be physical and tough and win games up front and beat teams with their defense? And none of that happened, really. In spurts, it did. They got off to a good start, all of that stuff, and then they crumbled. And part of me wonders if like Tomlin's first year as Steelers coach, if he might have gone overboard in camp. There's really no way to prove it, but I'm going to be very curious to see the extent of the hitting and physicality and time they spend in pads and all of that. But it's going to be entertaining, too. So I'm looking forward to it, and it all starts tomorrow in pads.
One thing that if you're looking for maybe improvement in terms of physicality, George Pickens at times just seemingly refused to make any effort blocking guys, if you can get a group of receivers, and I have no idea if Metcalf is a guy who's a willing and at times dominant blocker, but if you can get your receivers to all buy in, I think that goes a long way as well. And that would be probably a big area where they would need to improve, because I just remember so many times Pickens seemingly being completely disinterested in that aspect of the game.
Yeah, and when he wanted to, though, he could be a very good blocker. He used to light
Especially
people
when
up,
it was a Hail Mary play and he would just block a guy out of the end zone, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was boom or bust. Another thing DeFabo mentioned was Caleb Johnson. He's very intriguing to me. I think he has a chance to be great in this system. Now, did I sit there and watch Iowa games all the time? No, but we all have access to the highlights and the scouting reports and what people have said about him. And the fact that he may be a better fit than Najee. He may just be a better player than Najee. Najee's career here was a flat-out disappointment. I don't think that's even arguable. Do you?
If you draft a running back in the first round, even if it's a little bit later in the first round, they have to be a top-tier running back that, gets the 70 or 80% of the workload. They have to far exceed what a regular starting running back is doing. And I would say he was probably at best an average starting running back, and maybe below that at times.
I'll tell you this much. I can't wait till the opener. Steelers, Jets, and I see where Justin Fields has returned to 11-on-11 drills after that scare he had, that toe injury. That is going to be one entertaining opener, isn't it?
You got plenty of storylines in that one. Now, as you said, sometimes a great opening game performance doesn't necessarily indicate the season to come, but that would be a bad look for the Steelers and certainly not set a good tone if they were to lose against the quarterback that they basically seemingly let leave.
Oh, man. Can you imagine how motivated he's going to be for that game?
I think
and
he's
so
going to
is
have
Aaron
a decent
Rodgers.
season.
So is Aaron Rodgers, by the way.
I think Fields will be pretty good for them.
Yeah. That game should be in prime time. I love that. Anyway, Sean, great working with you today. Intern Dom, a very controversial figure, will be in with me tomorrow. Do you like him?
I do. We've gone golfing a few times together, actually.
What?
Yes. We're not good. He's slightly better, but we're both bad.
Horrible?
Yeah.
Horrible.
Yes, accurate.
Okay. Well, I can't wait to work with him either. City Limits comes back from his, I don't know where he is, a wiffle ball trip. I don't know where he is, but he's back on Thursday. So I'll talk to you.
All right. Good working with you, Joe.
See you, buddy.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sean Myers with your fan headlines. The Pirates won their series over the weekend against the Arizona Diamondbacks, courtesy of a 6-0 victory on Sunday, in which Paul Skeens went 6 scoreless, giving up just 3 hits while striking out 9. He's now 6-8 on the season. O'Neal Cruz and Key Brian Hayes, each a couple of RBIs. Pirates head out to the West Coast. They're playing the San Francisco Giants tonight, 9:45 the first pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 8:50, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, you can check out 937thefan.com.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking the Jays in the money line against the O's. Jays are rolling. Best team in baseball and 8-2 in their last 10. Chris Bassett is on the mound for Toronto, 11-4 with a 3.88 ERA. While Zach Eflin is on the mound for Baltimore, 6-5 with a 5.78 ERA. And he has struggled at home this year with opponents batting .308 against him. Take the Blue Jays money line against Baltimore. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, choose from payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. Plus, a free in-home window and energy assessment. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or crownmitsubishipa.com. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, welcome to IKEA. Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep. Gotcha. We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
FanDuel, because nothing says summer fun like adding excitement to the game while your friends are getting sunburned at the beach. Summer sports are calling your name. Baseball under the stadium lights, golf on pristine green fairways, soccer matches with world-class goals, and all the action-packed moments in between. You were going to spend all day following your favorite sports on your phone anyway. Might as well make it more thrilling with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge. Open the app today to see the daily promotions. New to FanDuel, new customers can bet just $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Open the FanDuel app today or visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system. This station is testing its emergency alert system equipment. The EAS will provide timely emergency warnings. This station serves the Pittsburgh Extended Operational Area. This concludes this emergency alert system test.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Atlanta and Cincinnati will meet in the middle when they head to Bristol, Tennessee. For the first time in baseball history, the teams will be playing inside a racetrack, and they'll be sporting unique racing-themed uniforms. It's fitting that two of the fastest players in the league will meet on the field as Cincinnati's young shortstop and Atlanta's MVP outfielder will face off. Who will take the victory in Bristol when the teams race towards the finish line? No one likes having to choose. That's why with America's best lineup of hybrids from Hyundai, you get the best of both worlds. Like the reliable and efficient Tucson Hybrid with America's best warranty, or the stylish yet capable Santa Fe Hybrid with the power to navigate the toughest terrain. It's like having your cake and eating it too, but you know, better. Hybrids from Hyundai. It's the best of both worlds. America's best warranty claim based on total package of warranty programs. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jalen Ramsey. At the ripe age of 30, Jalen Ramsey is ready to prove he ain't done yet. The former first-round defender spent his early NFL years with the Jaguars, quickly becoming one of the most feared cornerbacks in the league. He then spent time in L.A. and Miami, winning a Super Bowl and multiple Pro Bowl nods. Now, after being traded to the Black and Gold in June, Ramsey looks to make a career run on a star-studded defense. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers have an off day. They put the pads on tomorrow at camp. The Pirates are in San Francisco tonight to play the Giants. 9:45 first pitch. Mitch Keller is the scheduled starter for the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Swing fly ball out to left and deep, but playable. Pham and Cruz. It'll be Cruz near the notch to make the catch. One pitch later, Skeens through 6 scoreless innings. What a magnificent pitcher. Pittsburgh celebrates Paul Skeens with a standing ovation. In line for back-to-back wins.
Closer versus farther away, what's your sense as to where this team is at in that respect?
I would argue both to an extent, because we are very close, but we need to consciously and intentionally make moves to get us better. I think that's, something that we might have been a victim of in the offseason a little bit, just because we have guys that can get better, on a pitching side and offensively. That seemed like that was the goal and the outlook during the offseason. Not that we made some moves, but there are guys that we have now that can get better, that will get better, but we have to make it happen. And then obviously going out there and, trading for guys, signing guys, who knows from there. But I think it's something that we have to be conscious and intentional about.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name's Andrew Filipponi. Chris Muller is, you guessed it, playing golf somewhere. He's off. Donnie Football has played golf, I think, 3 times in his life. And so the 4th time is not today. He is here. Intern Jack is also on the phones. We have tickets to give away to see a big-time comedian. His name is Chris DiStefano at the Byham Theater. Next month, we will give those away in the next few minutes for a caller who wants to chime in on what we just heard from Paul Skeens. We heard the greatness of Skeens on the mound. I was there. We shared another moment, Donnie.
I saw your tweet.
I was behind home plate. Will Graves from the AP was sitting nearby. He can vouch for it. We could text him or call him. He'd say, yeah. Another Pony Skeens moment where we locked eyes. And I felt like a strikeout was dedicated to me. So I was there for it, and then I heard Skeens on Zangrilli in the postgame show driving home. And I'm shocked these comments have not gotten more run. Donnie, have you heard these before? Is that the first time you heard these comments from him?
Yes.
He called out the Pirates for their offseason. Are you closer or farther away from winning? He said, we're both. We need to be more intentional and more conscientious with our moves. We were victims of that this offseason. He pretty much said that the team's goal was to get better internally. And they didn't make enough moves. And he said, at this trade deadline, we have to make it happen. Can I give him another standing ovation? He's right. And he's saying it. And he's saying it on the radio. He's saying it on the postgame show. He's saying it on our station. He's willing to speak up and speak out. That's huge. If he's willing to say it out loud to us, I can only imagine what he's willing to say behind the scenes, if he's comfortable enough to tell fans that. Because this is, I'm not saying it's going to work, but this is maybe the avenue to get there. This is one of the, no hyperbole, this is one of the most important players in Pirates history. Ever. And their payroll last year went from $85 million to $88 million this year. It went up $3 million. And he's saying we pretty much rested on our laurels this past offseason. Outside of the Pirates organization, all the fans are saying, build around Skeens, do right by Skeens. And he sounds like he agrees. And so what pressure is he and what pressure are his people putting on this team to make this team better? Maybe a lot. I doubt if he's going to tell Dan Zangrilli that, he's just zipping his lips and keeping his mouth shut about what should happen at the trade deadline and how serious he is about the Pirates' need and demanding that things shape up around here. I heard this driving home. I'm like, oh my God, Paul Skeens is on our station right now, and in the most respectful, polite way possible, without trying to call out people by name or say anything insulting or making it too personal, he is agreeing with fans. What the hell happened this offseason, and why wasn't more done to make this team better? Spencer Horwitz, Tommy Pham now has hit great for a month, but before that he went from April to June without an extra base hit before he got his eyes fixed. The Pirates Skeens is having one of the greatest seasons of all time. You go by ERA plus, which is a fancy stat that compares pitchers to their peers and relative to what baseball is like this year, 2025. And he is so much better than everybody else. It's literally, I just looked this up on Baseball Reference. If he keeps this up, it's going to go down as one of the 5 best seasons by a pitcher in the last 50 years. And what's his record, Donnie? 6-8 now?
Yeah, 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, he's red hot. They got him the run support he needed yesterday. So I'm wanting to hear from you on the idea that Paul Skeens might be applying pressure on the Pirates to finally go big or go home. That might be putting it too aggressively or going too far with it, but I am very, very pleased to hear the guy who carries the most weight inside the organization saying that what they've done to this point for him or to this team is not enough. 412-928-9370. If you want to join the conversation, and the best call will get these Chris DiStefano tickets. I believe I'm saying the man's name right. I'm sure he was a part of the Tom Brady roast or something like that. And that's why he's a big deal, and he's coming to town next month. Donnie, your reaction to these comments from Skeens?
He really is the main player, the main guy that could nudge them into going this direction. Because, okay, other players could say this.
Fans aren't going to shame him into it.
Yeah, I mean, and
media's not going to shame him into it.
It's not always the smartest thing for a team to listen to the fans or us, for that matter.
And it's not always the smartest thing for them to listen to their players, but this guy is an exception to every single freaking baseball rule we've ever seen before.
As humble as Paul Skeens is,
he wants to effing win. Yes.
And he wants to get that done here while the opportunity presents itself, because he's certainly not dumb to the fact that in a couple of years, either a team in New York or L.A. is going to offer him a contract north of $500 million that he's not going to get here. I'm sure he's fully aware of all of that. But I do find his words genuine pretty much every time he talks about wanting to win here and wanting to raise the level of, what this generation knows as quote-unquote great baseball. Like, he doesn't want the Pirates fans' lasting memory for, people around my age to be a home run in a wild card game. And that's all it is.
But that seems like, it doesn't seem like that's not even fathomable right now, getting back to a wild card series. He put the ball in the GM in the owner's court. I can't stress this enough. Who knows if it's going to work? But Skeens is not aloof or not out to lunch or in la-la land or in outer space. He said in the most politically correct, diplomatic way possible, you guys sucked this offseason. What the frig was that? And it took him until late July to say it. I don't know if other people tried to ask him that question and didn't get an answer. Dan didn't even really ask him about the offseason. He just said, are you close to winning or are you still far away? And he volunteered this. It's a huge comment. I'm frankly shocked that, all the big baseball insiders and the people who cover the sport have not picked up on these comments. He's very nicely criticizing the Pirates and pleading with them and begging them to go do something big here at the trade deadline and in the offseason for him. 412-928-9370. Get your reaction. Let's start with Patrick in Latrobe. Hello, Pat.
Hey, my question is this, and I've asked this before.
Yep.
What responsibility, and I'm not talking about the manager, but the hitting coaches. We have all these coaches. These are all professional players. Where's the responsibility to make these players better? And how come when we do get rid of some players, they go and they flourish other places and they don't do as well here? And I just can't understand. We have a good team. I feel like we have a good team.
Really? Where?
Well, what's wrong with how O'Neal Cruz is playing and how Reynolds is playing and how
Reynolds is playing? He's hitting 230-something. He's got an OPS under 700. He's one of the worst defensive players in the entire major leagues. He can't run anymore.
Okay,
what are you talking about? He's been one of the worst. Okay. He's making huge money. He's been terrible. He's not a good player right now.
Now let me ask you this though: how come? Where do the coaches come into play? Are you just saying every time it's a player, then we just get rid of them?
I'm saying there's some blood on. I'm saying there's some blood on their hands. Their coaches aren't as good as other teams' coaches. But their players aren't as good either, and that's what Skeens is talking about. Their biggest move was Tommy Pham, and you're calling in here saying they've got the players to win. Did you do crack before you called in today? What are you talking about?
Well,
they got the players to win.
Well, let me ask you this: if you're going to talk over me, how come you're stroking them whenever they're 6-0? We're coming back. We're going to be in a wild card spot.
Who did that?
And then all of a sudden,
no one did that. Stop. No one said that.
Pittsburgh media was saying, "Here we come. We're coming back."
Who said it? Who said it? Who said they're coming back? Name some names. Call some people out. I like that. Who did it?
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm saying there's responsibility on the coaches.
Yes, you've said that 3 times. You want that? You think they fired the hitting coach before this season and brought in a new guy? What difference has it made? They're the lowest scoring team in the league.
But what was the new guy's credibility? Was he any good? Like, why?
So wait a minute.
Why are we bringing in somebody?
Okay, let's just say this for bleeps and giggles. Let's say that they took Ted Williams in his head, which is in with Walt Disney somewhere in a cryogenic lab, and they brought Ted Williams back to life, and now he's coaching the Pirates hitters. You think they'd be a playoff team if that happened?
No, just because he was a good hitter doesn't mean he's a good.
Okay, so whoever you think is the greatest, they bring in the greatest hitting coach of all time. You think they've all of a sudden got a good team?
I'm saying maybe it might help their hitting.
Who are their good hitters?
Yeah, yes or no?
Yes or no? Who are their good hitters?
What's the point of having a hitting coach?
Yes, I agree. I agree it would help, but who are their good hitters? I'll sit and listen. Who are their good hitters?
I don't know who their top hitters are right now. I'm just saying.
Right, they don't have any. Thank you, Pat. Here's Logan next. Hello, Logan.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm just saying, like, when you have a player of that caliber, I mean, obviously everyone knows how much of an influence he has just on the city and on the fans.
Yep.
But when you have him calling out the team like that, for years in Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers sat and listened while the team went out and drafted defensive players and didn't go get him a wide receiver in the first round, and he left. Why can't we do the same thing here in Pittsburgh? I mean, you look at where the team's at. We're obviously not hitting well at all. Our best hitters are Neil Cruz, and he's probably going to be – the team's probably going to be taking calls and listening to trade offers for him. I mean, do you really want to waste this talent for the next guy they call up from AAA?
No, we
don't get talent like this.
I think that's why it's so cool that he said this. You know, like there's an old saying, I guess, like, know your role and shut your mouth. You're 23 years old. You're only in your second big league season. You'd rather be seen and not heard. Well, he's saying, screw that. I'm already this team's best player. I'm this team's leader. I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to raise my voice. I'm not going to call out people by name. But I'm getting asked a question about if we can be a contending team, and I'm not going to bypass an opportunity to say what happened in the offseason wasn't good enough. And it needs to change with this trade deadline, and it needs to change in this offseason. Great. If I were Skeens, I would feel the same way. I'm holding up my end of the bargain and then some. How about you guys? And that's what he did. And we got one Yahoo calling in saying all they need to do is get a new hitting coach. What are we talking about here? 412-928-9370, and I'm not going to give him those comedian tickets, even though it might have been an opening act with those comments for Chris DiStefano. 412-928-9370 is the telephone number. Let's get some more of your thoughts in here. I mean, one of the great moments in Pirates history happened yesterday, and it was near in PNC Park, and people didn't see it because they were watching the game. I want to touch on that, too. Dan Zangrilli later this hour. We'll get his thoughts on the trade deadline. He talked to Ben Cherington for a half hour. Quick timeout, and we're right back. Here's a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Some Steelers news that came down in the last couple of hours. Cordero Patterson, we hardly knew you. The Steelers cut the kick return specialist earlier today. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Hey guys, it's Mulsey for MHI Roofing. Unfortunate fact, many of you will have to replace your roofs this summer. There's something you need to watch out for, though. Many roofing companies skip the most important part of the roofing process. That's your attic ventilation. If your attic air circulation isn't on point, here are some issues that you might have. Mold, wood rot, and even leaks in the winter. And how about summer temperatures that reach 180 degrees? Guess what that means? Your AC works a lot harder. That's why I love working with MHI Roofing. Their process begins with a thorough inspection of your attic, and that's what Xavier did at my house. It was eye-opening. Every MHI roof comes with a well-thought-out attic ventilation plan, and that's why they can offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. And it's already great that MHI has the best installation crews in Pennsylvania, but what's even better is that they make sure the roofs last because the ventilation is right. Call for your free 21-point roof inspection and estimate today, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I am going to start that book soon. 50 bad rounds of golf in 50 states. I know I can do it. It's a question of getting to those places.
You're going to go to all 50 states and golf?
Yeah.
Wow.
One round in each state.
When was this idea?
A couple months ago.
And how are you financing this?
Well,
I don't think
it's going to be that expensive. I'm playing all public courses.
Randomly going to like Maine or North Dakota.
Yes, I am
Idaho.
Randomly going to Maine. It's not like I've never been to Arizona. Yeah, over time. It's not like I'm going next week.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Few number one overall picks have gotten less attention than Tennessee Titans quarterback Cam Ward. Usually the top pick comes in with a lot of hype. Ward, less so. But the former Miami Hurricanes quarterback is lighting up training camp with highlight reel throw after highlight reel throw. Might take a while to turn around in Titans franchise. It hasn't done much lately, but maybe we should be paying more attention to the top quarterback in this year's rookie class. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And as in all cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Get 50% off windows plus no interest until 2030. Visit windownation.com today.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pops wanted me to leave everyone with this poem that he wrote, that he gave me a long time ago. And he said if he ever made it here to read it. So that's what I'm about to do. Here I am, 39, about damn time. I know I had to wait a little, but that's what you do with fine age wine. I'm a pirate for life, wouldn't have it no other way. That was my family, even though I didn't go on parade day. I love y'all.
Dave Parker II reading a poem written by his dad, who just so messed up, passing away before he got his moment in the sun in Cooperstown. I also think it's beyond dumb that the baseball induction ceremony is held on a Sunday during baseball season while there's a ton of games going on. That would be like if the Pro Football Hall of Fame decided next year, Donnie, let's have the induction ceremony enshrinement on October 9th on a Sunday when there's a full NFL
it's like
schedule.
week 6.
There's an easy fix here. Do it the day after the All-Star game. Problem solved. Everybody watches. Nothing else is going on. Everybody in baseball will pay attention. There you go.
And you could even make it a more of a prime time event.
Yes. Yeah. Instead, people who are good baseball fans are watching their team play, watching Paul Skeens pitch yesterday. All kinds of questions about whether or not Dave Parker is going to be the last person to wear a Pirate cap in the Hall of Fame. I went and read his plaque, which got posted online. The plaque reads, "Superstar outfielder delivered on the confidence he brought to the ballpark, showcasing skills in every facet of the game over first 5 full seasons. He led the NL in total bases, won back-to-back batting crowns, an MVP award, a World Series ring, 3 Gold Gloves, and an All-Star Game MVP following legendary display of powerful arm." He's going to be the last dude that has something from an All-Star Game in his plaque. Because that is part of the Dave Parker mythology, but we've given up on caring about All-Star Games. You know, could you imagine if Andrew McCutchen got in one day and it said something about the home run he hit in an All-Star game? There's no way.
Nate McLouth, because he threw out, who was it, like Deoner Navarro?
Paul Skeens, his first 2 All-Star Game appearances, he retired the side or he went scoreless innings.
Well, I mean, I do think, at least in the Skeens case that you bring up, since he looks like a player that will have a very realistic shot, I do think, at least noting in there, he became the first guy to start one as a rookie or back-to-back years out the gate.
That's actually a good point by you. That's why you're here, Donnie. Muller would not have come up with that. And Skeens won't wear a Pirates cap when he goes in because he's not going to be here long enough. And if Bonds ever got in, he'd wear Giants. If McCutchen ever gets in, he's our last hope. If Al Oliver ever got the call, he'd wear Pirates. But we've been waiting on him. Your dad's been waiting on Al Oliver for 50 years to get the call from the Hall of Fame. Career 300 hitter. 412-928-9370. Getting your reaction to what Paul Skeens said on the postgame show yesterday. Asked by Dan Zangrilli, are you guys close or far away from winning? And he said we need to make intentional moves, conscientious moves, and then criticize the Pirates' offseason. And didn't seem to agree with their approach of just depending on internal options to be better. Payroll went from $85 million to $88 million. That's it. Here is Steve next. Hello, Steve.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey.
I love, that he said what he said. It's about time that, more than just fans and media people kind of called them out. But
you just sound like a guy that doesn't believe that it's going to work. You sound like someone that doesn't think that Skeens' words are going to spur action, is what I'm hearing in the way you sound.
No, I don't think it's going to. I don't think anything's going to. I guess my question is, in the midst of you ripping Logan or whatever that guy's name was, a new one.
Yes.
I had a thought. So what if the Pirates never drafted Skeens and instead drafted that 5-tool position player? Do you think they'd be better off?
No.
Or no?
No, not at all.
Well, I mean, right now he's, 2 years into his career, and he has a sub-500 record. And he's the most immensely talented person in baseball at the moment, and it's still not getting us wins.
And Cruz is out, and Cruz might be out for the season, and he's hitting under 200.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not even saying Cruz. I'm just, hypothesizing just like a position player, maybe a young McCutchen, somebody. I think they'd be better off if they didn't draft him and they drafted a position player.
Steve, I think they'd be better off if they didn't draft him because they wouldn't have this criticism now against them for wasting Paul Skeens. But you can't actually be serious. They should have drafted someone other than possibly the greatest pitcher of all time.
No, I don't think they should have. I'm just wondering if they would be better off in the long run had they.
My answer is definitively no, but I appreciate the call. Mac is next. Hello, Mac.
Pony, what's up, man?
Hey, man.
I think this is just so sad, man. It's a shame. Paul Skeens, and he wanted to say a lot more, but he had to be kind of politically correct there.
Sure.
Toe the line a little bit. But the other day, I listened to Donnie.
Yeah.
And Donnie was talking about, this one step forward, two steps back. We got swept by the worst team in baseball. And here, like you mentioned, Paul Skeens is pitching a record-breaking year right now, and we still might finish under 100 wins. I mean, we might finish with 100 losses, rather. Sorry about that. 100 losses. It's just sad, and you feel so much empathy for him, but right now it's like you might as well just enjoy it while we can.
Good point. I mean, it is going to be a stain and a black eye on the team if he has a losing record in one of the best pitch seasons of all time. And it's getting better. He's 6-8, digging himself out of a 4-8 hole, but they're going to have to do a lot of winning to make up for that, to make sure that that's not what people remember about Paul Skeens' stint in Pittsburgh. Right now, statistically, the only better seasons since the mound got lowered in the late 60s are Pedro Martinez in 1999 and 2000 and Greg Maddux in 1995. That's it. Those are the only three. That's how dominant Skeens has been. His ERA is .67 this month. I was there yesterday. We shared a moment. He did not have great fastball command. And he's like, okay, whatever, I'll adjust. And he did, and he set down a pretty good lineup and held them in check to no runs in 6 innings. He's from a different planet. He makes the best hitters in the game look like schoolyard kids. And the caller's right. They might lose 100 games. Here's Anthony in Greensburg. Hello, Anthony.
Hello. Love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think when they drafted Skeens, they drafted him not just because of his talent, but they drafted him as a leader. They drafted him because he was a person of integrity, and he was a person who prepared. And I think that for him to say what he said is great, because he already is. He's like a captain of the team, even though he doesn't have the title officially. But I just look at how they're going to build around him. The free agents, first of all, the pool of free agents hasn't been amazing. But they don't really want to come to Pittsburgh unless you're going to offer them ridiculous money. They want to go to New York, L.A., whatever. But who's going to offer them ridiculous money? I think their best option is
I don't know.
to get better internally.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. I think that's kind of a misnomer. Russell Martin signed here because he didn't have a better offer. It was one of the best things the Pirates ever did. Rhys Hoskins signed to Milwaukee. I know the Brewers have a better history than the Pirates, but that was a small market team that signed a good free agent hitter. The Royals made the playoffs last year because they signed Seth Lugo and Michael Wacha to free agent deals, and Lugo actually signed an extension with them yesterday. So if you pay, they'll come. And yeah, you probably have, if it's tied, the tie is going to go to the other team that looks closer to winning. But it's not impossible. And we're not even talking about the top of the line free agents. We're talking about the second tier and the mid tier. Go get those guys. Not just the bottom of the barrel, Michael A. Taylor and, Tommy Pham types. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. All right, Dan Zangrilli in studio with us next. He talked to Ben Cherington for a half hour yesterday. What did he learn? We'll talk about that first. A Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was a 6-0 Pirates win yesterday against the Diamondbacks. Paul Skeens, 6 shutout, 9 strikeouts, and 1 walk. O'Neal Cruz, 2 for 3, 2 runs batted in, a walk, and a run scored. Pirates and Giants tonight in San Francisco, 9:45 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 8:50. Mitch Keller in what could be his final Pirates start. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Guts.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service.
Really?
Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-518-9137. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137. 800-518-9137.
1 in 5 people in the U.S. have a sexually transmitted infection, or STI. 1 in 7 people living with HIV are unaware. No shame, no stigma. The Allegheny County Health Department's Public Health Clinic offers free STI HIV testing and treatment at 1908 Wiley Avenue. Open Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 3:45 p.m., except Wednesday, 12 p.m. to 6:45 p.m. Walk in, make an appointment, or order a free test kit from the comfort of your own home. Learn more. Call 412-578-8081 or visit AlleghenyCounty.us/STD.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Aaron Rodgers responded to Terry Bradshaw. You'll hear that later this hour. Listen to us on demand. We're everywhere. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. YouTube channel today. Text line, another place to get involved with the show at 2:37. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. Dan Zangrilli from Pirates Pre and Post in studio with us. His appearances are brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Dan, you talked to Ben Cherington and Paul Skeens yesterday. Let's start with Cherington. That was a half-hour conversation. What was your biggest takeaway?
The question that we asked about the risk that they would be willing to take on, I think the stance, the consensus, and this is just my opinion, is that you would be taking not as much risk if you're trading away bona fide players. And I tried to specify that in my question to Ben. do you need to get a bona fide player back in return if you're going to be giving up a
Major league talent for major league talent?
Yeah.
And what did he say?
And he said, no, the Pirates need to not be risk averse. They need to be willing to take on risk. I found that to be a bit surprising. Now, he did qualify in saying that there's times that they may not do that and it may not make sense, but he specifically said for a team like the Pirates, we can't shy away from risk. And
so did that make you feel like big guns are getting moved or no?
Well, if they do, not necessarily will they or won't they, but if they do,
they could be for prospects.
They could be for otherwise unknown commodities.
And you don't like that?
Not for guys that are under control. If you're listen, the expiring contracts are one thing. Your leverage is what it is.
Mitch Keller, you need guys back.
At least
who
from where
can play
I sit,
right now.
Yes, maybe I'm a little flexible on that with the relievers in Bednar and Santana, but certainly for anybody like Keller.
Keller's pitching tonight. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah.
Me too.
No, I'm
You're
not. No, not at all.
Okay, so I am. So why aren't you?
Because why would you deal him at the trade deadline? I just don't see.
Okay, well, that's different. So you just said, why would you trade him at the deadline? You think he's pitching because he's not getting traded.
Correct.
Okay.
You have to be blown away. I just don't think that a contending club is going to detract from their roster. That's what you need. You need turnkey offense. Maybe Cherington disagrees. But I think it's more of a December trade with a guy like Keller than it is a July trade.
But there's no rules in going to like the Orioles, for example. They need arms and they have bats. Who cares that it's July and both teams stink? Talk to them again.
Yeah,
I mean, make a baseball trade. You can make a baseball trade with them in July. You can make a baseball trade with them, like you said, in January. But
I suppose they would be the exception. They would be the exception, but I don't know if you just want to limit it to that as opposed to just hold your cards and then get to December to see their.
I'm just saying they're more likely to give up those guys that are here rather than a team that is in first place or a game out of a wild card spot and doesn't want to make their team worse or weaker in one area to rob Peter to pay Paul, so to speak.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
And I don't know. I mean, if you're in the situation that the Orioles and the Pirates are in, I think you're just better off just putting this on hold and punting to December.
Is Cherington's hands tied? You think? He said something on his radio show after he talked to you guys that I thought was interesting. He brought up on his own to block, making sure that he talked to Williams and Nutting before a trade got made.
Well, especially big ones, and I don't think that that's necessarily atypical, but for something as big as a Keller, or especially if you're going to be onboarding money, because there was a process that wasn't in place when Dave Littlefield dealt away Matt Morris that I think was then put in place afterwards, if we're talking about bringing on salary or if you're going to be trading away somebody like David Bednar, I think the owner's going to want a signature on that.
Why would the owner want to be involved with Bednar in particular?
I mean, the same reasons why he would want to be involved with Andrew McCutchen or being adamant that McCutchen is back. If you're going to be trading away, especially a hometown guy, somebody that has been so good in the community, if there's any other optics or ripple effect that's going to be happening, the owner wants to be part
I don't think the ripple effect would be with fans, though. I think fans would be fine with it.
Perhaps.
With Bednar.
Perhaps. I mean, I
don't think there's going to be a Bednar mutiny like there was when McCutchen and Garrett Cole got traded 24 hours apart.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that
Just
it's
because he's
specific to
from here.
Bednar. I think it's just any big trade. There's probably a system in place with every organization, not just in Pittsburgh.
How about what Skeen said? You said, are you guys close or are you far? And he said, we're both. And then he wanted to revisit what they didn't do in the offseason. He said, we were victims of that. The goal seemed to be basically to count on internal guys.
I mean, accountability in all forms, I think, is a good thing, right? I mean, he's an accountability guy. Like, he would want to be taken to task if things aren't going well. Is he going to be that guy that holds his teammates and anybody else accountable? I don't see why that's
If he was willing to say that to you, imagine what he's saying behind closed doors. And I'm not saying he has bad bedside manner, but if he wants to say that into a telephone on a radio station, he probably has had conversations with them about, come on, guys, what are we doing here? Right?
I don't view that as a bad thing, do you?
I love it, actually. I think it's a great thing.
And that's why I mean accountability of all forms. Like, this doesn't have to be just employer-employee. I think those days are gone, especially in baseball.
When you're dealing with a guy like him, the scales are
far more collaborative. It needs to be far more collaborative, and I think that he's obviously growing into a position where he feels comfortable, and his track record is such that if he's got something on his mind, he can, as he did on the program, a very respectable manner, convey that.
So
opinion.
what do you think happens between now and Thursday? What are your predictions?
I think that they're going to deal, obviously, all of the guys on the expiring contracts. I think a reliever could be gone. It's hard to ignore Joey Bart's voice cracking a couple of nights ago after Bednar's 100th save in his career. Bednar being very reflective with the media. In fact, I don't know if this was necessarily reported a ton, but he took a moment after he spoke with reporters to drink in the skyline, the ballpark. Actually went as far as taking some pictures.
So he was acting like he's going to get traded.
I mean, all of that. And I even asked Charrington about it, and he gave a very thoughtful answer to that end, almost as if something was a foregone conclusion. Now, nothing has happened just yet, but I wouldn't be shocked. So the expiring guys, and I would say one of the bigger relievers, and like Caleb Ferguson, he's probably going to go. He's on an expiring deal, I think. And, Santana, or maybe not.
And nobody wants Hayes, right? I mean, that's just an albatross deal.
Well,
and
you might be able to package it with something. He is starting to hit a little bit. He is hitting a little bit at home, but I think the track record, unfortunately, of him not producing is far too great for somebody to just say, oh, yeah, I want to onboard that money.
All right, Dan, are you on late night tonight?
I am.
There you go.
All right.
Dan Zangrilli, pre- and post-game. Coming up next, Aaron Rodgers, what he said about the Terry Bradshaw go eat bark, chew bark, and pray to the gods somewhere comment. He was on NFL Network, and this is great. We're going to play it next and react to that and more. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him, too, on the Fan Video Stream, powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features, now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market, now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills, or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball players at the Prince Gate Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th through the 13th. Enjoy the Champions League game, mascot night, military and first responders night, giveaways, and so much more. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Gate Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
What chicken are you picking? Cohen's famous chicken bites now come 3 ways. The original crispy, spicy, and now sauced with your favorite flavor. Visit your local Cohen Kitchen site today to figure out your favorite. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station.
UPMC is redefining cardiac care for women.
The number one killer of women is heart disease.
UPMC McGee Women's Heart Program is the only integrated women's health and heart provider in the state.
We have by far the most comprehensive cardiac care in the region and across the nation. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Hi, welcome to IKEA.
Hi, I'm in a whirlwind of college prep.
Gotcha.
We've got affordable solutions to create the perfect college living space. Great. And visit our website to see how verified college students with an IKEA family account can receive a one-time use 15% off coupon. Nice. You guys think of everything. Pretty much. Offer ends 9/30/25. Valid ID required. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See IKEA-USA.com/ready-for-college for complete terms.
No one celebrates the red, white, and new like Shorkey Mitsubishi.
That's right, Katie. And our July 4th deals are putting on a spectacular show. Declare independence from paying retail with the industry's most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs.
It all starts with the Outlander, Jim. The crowd favorite. 7-passenger seating, lots of safety and technology features. Now with incredible 0% financing for 60 months.
Or the brand new Mirage, already the lowest priced new car on the market. Now take up to $2,000 off MSRP.
Shorkey Mitsubishi is all about the star stripes and savings for the people. Your purchase comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade.
Giving you the freedom to upgrade today. So stop by and let Shorkey Mitsubishi help make it your deal, your way. What a great day.
Locations in North Huntington and the North Hills or online at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Would you believe that giraffes are 30 times more likely to get hit by lightning than people? Or that a single cloud can weigh 550 tons or more? Sounds fake, right? How about an insurance company that actually treats you right? Sounds unbelievable, but it's true. NJM Insurance is proud to put policyholders first. Don't believe me? Well, guess what? Everything in this commercial is true and approved by the legal department. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Visit NJM.com for a quote. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want, as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself.
That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing
Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Doran Dickerson here with an exciting announcement for my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel. A huge promotional offer this month for you to take advantage of for your organization, group, charity, or sports team. If you buy 4 dozen or more t-shirts, you can get them for just $6.95. That's an incredible deal from an incredible company that's located right here in Western Pennsylvania. Keystone Custom Apparel. Take advantage of this offer. Tell them Score and Doran sent you, and visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are in San Francisco tonight to play the Giants. Mitch Keller is starting, despite all the trade rumors that are out there. Cordero Patterson was released by the Steelers today. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Monday PM Team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
I didn't know what to expect getting here last Tuesday, checking into the dorms, realizing I was sharing a bathroom and a shower. Man, I missed it. I really did. I missed, we did this for 14 years in Green Bay. Yeah. Shout out to St. Norbert's College. And it's fun. You know, there's no excuse for anybody not to hang out. The night times are real fun. We get done at a reasonable hour, unlike back in the day. So we got plenty of time to talk ball and life, and I'm just enjoying being up here at Latrobe and the new challenge with the Steelers.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Aaron Rodgers on his first week with the Steelers there on NFL Network did a fantastic interview with Kyle Brandt, who was wearing a Jerome Bettis Super Bowl 40 throwback jersey, which was a nice touch throughout that conversation. I'm sure if Malsey was here, Donnie, he'd be ripping Brandt for having no journalistic integrity and wearing a jersey and putting another man's name on his back for that entire interview. But alas, Malsey is not here. It's a nice day in the summer, so he's playing golf.
That could be on the next episode of Moral Malsey.
Kyle Brandt, bad guy or good guy, but probably bad guy because he wore a jersey during an interview. Tonight in San Francisco, a chilly one. 60 degrees for first pitch. It gets cold there in the summer, And that is Fan Weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Aaron Rodgers, and we got to give away these Chris DiStefano tickets to see the great comedian. I'm saying great. I don't think I've ever seen him or heard him before, but I'm sure he's terrific. Next month at the Byam Theater. You heard Rodgers talking about sharing that suite with DK Metcalf. That's gotten a lot of buzz. Rodgers told Metcalf, because the toilets are loud in the dorms, if you pee at night, don't flush the toilet because it'll wake me up. So Metcalf, if he has to go to the bathroom, will sometimes text Rodgers to see if he's still up. And if Rodgers says yes, he'll flush. And that happened the other day, and Metcalf texted back, bet, period, I'm about to flush the toilet. Rodgers is 41 years old. Does he even know what that means? Bet. Bet, period, I'm about to flush the toilet. Explain that to people listening.
He's played with guys young enough. I'm sure he's caught on to the lingo.
Yes. Can you tell people what that means? Like humans that are listening to the show that are over the age of, I don't know, 35?
I mean, I've always just interpreted that as like, all right, sounds good.
Have you ever did it yourself? And said, oh, bet, yeah.
In a serious manner, no. I've said it to like Ben Tenuta because that's right up his wheelhouse.
For talking like that, yeah. Let's get to Rodgers reacting to Terry Bradshaw. You've probably already heard it. It's so good, it's worth hearing again. I've watched it and listened back to it probably a half dozen times since Saturday. So if this is new to you, great. If it's not, that's fine too, because it's interesting, entertaining, and it also leads to a bigger discussion about Rodgers.
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, that we'd have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s and Bart Starr in the 60s and Lombardi and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady, we're standing on the backs of those guys. And it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
It's a great high road answer. It's not going after a guy who's in his 70s and bringing up some you couldn't spell cat if you spotted him, the C and the T, Hollywood Henderson stuff. Or, comparing stats. Rodgers will do that sometimes. Rodgers has gone after Ryan Clark before. He'll pick and choose in the sports media who he wants to be an enemy or a friend of. And he decided, now that he's a Steeler, to compliment and praise the career of Terry Bradshaw and say something that is usually true. Don't judge me until you get to know me. Now, for 99% of people, the way we judge you is based on what you show us or tell us, because we have no way of becoming friends with you or getting to know you. So I'm sorry to Aaron Rodgers. One thing I'm going to disagree with him on is, how would you want fans to view you? You had control over the documentary that came out. That is the way we get access to you. You go on McAfee's show because you want to peel back the curtain a little bit and give people a chance to get to know you. So when you bring up things like a Darkness Retreat, if some people think that that's cool and that's deeper thinking and that's introspective, great. If other people think it's bat bleep crazy, well, you can't really be mad at them for that. If you tried to hang out with Terry Bradshaw and he's basically told you off or left you on red or any of those things, well then I guess that doesn't reflect well on Bradshaw. But at the end of the day, what Aaron Rodgers is doing here, I'm not saying it's hard. I'm not saying he's doing anything that's back-breaking. It's not labor-intensive. It's probably not giving him any kind of emotional pain or physical anguish or anything like that. He's just knowing. He's doing a very good job of knowing his audience and saying things that make him sound more endearing and likable to fans that are learning about Aaron Rodgers other than his stats and what he's done on a football field for the first time. Or not for the first time, but he's on your team now. Okay? Even though he was in Green Bay and he's great and he's one of the all-time best players ever at the quarterback position, he's out of sight, out of mind in the NFC North. He's getting kind of a clean slate with Steelers fans. And he's acing it so far, in my opinion. Now, I think, what is that worth might be the question. Like, the fact that he's kind to fans in Latrobe and we see his playful interaction with teammates and all of that, is that actually in any way transferable to what's going to happen this season? I would say probably not. But, if he came into this and his attitude sucked, and you could tell that he was only here to collect another paycheck, that would be different. He took a big-time discount. He's only playing for $13 million. So I do take him at his word. He also said in this interview, I'll play it right now, he was asked by NFL Network why he didn't retire after 20 years, and this is what he said.
I fell in love with this game when I was 6 years old. I wanted to have that closure and give back to the game one more time the way that it's given to me. As I thought about my life, really everything special in my life is because of this game. And that's not hyperbole. The relationships that I have, the friendships that I have, the people that are really important in my life, the money and the fame and the good parts of those and the good feeling is because of this game. I love this game, and I want to give back to it one more time and have fun with it. And I just felt like this is what I was supposed to do.
It's fun now. We'll see if it's fun if things go badly early in the season like it did with the Jets last year, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. He is taking a very unique tact to this final season. It's like he's self-aware enough to know that the Steelers are not a great team, and he also is cognizant enough to realize that the entire football world knows that the Jets experiment was a complete and utter disaster. So he's chosen to say things like, and he's very careful about what he says and how he says it. He's picking out words like, I'm trying to have fun. He's not really said that much, I'm here to win a Super Bowl. I want to go out on top. I want to have a Jerome Bettis finish to my career. He's not putting those lofty expectations on things. He's not setting the bar ridiculously high. The bar he seems to be setting for his Steelers era or tenure is, let's just have it go better than it did in New York. And that's a very low hurdle to jump over. And that's attainable. Like, he doesn't sound like a guy, unless he's trying to undersell and overdeliver, he does not sound like a guy who, even holding himself to a certain standard, expects to get back to being the MVP-type player that he was a few years ago. He just wants to have a good time. But the problem is, in pro sports, good time is like intertwined and connected to winning. And sometimes you have to have a bad time and get on people's asses, and things have to get uncomfortable and all that to win. And we'll see if Aaron Rodgers is willing to do those things. Brady did, but that was Brady's DNA. Brady's identity was holding everybody super accountable at all times, changing teams, and molding the team in his likeness. First 4 days of camp, a lot of the reports have been, hey, Aaron Rodgers is pretty much doing what he's told. It doesn't look like Aaron Rodgers' offense. It still looks like Arthur Smith's offense. I'm not sure that's a great thing at the end of the day, but early on, I guess, give the guy a shot, give him a chance, and don't demand that it has to be done your way from day one. So, look, if I will stand by what I've said about Aaron Rodgers from the second this was potentially going to happen, and then obviously said numerous times after the signing. I still don't think it's going to end well. I still don't think there's going to be some memorable moment in terms of Aaron Rodgers turning around the Steelers the way that Peyton Manning did in Denver or Tom Brady in Tampa Bay. I just don't believe that's going to happen. And Aaron Rodgers has not won me over with the way he's talked to get me to think like his football career is going to end on a better note. But, as someone that had misgivings about him because of his interactions with the Jets and the way he threw Mike Williams under the bus and how easy it was for him to pass the buck to other people in New York and blame them for their struggles, I'm hearing a different person so far during his brief Steelers career, and that makes me want to root for him and makes me like him and want to believe that he can be better. 412-928-9370. What Mike Tomlin said about the streak of no losing seasons. I like that he got asked this question and he didn't just poo-poo it. And it wasn't a press conference setting where he could give a one-word answer and move on to something else. He actually had to answer it. He was live on NFL Network. Hear that coming up next. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. A person you love from where they always say, there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, we've got an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers cut running back Cordero Patterson earlier today, as announced by Cordero Patterson himself on Twitter. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Jack. Let's talk right now about Weather Seal Home Services. Look, Weather Seal has been around now for a long time in Pittsburgh, and they have thrived and they have built their business on the customer relationships. And that's multifold. That's not just doing a really good job. That's also making it worth your while, making it worth your time to choose Weather Seal and go with them in a very competitive space. So they've got their affordable roofing replacement program going on right now where you can get a new roof from Weather Seal and you won't pay anything for 2 years. No payments, no interest payments, 24 months of no payments. They're also going to give you free gutters. Now, I speak very highly of Weather Seal, but so do the people that have used them. 4.8 rating on Google, A+ accredited rating with the BBB. So get in touch today, 855-351-SEAL. That's 855-351-SEAL. Or go to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Don't delay. Call today. It's Weather Seal.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We get carried away too easily these days, but there's no reason to slow down the Paul Skeens train. The Pirates righty K'd 9 Diamondbacks over 6 more shutout innings yesterday, lowering his majors leading ERA to 1.83. Having already started 2 All-Star games, Skeens is now believed to be the first pitcher ever to have a sub-2 ERA after his first 45 career starts. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. You've been considering replacing your windows but haven't found the right company yet. Window Nation makes it easy. Their local experts know what windows work best in Pittsburgh homes like yours. Prepare for the future. Save big today with Window Nation's biggest sale of the year. Now you get 50% off all window styles and no interest until 2030. That's right, 0 interest for 5 whole years. Plus, with one-day installation, you can live more comfortably right away. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com for your free quote.
At jeepofpittsburgh.com, it's our Make This the Summer Sales event. The choice is yours. Lease or buy your new Jeep at Jeep of Pittsburgh. Visit Pittsburgh's #1 lease leader at jeepofpittsburgh.com. We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
The world comes to Washington County for the Prince Cape Pony League World Series, presented by Dick's Sporting Goods, August 8th to the 13th at historic Louis Pony Field. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Prince Cape Pony League World Series. Don't miss it for the world. Sponsored by Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Crowley here. Celebrate National Carpet Cleaning Month with Zero Res and purchase 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, get 1 free, plus $50 off air duct services. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It doesn't mean a lot as I sit here today. Why not? You know, because again, for me, there's so much to be concerned about relative to now. Let's be honest, okay? Like, most of these guys that I coach, it doesn't resonate with. You know, 19, 18 years ago, a lot of these guys were in car seats. And so they respect it, but it's not something that's of value for them. And so why would I, you know, put my business on this collective? I'm just focused on this collective and what we can do together. I think I owe them that. And really, at the end of the day, I doubt that anybody cares. It's just a nice, cool thing for you guys to talk about or use as an intro when you're talking about me, or hope for my demise. You know what I mean? Either way, it's sport entertainment. It's not big on my radar.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mike Tomlin on 18 years without a losing season. Doesn't apply to the guys that are playing, so he doesn't bring it up to them because he doesn't think it's going to help them win. It's not going to be something that motivates his guys to play better. It's not like a win one for the Gipper thing where they go out there and say, let's go 9-8 for Mike. It's not that, so he gets it. I wouldn't expect him to say, though, on national TV, it's all about me. If I have another winning season, I'm going to tie Bill Belichick, and we'll both have 19 in a row, and that'll burnish my legacy and make me a step closer to Canton one day. Like, even if he felt that way, he wouldn't say it. For the record, I don't think he feels that way. He said, I doubt it's something that people really care about. Well, the national media loves it. I mean, the national media thinks that this is Tomlin's greatest contribution to coaching. That the 18 years without a single losing season is his defining characteristic or defining accomplishment or achievement as a coach. Seriously, though, you hear among people that want to argue for Mike's place among the greatest coaches of all time, more of them will bring up 18 years without a losing season than they will him winning the Super Bowl. Because a lot of coaches win Super Bowls. Brian Billick won a Super Bowl. Barry Switzer won a Super Bowl. Gary Kubiak won a Super Bowl. What takes him out of that ho-hum group of coaches is the fact that he's been here almost 2 decades and he's never had a losing season. And he runs away from that instead of embracing that. And I think things would be different if he had if there were like higher points of success. You know, if after 2010, it's ironic because now Aaron Rodgers is here. His coaching resume after that season is a really mixed bag. Because even the years in which they won playoff games, when they beat Vontaze Burfict and the Bengals in that loony game in Cincinnati, after they beat Kansas City on a game where they scored no touchdowns and kicked only field goals, those teams in the end are still looked at as underachievers. They had Ben in his prime. They had a wide receiver who was better than anybody else, and they had an all-pro running back. And they made one AFC championship game, and they were largely non-competitive in it. So even the years where they went 13-3 or went 11-4, 12-5 and won playoff games, there's even a glass half empty, bitter taste in your mouth after those seasons. And now, oh my God, like we'd give body parts, you'd give a testicle to watch those teams again flame out in the second or third week of the playoffs. Because that beats what we've had post Big Ben. You know, the Rodgers, Mike Tomlin 1-year marriage is something that I think they're both going into it with a different set of expectations, it feels like. Tomlin, I do think he is self-aware enough to realize that the external heat is turned up on him, and he knows he's not going to get fired for it, but he lives here. He's probably sick of having a negative approval rating with people. He's also a super-duper competitive guy, and it's got to pain him and eat at him that other franchises, other coaches have passed him by, and under his stewardship the last half-decade, they've been a slightly above-average team. And that grates on a guy who wants to win a lot. And Rodgers, meanwhile, I think is like, well, you know, I got to give back. You know, football's given me so much. I want to go out with more than a whimper. And it would be interesting. Like if they have a season that's a lot like last year where they make the playoffs, they win double-digit games, but they don't have a great playoff game, I bet we hear Aaron Rodgers after the season say, you know what, I'm satisfied with how things went. Thank you, Pittsburgh. Thank you, Steelers fans, for letting me letting me moonlight here for a year. I'm going to now fade off into the sunset and read all the books I want and walk all the beaches I want and do whatever I'm going to do in my retirement. Tomlin, I think, would, you know, push a family member into traffic to win a playoff game and make it to the divisional round weekend. The streak of non-losing seasons, it's really, you know, the impressive parts of it are going 8-8 with Mason Rudolph and Duck Hodges and not bottoming out. You know, his own grave that he dug himself with Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, and Mason Rudolph again, being able to dig out of that self-imposed grave and get to 10-7. You know, those are years where, all right, you'd say, given the quarterbacks he had, not bad. Now, I still ding him because he was picking the roster and had huge say over those guys being here. But he also went 8-8 in 2012 and 2013 when Roethlisberger was in his mid to late 20s and should have been at the time one of the 2 or 3 best quarterbacks in the entire league. And it's years like that where they took massive steps backwards, finished barely 500, that have extended this thing out to 18 years. If Tomlin goes 9-8 or better this year, it's the second longest non-losing season streak in NFL history. The best is still Tom Landry, who went 21 years with the Cowboys, won 2 Super Bowls in that time. But then at the end of that, they really bottomed out, and that led to Jerry Jones taking over, firing him, and replacing him with Jimmy Johnson, which ended pretty well. But not for Jerry, because he got power hungry, pushed Jimmy Johnson out, won a Super Bowl in 95 with Barry Switzer, and hasn't been back since. And of all the NFC teams, the Cowboys have the longest NFC championship game drought. The other 15 teams in the conference have been to the conference championship game more recently than them, and yet the team that gets talked about and discussed more than anybody else is still the Cowboys. Go figure. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Steelers put the pads on for the first time tomorrow. That's always a big deal. You get that elusive, much-anticipated back-on-backers drill. It's going to be a scorcher, a very humid day. Cool off with some Miller Lite and go meet Donnie, broadcasting at Sharky's on Wednesday from 6 to 10. Training camp coverage of the Fan is presented by Smell Kia and brought to you by our friends at Miller Lite. All right, PM Team Weekend Review is next. Mulsey's off. We're here until 6. Then Donnie follows me as the PM Team on the Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates took down the Diamondbacks 6-0 yesterday to win the series. Paul Skeens with 6 scoreless innings, 9 strikeouts, and only allowing 4 base runners. O'Neal Cruz chipped in with 2 for 3, 2 RBIs of his own. The Bucks head to Oracle Park to take on the Giants tonight at 9:45. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli will begin at 8:50 p.m. Mitch Keller will take the bump tonight for the Pirates. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Jonnu Smith. Somewhere, Arthur Smith is smiling. The Steelers add another tight end on their roster. This time, Jonnu Smith. Born in Philadelphia, Smith joins his 5th NFL team here in Pittsburgh. Drafted by the Titans, and then having stints with the Patriots and Falcons. Smith was most recently with the Dolphins. After making the Pro Bowl last season in Miami, Smith was traded to Pittsburgh this summer, and now he'll look to become a key piece in the ever-growing Steelers offense.
Get a better pharmacy experience right inside your Sam's Club. Friendly, knowledgeable pharmacists are here to help, and most prescriptions are ready in under 20 minutes. Can't make it in? Choose same-day prescription delivery. All the value you expect from Sam's Club is at the pharmacy too. And Plus members save even more with over 600 generic prescriptions for $10 or less. Pick up your prescriptions and all your club favorites in one easy trip when you join Sam's Club today. Terms and conditions apply. See samsclub.com/pharmacy or your local Sam's Club pharmacy for details.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom opening soon in Mount Lebanon. The 8,000-square-foot showroom will feature an extensive selection of Anderson products, including the 100, 200, and 400 series windows and doors, as well as A-series and E-series product lines. The space is designed specifically for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. See you soon at 1675 Washington Road.
Hey, Paul Alexander here. You know how much I love the golf. I love it even more now. For the last 3 years, I've been wearing all these awesome golf shirts that I have. Tuck them in and look great. Nothing hanging out, nothing hanging over. But here's the best part. I gained 10 degrees of extra hip rotation. Dropping 30 pounds with a Wacom 180 gets you those extra 10 degrees. That means a half a club more distance, about 6 to 10 yards with irons, even more with woods. Look it up. Your handicap shrinks right along with your waist. Better mobility, endurance, consistency, even mood. It's science and completely doable with a Wacom 180. Maybe you don't golf. Will those 10 degrees help with pickleball or jogging? Absolutely. How about everyday stuff like getting out of your car, mowing the lawn? You better believe it. Everything gets easier when you lose weight the easy, fast, sustainable way. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Famous Footwear has the latest styles from all my favorite brands like Nike, Adidas, Crocs, Converse, New Balance, Birkenstock, and more. And with over 830 stores, Famous Footwear is always nearby with fit experts to make sure my new shoes fit my feet and mom's budget. She says the prices are like really good, so you don't have to overspend to make it famous. Right now, buy one pair of shoes, get one half off at your local Famous Footwear store. Some exclusions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As you head out to training camp in Latrobe, look for your cold Miller Lite displays at the following distributors: Barclay Beer, Route 982, Bradenville, and Beverage Warehouse, Wilson Avenue in Greensburg.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Check out Pop and Joe, or whoever the hell's hosting that show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Wednesdays at noon for the Starkey Card of the Week from Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Go to 937thefan.com's contesting page to learn more. This is the PM Team Weekend Review. Malsey's weekend has stretched into a Monday. He's off playing golf somewhere. We can do a Big Ben topic without Malsey here. Coming up next hour, Art Rooney putting Ben into the Steelers Hall of Honor. Here where Art Rooney ranked Ben all time among quarterbacks. He put him in rarefied air. Donnie is here. I think PM Team Weekend Review is just going to turn into movie review. Like most of the free world, the two of us watched Happy Gilmore 2 this weekend. And I got to admit, I thought it was one of the best sequels I've ever watched. Yeah.
One of the best sequels
Yes.
you've ever watched.
Sequels suck. Sequels, by and large, suck.
I know, but I'm not going to put it
It
up.
was a really good sequel.
I'm not going to put it up there with, like,
Okay,
The
you got
Godfather Part 2 or The Dark Knight.
And I tweeted that, and I said, look, it's not Godfather 2, but by sequel standards, this is a fantastic sequel.
I thought it got the job done. I mean, it was definitely silly, which is what was expected.
What did people think they were getting? Citizen Kane? I mean, it's not supposed to be a serious drama. It's friggin' Happy Gilmore comes back after 30 years.
Right. Like, you can't go into it thinking it'll be a great sequel. And you can't go into it thinking it's going to touch the original, because it doesn't do that either. But I thought that it exceeded the expectation a little bit. I don't think it was, like, outstanding.
All right, think about this. Would you agree that Caddyshack is one of the greatest movies of all time?
Yeah, it's certainly
Have
not
you ever tried to
Caddyshack
watch
2.
Exactly.
Yes,
Caddyshack 2 sucked.
Yeah.
Jaws 2 sucked.
Yeah, every Jaws sequel was awful.
Right. Most of these movies after the original are just unwatchable. This is a very watchable movie.
Yeah, I mean, it made you laugh. It was silly. Like, it gets the job done there. Like, if you just want, like, an easy-to-watch movie.
I cried twice. I'll admit that. I cried.
It's probably too early to give, like, downright spoilers.
But there was something that happened in the first. Did you think what happened in the first 5 minutes of the movie was going to happen?
Yeah, that's actually a part I was not a fan of.
Did you know that going in?
No, I didn't.
Me neither. So they already pulled a curveball on you right off the bat there. I'm not going to, like you said, it's too soon to give that away entirely. So that was a moment that I didn't see coming. There were laugh out loud moments. I thought some of the people that came into the supporting cast, I thought John Daly was good. He had a way bigger role than I thought. He had his moments. Our girl Paige Sporanic. Just a very solid performance as a Dick's Sporting Goods employee, I thought.
Oh,
Loved it.
You watch that, it's like I thought it was Meryl Streep.
So I gave it, I think I only used 4 stars for some reason when I first did it. I gave it 3 out of 4 stars.
I don't know.
Why can't you go there?
I mean, it was fine. Like,
so what would you give it then? Like a B minus? C plus?
Yeah, like a C plus grade. It was about what I expected, and it went a little bit above that. Like, I thought it got funnier than I
What's
expected
holding it
to.
back from being just a good movie in general, in your opinion?
I thought the main antagonist was pretty lame.
Okay.
I don't know if you felt the same way. Like, what was his name in the movie? Frank Manatee?
Yes. Yeah, so, okay, you're saying he doesn't measure up to Shooter McGavin in the original, and I think that's
right,
fair critique.
which I understand is, like, impossible to do.
I thought Shooter came back and had his moments.
Christopher McDonald was very good.
He brought it.
He brought back the old...
He had sat around for 30 years without getting
guns.
any acting opportunities. He had been typecast as Shooter McGavin, and thank God, after a long wait, they made a second one of these. So he got back in the mix.
Here's something else I'll give it credit for. I don't know if you saw recently, I don't know how recent the interview actually was, but the comments were made public somewhat recently.
Yep.
They had to change up a lot of this because Carl Weathers was supposed to be like a pretty big part again,
I didn't know that.
As Chubbs. So it does make you wonder how much different the movie would have been if Chubbs was still in it, if Carl Weathers was still with us.
Or like what The Sopranos would have been like if Tony's mom never died in real life. Because they had to make Janet a bigger character because of that. Did you know that?
Yeah, but Tony's mom sucked so bad that I don't think it really.
Oh yeah, because Janet was a real winner. Janice.
But yeah, I mean, but it's not like
she was a loathsome character too.
It's not like we lost, I don't know, Christopher in the second season of the show.
Yeah, you're like the guy, the Chubbs replacement, his son, really didn't do much for me.
Did you recognize who that was, by the way?
Yeah, that was the guy from Breaking Bad, right?
Yeah, Huel. Lavelle Crawford.
He gets fat, skinny, fat again and everything now. Would you agree with that?
You're right. He was big again.
He was big again. He got skinny for a while, and now he's fat again.
Yeah. Kind of the Jonah Hill thing.
Or Oprah.
But I ultimately enjoyed the movie, yeah. I mean, there were parts that absolutely made me laugh. You just can't go in it with, like, the unfair expectation that it's going to be better than the OG. I mean, I'm one of those people, I think the original Happy Gilmore is his best work.
I agree. We were talking about that, Amanda and I. If you asked Adam Sandler, would he call Happy Gilmore his best movie? And I think he probably would, right?
And think about this. I mean, I know that they made like a Grown Ups 2. I know there's like a couple that have gotten sequels, but not many. I also, for the Grown Ups thing, I think that was just more I want to hang out with my main core buddies for a few more months.
Which I was surprised. Like, there were a bleep ton of cameos.
But you didn't get, like, the heavy hitters.
No Kevin James, no David Spade, none of those guys. You did get Rob Schneider for 5 seconds.
Yes. Yes, you did. That was one I actually forgot about until
And there were a couple of his goofy friends who were in all those old movies who weren't in this one. I don't know if they've died. But they're always.
Who are you referencing there?
Well, I have no idea what these guys' names are. But there was like a troupe of actors that was like 5 or 6 deep that were in all the Sandler movies, and the guy with the lazy eye was back, and the old guy and the old guy who was on the beach in this movie, who's the dude who spoke in like the Cajun twang that you couldn't understand. And
he was Farmer Fran.
Yeah,
and the Waterboy.
And the Waterboy, he was in it.
He's in a lot of stuff.
But then a couple of his other go-to guys were not in this, so I don't know if there's been a falling out or maybe they've just gotten old.
So Alan Covert is a big one. That was the one that was his caddy in the first one, like the homeless guy.
Oh yeah, was he in this one?
I don't remember.
I don't think he was. That's exactly who I'm talking about. Thank you.
And another big one is Peter Dante, who was like the quarterback in The Waterboy.
That's the other guy I'm thinking about. Where was he?
Yeah, I don't know if they had any sort of like falling out or whatever, but yeah, I mean he snuck some of those other guys in there. One of my buddies
gave those guys a solid.
One of my buddies wondered if he reached out to Chris Rock about being Chubbs' son before he reached out to
or how about like a Tim Meadows?
He's buddies with Timmy Meadows too.
Right.
He's in a lot of those movies. But there's another, I wouldn't say like big one in terms of like the guys that are in all of his movies. Kevin Nealon.
He came back.
Gary Potter.
Yes, he did. Feeling the flow.
I thought he was gonna drop a couple of the old lines. I like the little Will Zalatoris play because everybody's made that joke.
I thought Zalatoris was pretty good in this movie. He had among the golfers, he probably had more speaking lines than Rory, and although Scheffler did actually have quite a bit.
Scheffler was one of the funnier ones, I thought.
Yeah, he did deliver some good one-liners.
See, like there's one I liked a lot that was it was a line that was very subtle from him. But it was one of the funnier moments. I don't want to completely spoil
I told you guys this off the air. I said, I just hope this doesn't turn into a movie where he just shoehorns his daughters in. And, like, he has to almost make up roles for them. And that kind of happened with one of his daughters, I felt like. What did we just get here?
So our web guy, Andy Limberg. Okay, so now there's a reason why that he had he has not had Peter Dante in any of his movies recently.
Yes, because more than 10 years ago, he uttered a racial slur, allegedly. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good enough reason to not have him in. And then allegedly threatened to kill his neighbor and harm his wife and kids. All right. That's how you get cut off by Adam Sandler right there, folks.
And that guy.
But how about the guy that was his caddy in the first one? And, I mean, look, this Bad Bunny obviously has a huge following, but they should have brought back the homeless guy as his caddy. Don't you think?
Yeah,
he's one of the better characters from the original Happy Gilmore. What the heck's he been up to for 30 years? Let's get an update on him. See, now I'm actually starting to knock my rating down of this movie a little bit.
So now what I'm seeing here is that now, I mean, what Google's telling me is that there was no evidence of a falling out between Covert and Sandler.
And the guy who played Jaws and James Bond, who was in Happy Gilmore, is dead.
Yes.
But then the basketball player played his son, and he did a brilliant job.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I think it's a good movie. Did you watch it yet, Jack? You going to give it a whirl?
I did watch it, and I thought it was very good, yes.
There you go. Very good.
I also thought that Bad Bunny was the best cameo in the movie. I thought he was the best actor.
Well, we could disagree on that, but that's all right.
Okay, so I found a Yahoo article here about why Alan Covert was absent from Happy Gilmore 2, which, by the way, here's a funny piece of trivia. I know Happy Gilmore, the original, like the back of my hand. It's one of those movies that Sarah will, like, not watch with me because I can't help myself.
But just quote it before they say the lines. Yeah, that is very annoying.
Do you know what the caddy's actual name is?
When would they have said it?
I don't know if they ever do. I don't know if it's like on a...
The guy gets kicked off the grounds of the country club for trying to clean their cars. Then Gilmore waits for them to, like, appoint him a caddy. They don't. And then you see him, like, bring him onto the golf course at the first tee. But I think that's really it, right? Like, I don't...
Yeah.
I don't really think
Otto is his name.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it says here, it seems there was no reason outside the movie to replace the actor in Happy Gilmore 2, as Alan Covert continues to share a working relationship with Adam Sandler, in whose films he often appears. It seems that the reason for Covert's character being cut out is mainly narrative.
Yeah, that's not a good enough reason.
And then it also brings up like all the other people that were also in this one, like the commissioner's back in it. How about the IRS guy that threw Grandma out of her house?
Yep. Obviously, Ben Stiller.
Yes.
Hal-El. I think Hal-El should have had a bigger role. If I'm going to actually nitpick this movie, like make him the biggest villain. Maybe he gets involved in the competing tour in some way and tries to undermine Happy.
He's been a good villain before. I mean, White Goodman in Dodgeball. That's a good sports movie villain.
What's the line from the first one where his mom goes, I think I'd like a warm glass of milk.
You can take a warm glass of shut the hell up. Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
That's a good moment from the first one. He'll take a warm... Who the hell drinks warm milk before bed? Seriously. All right. Jeff Hathorn joins us next hour for a training camp report. He'll tell us how things went for the Steelers their first 4 days. Tomorrow's a big one. They put the pads on for the first time. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Another uncomfortable night across the region with temperatures in the low 70s and that real high humidity continuing under partly cloudy skies. We could even see some areas of fog by daybreak. That heat and humidity continues tomorrow. A heat advisory from noon till 8 p.m. with temperatures in the low 90s, but it's going to feel closer to 100. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
Mets make it 7 straight. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The Mets started their West Coast swing with a sweep of San Francisco for 7 straight wins. Now they go to San Diego. Pitching record isn't everything, but Dylan Cease has 3 wins and 10 losses, while Frankie Montas has 25 Ks and 3 walks against the Pods. Mets a +110 underdog. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Pittsburgh. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Celebrate the grand opening of the area's newest and premier Mitsubishi destination, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. In-demand Outlanders, huge selection, 0% financing for 60 months. Outlander hybrids now up to $5,000 off or just $289 a month. Plus grand opening trade values at up to 125% of KBB value. It's a July savings spectacular, and we're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or CrownMitsubishiPA.com. See dealer for complete details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
U.S. Steel's new partnership with Nippon Steel
is generating an extra spark in our mills
and fresh energy in our minds.
As employees of U.S. Steel,
we'd like to thank the communities where we live and work for your support.
The partnership means better opportunities for our employees, more prosperity for our communities,
and more steel made right here in America.
Thank you for believing in the future of U.S. Steel.
A stronger America
is made here.
Always.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Exciting news from Hickory Heights Golf Club. Check out their brand new all-inclusive memberships designed to fit your lifestyle. Whether you're a weekend warrior, a frequent player, or just looking to enjoy the perks, they have the perfect membership for you. Every membership includes unlimited golf, range balls, discounts on merchandise, plus savings on food and drinks at their full-service restaurant. Not a golfer? No problem. Enjoy the clubhouse, book private events, or enjoy the best view in the city on the patio. Find the perfect membership at hickoryheights.golf.
This summer, try the new Strato Frappuccino blended beverage at Starbucks. It's the classic blended iced coffee you know and love, now topped with a creamy layer of handcrafted brown sugar cold foam. Available for a limited time. Your Strato Frappuccino is ready at Starbucks.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is slow moving from the bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound is congested from the county jail. 28 inbound is slow moving from the 40th Street Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Did you know dropping your first 25 pounds with Awaken 180 adds 6 to 10 yards to every shot? Even better scores every 5 pounds after? Look it up. Freedom from excess fat is measurable. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the man. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates are in San Francisco to play the Giants tonight. Mitch Keller is scheduled to start, which leads many to believe, including Dan Zangrilli, that he's not going to be traded. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Ben, obviously, he'll be going to Canton in a year or two, and obviously one of our great players of all time. Rewrote the record book for the Steelers, and got us 2 more Super Bowl trophies. Top 10 player of all time at his position, so obviously a very deserving member of the Hall of Honor this year.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. By the way, as an aside before we get to Rooney's comments, speaking of 50, Donnie just said off the air he thinks he's seen Happy Gilmore upwards of 50 times, the original.
And it might be higher.
I can honestly say, and I'm not anti-movie, I just like sports more. I've never seen a movie that many times. I like Goodfellas, I've seen it a lot. I like Dumb and Dumber, I've seen it several times. There's no way I've seen any movie that many times. More than 50. How about these Rocky movies that are on right now?
These are high up there, too. These are very high up there, too.
We're watching R.I.P. Hulk Hogan against Rocky right now in Rocky 3.
I mean, hey, you got to watch him at least a handful of times to be able to recite 75% of the dialogue.
So if you want to get on the text line at 412-928-9370 or get on our YouTube page or tweet us, is there a movie you think you've seen more than 50 times in your life? 412-928-9370. Fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Looking like 60-degree weather in San Francisco. It's cold there in the summer, man. Right there on the bay. So a chilly one for the Bucks and Giants, and it is Mitch Keller on the mound. That has not changed. We still have 2 tickets to see Chris DiStefano, the comedian, at the Byham Theater on August 23rd. Have you seen him? Do you know him? Was he in the Brady Roast, or did I just say that?
I don't remember him from the Brady Roast. I'm also laughing. So the discussion from last segment when you said who would drink warm milk before bed?
Yeah.
Somebody on the text line, Limits drinks warm milk before bed.
Yes. That is actually true. All right, so this is good because we don't have Ben Roethlisberger's biggest antagonist on the show. And Mueller would ruin the conversation because he would just be too negative. So I'm going to look at this as someone that loved Ben, but also wants to put him in proper context. He should go into the Hall of Fame on his first try. And the Steelers made the right move. You don't make people wait to go into the Hall of Honor unless they're AB and there's a bridge that needs to get mended. It's his first time he's technically eligible. I don't exactly, what is it, 4 years with the Hall of Honor, I think is what they've decided.
Mm-hmm.
It's 4 instead of 5. That way it's not redundant where they go into Canton and the Hall of Honor in the same year. So Ben's finally eligible. He goes in with Pouncey at the same time. They ride off into the sunset together again. But Art said there with the media on Saturday, Donnie, that he thinks Ben is a top 10 quarterback of all time. Now, I'm going to be charitable in this way.
let's just, for the sake of, two guys that are in their 30s and 20s talking about this and not guys that, have hemorrhoids and urinate themselves, let's just leave like the Otto Grahams and Johnny Unitas's out of it.
Okay, so I was...
let's just do that.
That was one of the first
let's
names
just
I was
say,
going to
let's
bring
just
up.
take the old fart quarterbacks who we never really saw play out of it and just leave it to guys that we could have reasonably watched in our lives. I'm going to give you 10 names right now. You tell me if this is like, musical chairs and there's only 10. If you're going to put somebody on, somebody's got to go. Brady.
Yes.
Peyton Manning.
Yes.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yes.
Dan Marino.
Yes.
Joe Montana.
Yes.
So that's an easy 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
No doubt there. Would you even want to argue any of those 5 guys? I don't think you can.
No.
Even though Marino never won a Super Bowl. Who in this town actually would argue that Marino was worse than Ben? I don't think anybody would. And they wouldn't Super Bowl scoreboard watch.
I actually believe the claims, I don't know if he made them himself or somebody else did, that he could throw for 6K.
In today's NFL, and 60
I think
touchdowns.
He actually could.
I think look at his numbers in '84.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are probably the 5 best in league history.
Okay, so there's a 5 that you don't even want to put up an argument with me on, right? Okay, here's the next 5: John Elway, Terry Bradshaw, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, Drew Brees. What do you do with that? And I'm saying this, you can love Ben, but also think that the owner kind of exaggerated how good he was.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a horribly hyperbolic statement where he would have said he was a top 3 or even top 5. Like, here's the thing.
And I'm not even counting the Unitases and Otto Grahams and those guys. I'm just talking about dudes that have played in the last 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, the way it hashes out, Ben will be outside of the top 10, but it's narrow. It's like a top 12, top 14.
Who would you kick out first for him from that group?
Run through those again.
Elway, Bradshaw, Favre, Rodgers, Brees.
Probably Brees, oddly enough. But, I mean, I think Favre is a very easy, yes, he should be in there.
Even though he's got a lot of interceptions.
Yeah,
His peak was incredible, and he played forever.
Yeah, 3 MVPs in a row. He won a Super Bowl.
Yep.
Rodgers, 4 MVPs.
Won a Super Bowl. Beat Ben in a Super Bowl. Bradshaw, 4 Super Bowls. 1 regular season MVP.
Yeah, and Bradshaw, I feel, never gets enough credit for how good he was.
I tell you guys all the time, I think he's the most underrated player in Steelers history, which is funny to say about someone who's in the Hall of Fame and is a 4-time Super Bowl champ.
So, yeah, I mean, I would still put Elway over him, but it's Elway and Brees are close, but if I had to pick, it would be one of those two.
Brees was the most accurate passer in the NFL 6 times. He led the NFL in passing yards 7 times. He led the league in touchdowns 4. He's a Super Bowl MVP. He's a Super Bowl champ. I don't care if he played his games in a dome, on Mars, or at Fort Cherry High School. I don't care. The numbers are just so obscenely good. I don't think you can say Ben was better.
Yeah, for the record, he's just the one I would remove, but I wouldn't remove any of them. What about Steve Young?
That's what I mean. I didn't even get Steve Young. I didn't include. Aikman has 3 rings. I didn't put him here.
I feel like Ben's actually better than Aikman, though.
I think he is too. But I'm just going off of guys who I would put into a top 10, and I think I came up with 10 names that are better. And I don't think it's disrespectful towards Ben to put any of those guys ahead of him.
I think that's why when we've had these conversations about Rodgers and Ben over the last couple of years, too,
yep.
And I know the one time that we all did power rankings, since I knew you guys would not put Ben on there, I did.
Wait, what was that for?
We did some sort of power ranking, like quarterbacks of whatever era. And I put Ben on there over Rodgers just because I knew it would fire up Malsey. But the fact of the matter is...
Wait a minute. You didn't even believe that. You just did that to try to get under his skin?
Oh, I told you guys after that, too.
Oh, what a move. Did he in the moment believe that he even believe you in the moment, or did he know when you were actually doing it, it was just an attempt to piss him off?
I don't think he knew in the moment. I feel like I had to tell you guys after
So
the
he was
fact.
genuinely peeved off that you were doing that and putting Ben ahead of Rodgers.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is Rodgers is ahead of him, and that's where I feel Rodgers is a top 10 guy. Ben is more like top 12, top 15. Like, I'd feel comfortable, I think, saying he's a top 15 QB of all time.
Yeah, I mean, how many other guys would we need to compare him to?
I mean, and that's even if you wanted to throw, like, Unitas in there.
Yep. Bart Starr. Staubach, we didn't bring up. He's in the Hall of Fame. One of the great quarterbacks of the 70s, even though he lost to the Steelers in the Super Bowl twice.
But, like, Ben, I feel as if Ben, overall, like, his full body of work, I think it's better than Kurt Warner. I think it's better than... Of course it is.
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly.
How about Dan Fouts, your dad's all-time favorite?
How
about Danny Fouts?
I do think it's better than Fouts, even though
Me too.
Fouts kind of revolutionized the
Of course,
the
the
game.
Air Coryell.
Yeah.
Art Rooney, too, calls Big Ben a top 10 quarterback of all time. I just gave you the list of guys who I think should be ranked ahead of him. How many of them, or who do you disagree with? Brady, Manning, Breeze, Rodgers, Favre, Bradshaw, Marino, Montana, Elway, Patrick Mahomes. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Among guys that are still, and the best call will win the tickets to the comedy show at the Byam Theater next month. 412-928-9370. Is there anybody else playing right now besides Mahomes? Well, here's another guy that no one would bring this up here. How about Jackson? 2 MVPs.
Oh, man. We ready to do that yet?
I'm not, but like the knuckleheads on ESPN would probably already say that Jackson's better than Ben.
Well, Chris would.
Chris probably would, too. I should text him that and say, Mulsey, I know you're eating hot dogs and posting them to the Going Low account right now, but would you put Ben ahead of Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, I don't think I'm there quite yet, but...
What if he wins one Super Bowl? He's got 2 MVPs and he's got a Super Bowl title. That would change the narrative quite a bit.
I think he's already pretty close.
Burrow's got a shot, too.
He's got a shot, but, I mean, he doesn't even have... Like, he's kind of falling into the trap of being almost as good as or even sometimes better, as the guy that wins MVP every year, but he hasn't been able to grab it yet. He went to that Super Bowl in his second year, and there's already a fear, will this guy be this generation's Rivers or Marino?
Right. He's got no individual accolades yet. He doesn't have an MVP. I don't think he has an All-Pro yet. Donnie.
Like, Ben kind of fell.
He does not.
And Ben fell victim of that same sort of thing.
Right, but he got the Super Bowls to make up for it.
Right.
That's the difference.
But it's like, okay, this guy had to play his whole career with Manning and Brady in his conference. How often was he going to be the MVP or a first-team All-Pro?
I've got people here on Twitter telling me they think Elway and Ben are close, and we need to revisit that. Elway won 2. He also went to the Super Bowl and lost a bleep ton. Lost to Washington, lost to San Francisco, lost to the Giants.
He was the MVP for 33. He was the MVP in 1987.
I knew that. I don't know, man. Like, you could easily make the argument, and they did. He was the all-90s team quarterback, that he was the best quarterback for that whole decade. Because Favre didn't come on until the mid part of the decade. Young didn't play long enough. Aikman just was able to ride shotgun and win championships. Yeah. Montana didn't play for the entire decade. Marino did, but his play tailed off. So, I mean, come on. I know we're in Pittsburgh, but I can't say that.
I think I'm comfortable saying that he's like top 12 to 15. And there's
Same. And Art just got a little excited there with that answer.
Yeah, which is fine. I mean, it's
his guy.
It also sounds a lot better to say he might be top 10 or he might be a top 12 quarterback in league history.
If Mueller owned the Steelers, he would have said, what, top 30?
Top 45 to 50. Behind Warren Moon.
Here is Marcus on the fan. Hello, Marcus. Marcus?
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I love Ben. I'm about as big as a Ben supporter as they come. But, I mean, we need to face back. I mean, Josh Allen's quickly approaching him. I mean, you got Burrow. I mean, Burrow's going to be in the Marino category, it seems like, because being that they don't put any defense around him. I mean,
well, Dan went to a Super Bowl and also was the MVP, and Burrow hasn't. Well, Burrow's got the Super Bowl part. He's got to get the MVP part.
Oh no, but he's on his way with the stats. I mean, if he keeps putting up the stats like he's going, I mean, he's going to bypass him.
Wait a minute, you think Josh Allen is on the career path to be better than Ben?
I honestly do. I mean, he has an MVP ahead of Ben. Ben never had an MVP.
What's he done in the playoffs?
I mean, he didn't do that great in the playoffs so far, but, I mean, he's still young now. I mean, he's, 6, 7 years in? I mean,
he's 29 years old. Ben had 2 Super Bowls by then. I like Allen a lot. I'm not here to, completely disparage him, but I kind of feel like Allen's a poor man's Ben. And thank God Mueller's not here to hear me say that, because I feel like he would take great offense to that.
I think he could close the gap on Ben, though.
Well, you got them winning the Super Bowl this year, so that would go a long way in doing that.
Finally getting over that Buffalo hump that they have. But, I mean, the lack of Super Bowls at this point is concerning for him because, again, he's falling under kind of what guys in every generation do, where it's like they can't quite get past
But Marino's numbers are so overwhelming, I don't care that he didn't win Super Bowls when putting him in a top 10. They're just too good.
I understand that. There just aren't many guys, I feel, that have that type of resume where, they don't even have a single Super Bowl to accompany them if it could bolster them up. Marino is just kind of in a, world of his own over there. Is okay, he never won a Super Bowl, but I don't think a single person will doubt how good of a quarterback he was.
No, he really gets a pass where people don't bring up his playoff failures or playoff losses as a real negative or stain on his career. You notice that?
Yeah,
people don't really bring up specific games that he lost and say, well, if Marino's a great quarterback, why did he lose the 85 AFC Championship game to New England? People don't really harp on those things with him.
And he also went out with maybe the worst final game of any Hall of Fame
against
quarterback
Jacksonville.
In
What was
history.
the final score of that game again?
62
to nothing or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they scored a touchdown at the end of the first half, and it made it a 38-7 game.
Michael's in Wilkinsburg. Hello, Mike.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, but you guys are way off the mark with the Ben Roethlisberger not top 10. I got him top 8.
Okay.
He's ahead of Breeze, and he's ahead of Brett Favre easily.
How is he easily ahead of Favre?
Well, let's see. How many times did Ben throw 7 interceptions in a wild card game? I've watched him throw away.
How many times did Favre fall behind 28-0 in a playoff game?
Oh, you're talking about old Ben?
That doesn't count as part of his career. He gets absolved of being old. Those years don't count.
If you compare old Ben,
John Elway won Super Bowls in his late 30s. You're allowed to do that. Brady won him in his 40s. What are we doing here?
Well, what about no? Because Brett Favre couldn't even make the playoffs in his last year. That's
in
how
his
bad
second
he
to
was
last year, he was 40.
year.
They went to the NFC Championship game when he was 38 in Green Bay. They went 13-3 and went to the NFC Championship game. What is that noise? I'm putting you on hold because your phone is making a lot of noise, and I'll give you the tickets for being argumentative. Thank you. What are you going to say, Donnie?
Well, I was going to jump in and say the same thing. Old man Favre couldn't win? He threw a horrible interception in the NFC Championship game, but they were very, very close to going to the Super Bowl.
Adrian Peterson also fumbled in that game. That seems to kind of get glossed over.
Yeah, and again, it was what? Was it 95 through 97 MVP seasons for him?
Yes. Yep. He never threw 7 interceptions in a playoff game. He did throw 6 against the Rams. I remember that game, the 0-1 season. That wasn't good. But, I mean, Ben didn't exactly get off to a red-hot start in that Jacksonville game, Donnie. There's another one. But I don't really like saying horrible things about Ben right now, but when people call in and say, you guys don't know what you're talking about, he's definitely better than Brett Favre, I mean, I'm going to get a little defensive there. And I'm not even a Packers fan. But it really isn't. The guy, how many MVPs did he win again?
Favre?
Yes.
3,
Thank
right?
you. Yes, He was the best player in the NFL 3 years, although he split one with Sanders, which was weird. You go back and look at the numbers that year, Sanders probably should have just won it on his own.
Wonder if Ed Bouchette had a vote on that.
He would have voted for Favre based on the things he's told us about.
I don't know, Andrew.
Sanders. All right, text it on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan. Text on Edgar Snyder, a person in your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Our daily training camp update next with Jeff Hathorn. Who's looked the best? Who's off to a rough start? How the quarterbacks looked? It's all coming up. But first, an intern, Jack Headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Steelers cut Cordero Patterson earlier today, as announced by Cordero Patterson himself on Twitter. Goodbye to a Steelers legend. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
What's up, guys? Mulsey here, and I want to tell you all about Universal Windows Direct. My friends at Universal Windows Direct know that while owning a home is a great investment, keeping that home comfortable, keeping the bills low, takes a lot of extra work, but they want to make it easier for you. Right now, Universal Windows Direct making it easy to tackle your windows if they have been on the to-do list for a long time by letting you choose your offer. You can pick from either payments as low as $99 a month or 12 months with no payments and no interest. That means you could relax until next year while upgrading your home right now. And the windows at Universal Windows Direct, they've got their exclusive Super Spacer technology. It's going to help keep things cool and steady inside and save you money, whether it's winter or summer, on heating and cooling. Plus, Universal Windows Direct will give you a free in-home window and energy assessment. Do not wait on this one. Call 412-545-6003 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate today. Once you get the new windows in, you'll walk around saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. So Aaron Rodgers has finally responded to Terry Bradshaw's shots at the QB. Bradshaw was skeptical, to say the least, that Rodgers will work out, and Rodgers went full charm mode in response. Don't fall for it. It's just Rodgers trying to make sure everybody doesn't see through it. I'm Bill Ryder.
Becoming cloudy tonight, the low 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Crews are clearing an accident on 28 outbound right off of the exit to the Parkway North near East Ohio Street. On the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is congested from the Bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound is slow moving from Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Now you can get 50% off all window styles plus no interest until 2030. Stop procrastinating on upgrading your home. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com to take advantage of Window Nation's best deal of the year.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. This training camp update is presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Schleideck and New Flow Men's Health.
Donnie's biggest football topic of the day coming your way in 15 minutes in the Donnie Football Debrief. Ben Cherington much maligned GM, and for good reason, talks about the MLB trade deadline. That is on Thursday. His final comments before he either makes big moves or makes little tiny moves. Maybe a combination of both. Either way, we have Mitch Keller scheduled to pitch in about 6 hours, which leads everybody to believe that he's probably staying put. Hey, the Fan is doing something cool to support Pittsburgh public schools and their students by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive. Presented by Target Freight Management, you can support by purchasing backpacks or dropping them off at a location near you, including one of my favorites, Piatta Italian Street Food in Robinson in the Northway Mall. For details, visit 937thefan.com. The drop-off your donation brought to you by GBU Life Insurance, annuities and member benefits since 1892. All right, Jeff Hathorn with us for his look at Steelers training camp. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Andrew.
The Hawk is on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, Cordell Patterson got cut earlier today. He announced it himself, called himself a washed-up kick returner. I didn't understand, Jeff, why he was on their roster for the entire offseason. I was shocked that he was still on the team when they got to camp, and it sounds like he didn't even work out. Like he saw this coming. He didn't even practice, that this was kind of a done deal.
It is the most perplexing thing for all of us, too, because he was not around for any of the off-season work, including minicamp, which is mandatory. And then Saturday we saw him. Like all of a sudden he was there. Wasn't in uniform, but he was he was there on the sideline, and thought, what do they need him for? Why do they have, what's the loophole in the cap or something that we haven't figured out as to why he's still on the roster? And then, we find out today from him that he's been released. And listen, in his peak, he was a difference maker, but what we saw last year and the injuries that he dealt with, he could barely practice all season. You kind of knew this was going to come.
Jeff, the kickoff is back in play a little bit with the rule change from a year ago that still is in effect for this season. So who would you expect to be the Steelers' return man this year?
It's an interesting mix because I think Gainwell could be it. I think Caleb Johnson could be it. Outside chance of Austin. But I look at those guys as the lead dogs. Other guys that have been working on it at camp, Jalen Warren, who's done it before, Roman Wilson has tried to show that might be a place where he can find some reps because special teams are going to be huge for him. We'll see how, that'll be one of the things we can watch for in preseason, like who do they put back to return kicks. But, Warren is the guy who's done it. Austin's done it. I think Caleb Johnson's the guy that they're interested in at that position.
Jeff, give me somebody who really impressed in non-padded practices to start Steelers training camp.
Can I cheat and say the entire secondary? Different guys are making plays, whether it's Ramsey with a nice pick, stepping in front of Jonnu Smith, whether it's Chuck Clark coming in off the plane and stepping right in and having a couple of PBUs, or the energy of a Brandon Echols making an interception. And Deshaun Elliott kind of, at least in non-padded practice with mostly shallow routes, able to kind of command that secondary and get guys to where they need to be. We're talking about 3 corners and then 2 safeties, and this group has never worked together. Most of them have never been Steelers before, and you're losing Minka. If I had to narrow it down, I really think Deshaun showed some leadership qualities and just kind of getting these guys on the same page to be able to make some plays. But different corners were making plays. We saw at times where Joey has had some really good coverage, whether it's on DK or in different situations. It's been, I think the secondary has been, if there is a group that stood out, it's been the secondary.
And we know that the communication was such an issue last year because they told us as much.
Over and over and over again.
Yeah. One more on Clark to go back to him. Do you think Clark will play more than Thornhill?
Let's see how the preseason plays out, but he's been more noticeable than Thornhill early.
Okay. But there's the possibility there. You don't think it's
I think that's a possibility.
All
and
right.
I do like guys, I think we've discussed this before, but I do like guys that have a chip on their shoulder coming to a new team, and Thornhill definitely has that for the way that all ended with the Browns.
Absolutely. Jeff Hathorn with us here, 93.7 The Fan. They say if it bleeds, it leads, so I did a bad job here and didn't ask you who the biggest disappointment has been in Steelers camp for 4 days. Who would it be?
I mean, the injury to Broderick makes that disappointing, that he couldn't go last practice. He had a...
Uh-oh. We lost Jeff there. We were getting into some juicy stuff with Broderick Jones there and how he is not what I want to hear him described as, a disappointment in training camp thus far. Critical year for him individually, but it's one of those situations where, the team, if he's not good, it's not just next man up, Jeff. If Broderick's not good, you can't just say, all right, Dylan Cook, go get him. So hearing you say that he's been a disappointment for 4 days, still early, I get it, but that's not really what I want to hear.
And listen, the first couple of days, I think he was okay, and then he's been dealing with something since Saturday. And then obviously Sunday, he did some individual stuff and then couldn't go. So I think something is playing into this, whether it's the heat, because we don't know, other than a soft tissue injury now, what has been playing into it. But to your point, I mean, Dylan Clark or Calvin Anderson. Anderson's a guy who started in the league. I think he's their lead swing tackle. I think they wanted to give Cook a longer look because of the injury that he dealt with last year.
The Titans have waived Treylon Burks, the former first-round pick wide receiver. Now, he got to Tennessee after Arthur Smith left town. Another former Steeler target, Cortland Sutton, signed a contract extension with Denver. I'm pointing out these newsy wide receiver moves, Jeff, because I want to know, and people still want to know, the state of wide receiver 2 with the Steelers through 4 days. Do you look at what they have and say, they're good, they can get by with what they've got?
I think it's really an incomplete at this point, because let's see these guys, including Roman, when they have to go over the middle, not that they're going to get laid out, but that there's going to be contact. And they've run a lot of shallow routes. I mean, it's been 7-on-7 where you've seen the bigger pass plays, but in 11-on-11, it's almost like they're trying to get into a rhythm by throwing a lot shorter stuff. So they really haven't had a chance, DK included, to show some of the things that I think they're capable, or at least like Calvin might be capable of doing. So I think there's a little bit more time before we decide, but obviously that is an area where, I mean, you're looking at options. Wide receiver 2 could definitely be in that mix. It's up to one of these guys to wow them, and I don't think they've had the opportunity to wow them through the first 4 days.
How have the quarterbacks looked? I talked to somebody yesterday on Aaron Rodgers who said, don't believe Twitter. He actually has not looked good in practice so far. Do you agree with that?
He's been all right. He's made some throws that you're like, okay, this is the dude. And then he's made a couple other throws. Now, he's had a couple of bad snaps. There have been a couple of times where he's dealt with a rush, where he's just had to throw the football away. And then he's had a few where either he's made bad passes or there's been miscommunication with the receivers. I mean, the offense hasn't been great. But I'm not going to – I think there's been enough in there with Aaron. I think his first day was sloppy, but I think the entire offense was sloppy. Frazier was sloppy at center. There were just some things that just weren't clicking overall offensively.
Jeff, would you like to say something on Will Howard that gets people excited? Because that seems to be, and I agree with this, a player who we're all, and you especially, are rooting for and hoping can be this Cinderella story where he goes from 6th-round pick to Steelers starting quarterback someday?
I'm sure you guys can imagine the different reaction when Will Howard completes a pass compared to anybody else. I mean, there is a huge rooting section, and I'm sure they're not all Ohio State people that have come into the Steelers organization to cheer him on. He's very likable. The fans have drawn to him. He signs a ton of autographs. He says the right things. I mean, if you look and it's out there, his completion percentage is great. So is Kent Graham's one camp. So I think we all need to slow down a little bit with Will Howard. But, I mean, he's made a couple of nice throws, some of the short throws. Now let's see what happens when he gets to extend plays a little bit more and the pads come on. And obviously the quarterbacks aren't going to get hit, but they're going to see a little bit more pressure.
Jeff Hathorn, check him out, 937thefan.com. I think, Jeff, did you agree or disagree with Art that Ben's a top 10 quarterback of all time? Did you weigh in on this yet? Where do you come down on it? I have not.
If he is not 10, he is 11 or 12.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's about where Donnie and I put him.
Yeah, I mean, what a great class. And you know what's so awesome about this Hall of Fame, this Hall of Honor class, is that everybody saw these guys play. I mean, that's cool, because there's some years there's some guys, but man, this class is awesome.
What are you trying to say? You don't like when the guys from the 40s and 50s go in?
No, it's great, but wait till we hear the cheers for Ben and Pouncey to be introduced against Miami in that game.
Oh, I didn't know it was for that game. Okay, there you go. There is added incentive now for that one. All right, Jeff, thank you.
Thanks.
Jeff Hathorn. Do we play the departing sound effect now, or are we good, boys, on that? Do we have to play it again, or did we get our one training camp?
I thought it was just the one.
Oh, that's fine. No, that's good with me. All right, coming up next, Donnie's football segment, his biggest football topic of the day. Coming up in about 20 minutes, Ben Cherington. God, I hope he's a lame duck. What he said about the Pirates' intentions at the trade deadline, David Bednar, Mitch Keller, and what they want back. We'll be right back right after this.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
NFL football is right around the corner. The Hall of Fame game, which will be between the Los Angeles Chargers and the Detroit Lions, will take place Thursday at 8 p.m. in Canton, Ohio. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The July Beer of the Month is Carnegie Lager by New France Brewing, an American lager in collaboration with the Carnegie Public Library. And the Charity of the Month is the Simmons Center for Interstitial Lung Disease at UPMC in the University of Pittsburgh School of Medicine.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, that music means it is time for the Donnie Football Debrief. Donnie back in studio. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you. Or following along on 937thefan.com, the Odyssey app, wherever you are, thanks. Mulsey's playing another round of golf today. He's probably going to get to 100 rounds this year. Has Donnie watched Happy Gilmore more in his lifetime than total rounds of golf played by Muller this year?
Oh, no. No, I don't think that's close. You know what the Muller family should do, I think, going into 2026?
What's that?
I think that Chris should keep track of how many rounds of golf he plays when Alex keeps track of how many books she reads. Because remember,
she reads like 150 books a year.
Yeah, that she'll read like 3 books in a weekend.
Yeah. You know what you should start doing? Keeping track of all the old games you watch.
We should do that this season.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of my like treadmill viewing too. I was just watching one on the 2015 college football season this morning.
We are sickos.
You want to know how sick I am? I think this will actually make you proud that you're a friend of mine. So Sarah was out of town this weekend, another batch party.
Yep.
Surprisingly not in Florida or Mexico. It was
so she didn't have to pay a fortune to go there?
No, now it is a wedding that we have to go to Naples, Florida for, so the girl was at least considerate that...
With this one?
Yeah, there would be like a cheap batch party to go along with it. So I get back after Bucko Talk. I got some buddies coming over like around noon, 12:30, 1 o'clock. We're going to, just have some pops, play college football 26, watch Happy Gilmore.
Yep.
So before then, I'm just kind of waiting around. I'm like, I'll just put something on, on YouTube. It's just a Steelers-Seahawks game from, 1997. 97 or 98. Warren Moon was very late stage in the career.
Yep.
And I want to say the Seahawks came in at 3-0 or something. The Steelers were 1-2.
And how did you arrive on that game to watch? You just said, screw it.
It just popped up in the suggestions. I'm like, I'll throw that on.
How long did you watch it for, the whole thing?
It was a condensed 30 minutes.
Yeah,
I get caught up doing that a few times a week.
And Chris makes fun of us for that, but he can suck it. The Downey Football Debrief is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. On Wednesday, Donnie will be out at Sharky's from 6 to 10 for another special training camp broadcast. What's the story you were telling me about the restaurant or bar connected to Sharky's that you used to frequent? What's the story there?
Oh, so the Pier is what it's called. It's their outdoor deck area. So when I was in college, this would have been, I guess, junior year, if the math is correct. It was the winter break after just turning 21. And at this point, at least a handful of my buddies from back home are 21. So, we go back there. One of my best friends, he had an off-campus place. He went to St. Vincent. And he was like, hey, let's go to the Pier on one of these Saturdays. They close in the little porch deck area, college football on, and they do bottomless mimosas for $10.
Okay.
And
wow, what a deal.
Oh my goodness. I think we may have been a couple of the reasons why they
stopped the promotion,
either jumped up that price or got rid of it entirely. I don't know if they still do it. I'll have to find that out on Wednesday. But my goodness, did we do damage there. And we were freshly 21, and we wanted to be the guys that immediately got one, immediately drank it,
put the glass up in the air, bring another one over.
They came back over. There was a point after many hours on that bar stool that I walked to the bathroom, and I was just mentally saying to myself, holy cow, I don't know how I'm going to get there.
There was a bar here where I went in and I attempted to drink every beer they had on tap. And there were a ton of ton of IPAs.
Oh no, that sounds horrible.
And I got 4 or 5 deep. I said, this isn't feeling good.
Yeah, because those things will be 14%.
Yep. So I'm like, maybe I need some food in my stomach. Ate a large steak and a baked potato. Had 3 or 4 more beers. Went into their bathroom. Started puking my brains out. And needed a friend to drive me home. So I did not get really that close. There might have been 15 beers on tap. So it was ambitious of me.
I mean, that seems like a very dangerous game if there's IPAs involved.
Yeah. Yep. There was a doubleheader of Monday Night Football that night. I think the Dolphins played the Patriots. In the late game,
What
might
year
have been
would this have
something
been?
like the Chargers and Raiders.
So is it week 1?
Yeah. 2011, I want to say.
Do you miss when they did it that way?
I do, yeah. What is the debrief supposed to be about, by the way? We've just been ruminating about all kinds of different stuff that might only interest you and me.
The debrief, July 28, 2025. So we discussed Ben Roethlisberger being put into the Steelers Hall of Honor as part of the just 3-man class that will represent the honor in 2025. The other guys in that group, Marquise Pouncey and Joey Porter. Pony, I think this is going to be a class that is very hard to top for me. it's a little bit unfair to take like the first 2 classes that they did because they were just
put a ton
huge.
in. Yep.
But since they brought it down to like 3 or 4 or 5 guys, this is going to be tough for a generation of Steeler fans to like find a better one. Ben was the quarterback for an entire generation.
Mm-hmm.
Marquise Pouncey was his center, and even though he didn't win a Super Bowl, he almost got to play in when he got hurt in the AFC Championship game. And, you know, what he did in the whole Mason Rudolph, Myles Garrett thing spoke volumes to a lot of people. Like, this is the type of guy you want to be going down a dark alley with. Caballi says that all the time. And then Porter was the lifeblood of that Super Bowl 40 defense. He may not have been the best player, but, I mean, the man was really, I think, like the sidecar to Jerome Bettis, one of the main vocal reasons as to why they got there.
So I wonder how many guys from those 2 Super Bowl teams are still going to get in to the Hall of Honor. Bettis is in. Faneca's in. Farrier's in.
Mm-hmm.
Hampton's in. Harrison is in.
Willie Parker is in.
Willie Parker is in. Heath Miller is already in. Troy is obviously in. Now you've got this class. Aaron Smith is in. Hines is in. That's 11 guys from those 2 teams. Who else from Super Bowl winning teams can they put in? Kiesel would be a borderline one. Ike would be another one for sure.
I think they would end up putting both of those guys in. Because the 08 defense,
it's one of the greatest of all time.
It's getting to a point with how, like, my dad's generation remembers the defenses of the 70s.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be telling my kids about the 08 defense while they are watching the Steelers get 40 points put on them in the playoffs. And I'll say, I'll tell you who never let that happen. These guys. And I'll show them that, like, Sports Illustrated cover.
Yes. So who else from those teams? Kiesel? Ike.
What about Holmes?
Yeah. Santonio.
Because I feel like his run, he should absolutely be in there. Is Harrison in there?
Yeah, I mentioned him.
Okay.
Yep. I don't think, but my point is there's not a lot of guys from those years that are left to put in, so we're going to start to transition into guys who played post Super Bowl winning Steelers eras like Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown and dudes like that.
Yeah, so the rule is that you have to be retired for at least 3 seasons.
Okay.
You must have played for the Steelers for a minimum of 3 seasons. And then it just says, should possess noteworthy career highlights, records, achievements.
So by that standard of what you just said there, Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown should absolutely go into the Steelers Hall of Fame, or Hall of Honor someday.
Yeah, they should absolutely be in there for me. I mean, it could be down the road, who knows, but...
So now you're not going to have, because of the issue with Antonio is, obviously there's a lot, but you wouldn't have him go in with Roethlisberger because I just don't think you'd want that. You wouldn't want to create something that's controversial for no reason. Because I don't know if AB is officially retired or not, but his last game was in 2021 when he ran off the field without his shirt on. That was at the end of that season. So he's been out of football for 3 years now. Mm-hmm. So he would be eligible, right?
Yeah, I always wonder, too, like, do they have to file their paperwork that they are done?
I'll give you another guy who I don't think is in yet who's got to go in, is Cordell.
Cordell would get a good pop, too.
He's the 3rd best quarterback in team history.
Yep.
I know he did not do it for a super long time.
Maddox? No, they wouldn't put him in there. Randall L., Ryan Clark. Those are a couple of suggestions on the text line.
I don't think Randall L. would get in. And Ryan, I think, would. I love Ryan. I think I'd put Larry Foote in before him. Because he had a longer Steelers career.
What about Timmons?
Timmons has got to get in, too. Before him. The Steelers also cut Cordero Patterson today. Can Donnie name the last guy to return a kickoff for a touchdown for the Steelers?
Oh. Last guy to return a kickoff for – well, AB had one in 2010.
That was against Tennessee.
I think Jack – does Jack have it?
Jack?
Is it Juju?
It is!
Oh, against the Browns!
Yeah, 2017. It's the last one.
You know who else popped into my mind? What was the guy's name? Alan Rossum?
Against San Francisco.
Yeah.
Randall L's got one. I know that.
Antonio Brown had the one on the trick play on the first play of the year.
That was
the AB one. That was like his first ever game.
I think Alan Rossum's got a couple of kickoff return touchdowns with the Steelers. I feel like I've watched another game with him. Or maybe it's not. You know who does?
I only remember the one.
Maybe it's not him. Will Blackwell has multiple kickoff returns for touchdowns. There's a game against the Ravens in 97 where he took one back, I want to say. I remember Eric Pegram returned a kickoff for a touchdown. When Bettis played against the Rams, when it was like his like revenge game against the Rams, when they were still in St. Louis, Eric Pegram returned a kickoff for a touchdown against them. For sure.
That's a good pull. I miss the days where the Steelers would just have like Najee Davenport and Kerry Davis back there returning kicks.
I mean, Jeff brought up Caleb Johnson. That kind of shocked me. I don't really think of him as a kick return guy. I think of him, I know he's got the second level burst that people are talking about. I think of him more as a power back, don't you?
Yeah, they used to love doing that, though, with like the big
Oh, you're
backs.
right. I'm going to look that up. Will Blackwell. Do you remember him?
Vaguely.
Number 89?
Yes.
Let's see if I'm right about that. Career kickoff returns for touchdowns.
Because he would have crossed over with like Yancey Thigpen, Charles Johnson.
Yeah, I'm right, too. One against Baltimore. I was in 97. And then in 2000 against San Diego, he returned a kickoff for a touchdown. That would have been a Ryan Leaf game. 34-21. Cordell versus Ryan Leaf. Leaf that day, 15-29, 171, one touchdown, one interception. By his standards, not bad.
Somebody suggesting Lamar Woodley.
For the Hall of Fame?
Hall of Honor.
Hall of Honor, I mean, Donnie, that playoff run was so spectacular, he probably should be.
Yeah, he was. How about this one? This would actually get a big pop. I don't know if the guy is worthy. Probably not. Chris Fu. Fuamatu-Ma'afala.
No, he's not
Could you
worthy.
imagine him?
DeCastro's got to get in.
Yes.
But that's now moving, obviously, past the Super Bowl era. All right. Thank you for the debrief, Don. Donnie will have you covered tonight from 6 to 10. 6 to what is it because of the baseball game?
6 to 8:45.
8:45. Next, though, speaking of baseball, Ben Cherington. What did he say about the Pirates' plans at the deadline? He gave an answer on Bednar. He talked about Keller. He talked about what they need to get back in these trades. You'll hear that when we come back. Plus, John Parado, Pittsburgh's National Baseball Insider, next hour on the deadline. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
This training camp player profile is presented by Smale Kia on Route 30 on the way to camp. Caleb Johnson, selected in the third round of this year's draft, running back Caleb Johnson will begin his NFL career in Pittsburgh. An AP scholar in high school, Johnson showed he could excel on the field, spending 3 historic years in Iowa. Named the Big Ten running back of the year last season. Johnson will now take Najee Harris's place alongside Jalen Warren in what Pittsburgh hopes becomes a dynamic 1-2 running back bunch.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Ready for your dream Las Vegas vacation? Enter BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you'll have the chance to win a customizable Las Vegas experience. It's easy to enter. Just sign up for a BetMGM account and download the app or log in with your existing account. Then place your bets on your favorite sports to earn up to 25 entries. You could win a trip to Vegas that includes an MGM Grand Stay, travel accommodations, resort credit, and your choice of an exclusive sports, entertainment, or club experience. Score the Las Vegas trip of your dreams by entering BetMGM's Your Legendary Vegas Getaway, and you could be on your way to your perfect Vegas vacation. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please make sure to read their full terms and conditions before participating in this promotion. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, and look for that humongous yellow Jeep in the sky, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. After a hot day in the sun watching the black and gold practice, Sharky's in Latrobe is the place to cool off with an ice-cold Miller Lite. Join Donnie Football on July 30th as he broadcasts live from Sharky's 6 to 10. Donaldson's Crossroads, a Zamias Properties entity, is proud to support the Pittsburgh Public Schools Backpack Drive. Drop off your backpacks through July 31st in the bin near the Little Gym inside the Mini Mall. Then join Kids Fest Friday, August 1st from 1 to 4 p.m. with games, prizes, and Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan from 1 to 2 p.m. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order deliciousness from Get-Go, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Sub or the Road Hog Rib Sandwich. Barbecue season is here at Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
You are in luck. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington has extended our incredible July 4th deals. New Ram 1500s over 50 available, up to $15,000 off MSRP or 1.9% financing for 72 months. New Jeep Grand Cherokees 0% for 72 months. Jeep Compass just $289 a month. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. We're taking the market by storm. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Upside presents Locals Just Know. In Pittsburgh, there are things that you just know. Like on game day, you can wear whatever you want as long as it's black or yellow.
Look, Mom, I dressed myself. That's great, honey, but it's game day, and you're wearing Eagle colors. Let's go swap that shirt.
Well, here's something not all Pittsburghers know yet. You can now earn Upside cash back at hundreds of nearby restaurants, gas stations, and grocery stores. Even local favorites like Giant Eagle, Market District, and Get-Go. The best part? With Upside, you can earn cash back on top of your credit or debit card rewards and loyalty programs like My Perks from Giant Eagle. Download the free Upside app, and soon you'll feel like every day is game day. For a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT02. That's promo code PITT02 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
A new football season in Pittsburgh brings high hopes. Men with ED, what are your expectations? At New Flow Men's Health, we expect you to get back to an all-pro level. Pills, injections, those don't work. New Flow will get you back in the game. Don't get cut this training camp. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000.
Summertime is fast approaching, so what's on your growing honeydew home improvement list? Mine, it never ends, but I was able to check a big box and preserve my all-brick home thanks to Precision Pointing, a full-scale masonry company. Tons of brick pointing, brick replacements. Don't even get me started on the chimney. Much worse than I originally thought. But now, all set. Precision Pointing craftsmanship set me up and took away a huge worry and burden. Plus, at Precision Pointing, they guarantee all their work and they don't require a down payment. Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Seeing some congestion on the Parkway West outbound starting at Technology Drive heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel. 28 inbound is congested from the 40